Hey everybody, welcome back to the Fish Tank. It's tournament time again. It's scorching hot here in London, but we're going to have some scorching hot gameplay as well, hopefully here. This is GGtoor's Night's Duel. It's number 16. Can you believe we're up to number 16? It's presented by GGtoor, Betadwarf, and Team Martin Frenzy, and I'm here, joined by FDM, one of the developers on Minion Masters, and DeathShoott, a Minion Masters player extraordinaire, and somebody I believe who's won this tournament 3 times. Is it DeathShoott?
That's the number, yeah.
Okay, so thank you guys for joining us. FDM, how are you doing today?
Good, except that it's warm here as well.
Yep, very warm, but hopefully that won't affect too much. DeathShoott, could we get a temperature update from where you are?
I'd have to say the air conditioning's working just fine here,
Oh,
Fish. Thank you for
God.
asking.
Oh, this air conditioning.
I hate you.
Just saw
Okay,
that.
right. We're going to go down to 2 commentators, I think, now. God damn it.
Yeah. Sorry, FDM, but Fish just wants the air conditioning. We'll have to cut you out.
Okay, so if you haven't followed any of these events before, the last good number of events have been split into 2 types of formats. So we start with a Swiss format where the players play against each other, earning points, and then at the end of that, we tend to have about 5 Swiss format rounds where the players earn points, and then the top 8 point scorers will then go through to the elimination, the top 8 shootout. So we'll start at a best of 3, and then when we get to the top 8, it'll be best of 5. Now, I haven't had a check on the people that are in this event, so we'll always, of course, have the brackets available for you. We'll have a look if we've got some big names here. Let me bring up this, and then we'll see. We'll find out where our first game is going to be, and then we'll get some action going. Let's have a look here for attendees. So number 15, the last event was won by Nataraja, and DarkCrow was the runner-up. So if we have a quick look through, we've got Set here. Set is a previous winner, I believe. DarkCrow, as mentioned, Nataraja, multi-time winner. Memfisto has, of course, won one of these events before. Jules is back in the pot. Good to see him there. Nerzl. Now, Nerzl, I don't think has won one of these events, but I'm pretty sure he's definitely been a runner-up at least. So good to see those guys back, and a bunch of new names as well. So we've got a lot of familiar names and a lot of new names, which of course is always good to see there. DeathShoott, from those names that I just read out, who would you expect to see in the final and potentially winning this?
I mean, Jules is certainly interesting to see because he's certainly been playing the game probably for around 5 or more years now. Although he's been taking breaks throughout his time, he's definitely one of the oldest players, if not the oldest, in the tournament. So that's going to be interesting. I'd love to see it if he could make it to the finals. However, he could just... who knows how prepared he is. I'm definitely expecting to see Nataraja near the top because I think he's one of the strongest people we've got right now in the tournaments. And then Set, I hope he's in practice. If he's in practice, like he went on a bit of a hot streak for a while and then he dipped out for a little bit, but now that he's back, I'm hoping that he's really like putting in the effort and that we can see him up there again because he was taking out Dragon for a while and that was really impressive to see.
Judging by the leaderboards in the game, he has been playing a lot. The last time I checked, he was top of the solos leaderboard. He was there or thereabouts on the pre-mades. Not sure about randoms, but he was definitely somebody that's been playing a lot, especially solos. So that will be interesting to see. And as you say, if he's been putting in the work, he's a top player, and it looks like he has. So it'll be very interesting to see that. So we're just waiting, of course, Sinobii and crew behind the scenes putting everything together. Once we've got our first game, we'll dive into that. Now, I want to mention APEP. Now, APEP, of course, had the totem nerf a little while ago, and people were screaming that APEP was dead. And then we look at the solo leaderboard, and we have 5 APEPs in the top. So how... FDM, how are you feeling about APEP, where APEP is now after the changes? Because a lot of people thought it was dead, but it clearly isn't.
I mean, we never really listened to the people that said that it was dead because, I mean, we immediately saw that that was not the case. And what we've noticed is that people are more free in actually using the totem. and that has actually resulted in that APAP hasn't really changed much in strength. It's just that it isn't a complete push killer, but more a continuous protection against damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, it's APAP is still in the top, let's say, 3 of masters. At all times, basically. So if anything, we might even nerf it further.
Interesting.
But at the moment, it's like I'm personally kind of fine with where it is. It's just overplayed a little bit, but that might also just be that people enjoy playing APAP, you know?
Yeah. It's interesting because, of course, the change, if you're not familiar, Apep's perk 2, the Shield Totem, previously it would protect the face, protect your tower against all damage except true damage for the entirety of the Shield Totem's life. The change was that the damage was then redirected to the Shield Totem. So the Shield Totem could only protect as much as it had HP. So we got an HP buff, but of course it limits how much it can protect. But I think the interesting thing is that it's changed how people play the Shield Totem now, because it's really just a wall. It doesn't matter whether the units are tanking on it or tanking on the face. So people are playing it differently, and of course, if you're using it as a wall, it's a better wall than it was before. So in some situations, it's better than it was previously. So be interesting to see if we see APEP here a lot, or if we see APEP banned a lot. I'm sure we're going to see both of those things. So as a reminder, go ahead.
So the thing that I'm most interested to see compared to the stats that I've been following is how Diona will do. Because Diona has always been a very skill-intensive master, and is the only one that in 1v1 seems to be jumping out stat-wise at the moment, in high levels. So I wonder if that will also translate into the tournament.
Yeah, we definitely see a lot of Diona in these events. Diona very strong in the top players' hands, and we'll see how that goes. Likely to see her for sure. Regarding the bans, of course, the players do get 1 ban for a master, and 2 bans for specific cards. So that prevents their opponents from playing those, and of course their opponent has that ban power to come back to them. So let's see how that works out. A lot of people will be banning APEP, but if you ban APEP, then you're leaving a lot of other things on the table.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to APEP, the biggest deal with him is that he's the safest control master to pick, because he gives you 2 cards you can cycle super cheaply, and the totem is like the best way to get defense if you're worried about dying. Like Diona, everyone knows she's my favorite master, but her Ruffles isn't as reliable as the totem, because only a third of the time it heals you. And while I think Ruffles is a very strong perk, even in its old form, I think it was good. But the totem is simply the best control defense, and so I think a lot of people just go to APEP whenever they want to play future cards or Demon Warrior or Avia, and that's just because the free cards help with all of that. It's so naturally built into Cycle that I think he is still the number 1 pick in pure strength. But I mean, he can be outdone. Like, you can still pull ridiculously bad cards, but I never thought that the change that he got to the totem was really a big issue. I think that he's still a powerhouse.
That was definitely also the intention when we did it, that it wasn't killing APEP, but just taking away that capability of just destroying any push, you know?
Yeah. Also, what I find interesting is that on the 1v1 leaderboard, you'll see APEP everywhere after he got its nerf. And Diona,
you only see different decks.
Yeah, a lot of different decks, because he's so versatile. I think that there's plenty of masters you can play anything on. Like, I think that Diona's one of those as well. And it's a lot of the control masters, really, because they don't have to be control, but they easily can be, of course. It's just that usually when a master is a control master, that also just means that they can kind of play anything.
Definitely true. And you are making a good point that there are only 3 Dionas on the leaderboard, but that's the thing we've always seen, that Diona is kind of underplayed for the strength that she can give if played well.
I think it's because our perks look so weak. If you just read out, if you just look at the perks, a couple of traps and ruffles don't seem like they matter as much as the other perks on the other masters. I think Rect is in a similar spot where he's also very, very good, but it's just that his perks seem so small scale and it just pushes people away from playing those masters.
Definitely, and similarly to Diona, R3KT also has a lot of that control over the field, where he can go onto the field and fight at two places at the same time. And Diona, of course, has her global traps, which to me just gives more fun. But it
Yeah.
seems like the play rates are not representing that.
Yeah, I think that if anything, she should probably have a shorter duration on the crossbow trap because I think it's very stoppable, but a lot of players will just let it hit tower and it does get up to what 900 damage if you ignore it.
Jesus, that much? Really?
I think so. It's 40
Jesus.
DPS, it lasts for 20 seconds.
So if
I'm
you
not
just
gonna
taunt trap, crossbow trap, you deal 900 damage if people don't pay attention?
Yeah, especially if you do that to Ravager or Mora
Or
or
Replica.
an AFK master like Setsu or Rect. It's just punishing, to say the least.
Did we ever fix that thing where you could make Ravager not attack by having a taunt trap just out of his range?
No,
Oh
I don't
jeez,
think
that's
that.
still a thing? Oh,
Yeah,
we need
well,
to
it's
change
not
that.
really a bug, so to speak. I
No, but
mean,
it's not
but
nice.
it's the one. I mean, it's one of the most unique interactions in the game. We can't cut
True, but it
that.
feels buggy, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I
I
don't
mean,
like it.
would you just change the taunt radius to fix that to
No, what
4.5?
I would do is that if you can't attack something and you can't move, the taunt doesn't affect you.
Mm. Do you think that there'd be any buggy scenarios with that? Because I think that what I often do is I place taunt totems like at the corners of a bridge, and
Yeah?
then do you think that would mess with unit aggro? Because I,
No,
I
because they can in theory reach it. They're not stationary.
yes, true, but I think that there
It
are
it
some bugs around the corners of bridges that
Oh yeah,
gets
yeah.
whacked.
That's because we don't actually have pathfinding. We just walk
Mm.
straight to a point in the middle of the bridge and then straight to the base.
All right, cool.
It's incredibly simply coded because of that, and that's why the corners don't really work. But what it would affect is if you have like a snake druid snaring someone, like a melee unit, that melee unit
Mm.
would not be taunted by something out of its range.
Same with Diona's bear trap. Then it would
Yeah,
then mean
yeah.
that you don't just place that.
And I feel like that is a logical result. Like
Yeah,
it kind of makes sense. Like if you can't get to the taunt doesn't work. Like if it's physically impossible, no matter what.
yeah.
So we're just trying to get the first game set up for you here. The first game's always a little bit tricky. Sometimes we have new players that haven't sent friend requests. Okay, now we do. Okay. Right, so we're going to see Nataraja, who of course is the reigning champion.
Woo!
And then we'll see who he's going to play against. Where are we? Egido. Now, would one of you guys be able to check to see if we got any ban information in for this game while I just get this set up here?
Would we be able to? Probably.
So it looks like Nataraja has banned Ravager, Stint, and Giolo, and Diego, which is their person's name on Discord, has banned Ravager, Dragon Pack, and Netherbats. So that is very Ravager aggro-based bans.
Yeah, that's a very focused ban against that one deck that we've seen a couple times on the leaderboard with the Rammer, the Betrayer Rammer, Dragon Pack, often Kraku, Illusionary Dragon, Netherbats, Rampage, Corrugate.
How do you feel about bans that are just basically ruling out one particular deck? Because, you know, these players, they're going to have so many different decks. A player like Nataraja.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, even
I
if
mean,
you
in
take
this
that
case,
off.
it can sort of work because it really takes out that entire strategy because there's only one real full early game aggro deck in 1v1.
Yeah, but I think it's more important to like weaken the build and then spread your bans out otherwise or to other,
I can definitely see that.
things. Like just make it to where it's less annoying, basically. Like if there's one key piece, such as Dragon Ball, I think also it's kind of strange to ban the air units. But if you're gonna like for some reason avoid using anti-air, like if you really just don't use anti-air, I can see that. But yeah, it is interesting.
Right, so we should be almost ready to go for our first game of the day. Nataraja reigning champion. Egido, not sure about their experience level. Maybe I have to have a look at what their Steam says. But if I don't already have them a friend, they probably haven't been in an event before. So always good to see these new players. And he's going to have, well, they're going to have a real tough match against Nataraja. Looks like we're loading into the first game here. FDM's going to be joining me for this.
Oh.
I think it's IE.
Also, they have 129 hours on Steam for Minion Masters.
As always, we have the dual deck technology, so you can see both players' hands, see what's going on. Get this set up here. Right, plushie.
I think, not gonna lie, I think there is something wrong on my screen, but I can still watch it, so it's fine.
Okay.
Wait, is that a Telek? What the
That's
fuck?
a Thelic.
Well, did not see that coming.
So this is Mordor against Apep. Nataraja considering what to do here. Now, Stixie's going to, of course, not be good at dealing lots of damage to this high HP unit.
No, but Mordor is really good against elves anyways. That was a Dragon Ball, okay.
Dragon Ball takes out the Stixie. We've got a Spirit on the Bounty Sniper.
Oh, that's a lot of snipers.
Is the Sniper Mordor coming back?
I mean, right now, if Nataraja wants to win, it better come back. Sorry.
So this is a ritual-based deck from Egido. It's a very heavy Apep deck, not something we see too often.
Nataraja is gonna have a lot of trouble against that, honestly. Because this deck doesn't have that much flexibility, although the Red Golem, of course, can do a lot.
Yeah, there's a Red Golem waiting in the wings, needs to get down to half HP to trigger that.
Kraku, do you just Red Golem that? Oh no, not with the YOLOs, never mind. Just YOLO that, yeah. Ooh, that's a kind of a mistake, I feel like, that Stixie not taking the squadron down.
Be careful with the damage. Doom Cleaver's kind of strange because it doesn't really have anything to reduce with the Doom Cleaver of Voidborn.
Oh, there is. Oh, that's kind of weird, yeah. But I mean, it was from the ritual. So it wasn't in the
Oh,
deck
right,
itself.
yeah, that makes sense.
Ooh, APG against all those snipers. That's not gonna do a lot, is it?
No, Sniper's going to do a good job against that. The wall doing what it needs to do, just holding up the aggro away from the snipers. Tombstone's active. Nataraja will be happy the fact here he's ahead on XP as a Mordor against an Apep.
And he can deal with this fairly easily. And of course, the Tranquil is always really nice with the new Mordor, well, with the current Mordor, because he just heals back up.
Yeah.
So being left with health. Ooh, that's a beam.
I'm not sure about that though, because it's not going to kill the monkey. The monkey's going to heal right back up to 4.
And that is a Frenzied Spirit monkey.
Yep.
That's a lot of HP you have to burn through. And dealing with 2 bridges at the same time is really difficult for a deck that Egido is playing.
I didn't realise that Ardera had
Mount
quite so much DPS. She's got 60 DPS from when I checked. Same as a Cleaver, so she's a considerable unit.
I mean, War is just going to deal with that.
Stixie's going to struggle here, of course.
Oh, that is unlucky.
Ritual brings out a blue golem.
Yeah, but that was a red golem, I think. Because it's a 6 mana ritual, so it's a 7 or 8, 8 or 9 mana card.
Ah, yes. Not triggered.
So that's unlucky.
Good spot.
Nope. That's always a little bit sad when you get
Nataraja
red
does
golem
have
too
his
early.
red golem activated now, though.
Yeah, look at that XP difference. Right now is just complete domination from Nataraja. Even though the HP doesn't tell it, the red golem will start showing it in HP soon as well.
You can get reses on this red golem as well. That's going to be so much value.
Honestly, I was a little bit surprised that he didn't protect the red golem with the wall.
Yeah, that red golem died very quickly there. The beam finishing it off.
Squadron is whoop. But the Stixie is hard to kill right now because it will res and doesn't really care about how much HP it has.
Right.
That Telek is still not gonna do a lot. I think playing the Telek is kind of a mistake.
Double tombstones. One of them's getting a little bit of aggro. Are we going to get a res? Looks like we're going to get a tranquil res. Full HP res with the spirit.
Do we get and the full HP defensor. That is painful.
Sniper's doing exactly what they need to do. Protected behind those buildings. 80
and every
drone.
2 totems out, and this is gonna just. Red Golem back in hand. Is he gonna save mana for that or? Almost has to, right? Ah, makes sense.
We're going to get a res at the bottom. Again, that monkey's going to heal back up if he gets a chance to get out of that.
Well,
aggro.
unlikely because the ATG will probably...
Almost.
Oh, but okay, the ATG just died.
Caleb struggling,
that,
of course, against the stuns of the
Caleb was,
defense.
of course, from the ritual, so having it already be dead is quite painful. Because that's your ritual, that just did nothing. Nataraja is getting a little bit low, but getting close to mana frenzy. I mean, Egido just has nothing to really break through because he can't support the big units, and Nataraja is doing a good job at just whittling them down.
Not going to be able to do anything to keep these snipers alive, but sniper reses.
But he doesn't really have to do anything because you've got the reses and the red golem, and I mean, goodbye.
Yep, just needs to keep these snipers up, keep the push going. That golem is melting pretty quickly, but mana frenzy's...
Yeah, but two frenzied... Not just that, two frenzied snipers is nasty.
Yep, so those
Funnily
things...
enough, he could have saved the red golem a little bit longer by playing swarmers into that.
It's the beginning of the end here.
Over.
The sniper power just too much. Sniper strat is one of those strats where if your opponent doesn't have appropriate counters, it's very, very difficult for them to deal with.
And that is one of the weaknesses of Ritual Servitude. Despite it being too strong, Ritual Servitude is one of the strongest decks out there at the moment. But it can be countered by good skill, honestly.
How do we feel about playing that ritual heavy deck with APEP? Is it smart to get those cheap cards to help intersperse with the big cards? Or is it kind of not so smart because the heavy cycle gets you very little value over the game?
I think the goal of doing that is not the cycle, but it is the totem, which is not on cycle, right?
Yeah.
So if you get the totem, you can prevent yourself from getting too damaged, while you can't really be at two places at the same time as much. Now I'm kind of interested actually what the win rate is with the different masters.
So just sniper power, just too much there. There was no... He wasn't able to put much pressure at all on the tombstones. And one thing I've noticed is since the change to the tombstones where you have to stun the tombstone at the moment the res is about to happen, I feel like people never bother anymore.
That's definitely true. That's definitely true.
Instead of previously where you would stun the tombstone, it would reset the charge, you would have to charge back up. Now it's the charge is restored immediately after the stun is off, so you've got to
personally, I don't mind that too much because the problem was that it was too hit or miss. Do you have a stun in your deck or not? You know?
Yeah, but I always thought that it was going to be like a more skill expression thing where the players with the ability would be stunning it at that moment, but it just doesn't seem to happen very often. People are just like, well, okay, the way we deal with Mordor is we just have to kill the stuff.
That was indeed the hope, but I mean, you can still do it easier with Stun Blast, but that doesn't seem to be too popular at the moment, you know?
Yeah, it's expensive.
And the second problem is that you often see people just having two possible rests out at the same time, and then even if you block one, the other one will still get rest.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter too much. So we're seeing the same deck from Egido, I think.
Looks like it. So we got
Whereas
Setsu.
Nataraja went... I'm not entirely sure what this deck is.
Make sure I've got my notes ready. Okay, so APEP Ritual. Right.
That squadron is going to be tough to deal with. It's probably going to be a Setsu jump while Caleb is tanking.
Right.
I feel like that Setsu jump was a little bit late, but it will be fine because that Caleb stuff. Oh, beam!
There's the beam again. Beam we see a lot in these events, whether it's in a cheap deck or a heavier deck like this. Caleb's still alive.
It's good YOLO though, that really prevents a lot of the damage that could have been taken there. Lucky YOLO too.
One thing you'll see with these top
really
players
lucky
is...
YOLO.
Yeah, one thing you'll see with these top players is Nataraja's defending heavily here, but he's ahead on XP.
True. I mean, he did lose like a third of his HP, or quarter. So has to be a little bit dangerous, careful with that, but...
Yeah. We know Setsu's going to be very strong at perk 3.
Thing is, Ritual is never going to be the big XP winner, you know? So I wouldn't be... Like, I would be happily surprised if Nataraja wasn't ahead next year. That really did not go as planned by Egido though.
So perk 2 for Nataraja means he's got his reload from his spells.
Not that that one is too important. It's only at perk 3 that Setsu really shines.
Perk 3 is just such a huge power spike. Right. A lot of damage on the Caleb there, but... Belek
Is
moves
this going to
down
be a
the
Setsu
bottom.
to deal with the bottom archers?
Quite possibly, because Thelek, once you've dealt with those archers, Thelek's much less of a problem.
Nope, just a big ass attack at top. There.
What he's going to do right.
And
Both
here we
players
see
taking
how much less that totem tanked there.
Yeah, the totem comes and goes real quick in those heavy pushes. 400 damage it can prevent, sorry. Right.
The thing is, if it wasn't Setsu right now, I wouldn't be so sure that Nataraja was gonna win. The only thing is, Setsu perk 3 is gonna destroy these heavy units.
Yep. Be interesting to see with his... We're still going to take some damage here. Not perk 3 yet.
Yeah,
Can
but
taunt them
funny
off
enough,
face.
Egido also took quite a bit of damage there. Kinda surprisingly.
Yep.
And he's probably just gonna smite that last stand.
Boom.
Ooh, missed one.
Doesn't quite get them all. Kind of annoying. Just waiting for his perk 3 to
Yeah,
pop
but
down
it's
Nataraja.
just gonna be Ravenous Swarmers that's gonna be sent there.
Here we
and
see
that's
the
a
true
good
damage
win.
at the top. We can see the Divine Shield on Caliph. But Famriel doesn't care about that.
Even hitting the Setsu.
Right, where's Setsu going? Back to base.
Ah, but perk 3 is there.
Right.
So it doesn't matter anymore.
Interesting
Like,
to
you're
see.
not gonna deal damage to this Setsu.
Is Nataraja going to jump defensively and build up a push, or is he going to go straight for face? Let's find out. Jumping on Apep's always a bit awkward because of that shield.
I mean, this is just Caliph between the archers, right?
Yeah, Caleb should just destroy everything here. It's a shame Caleb's not a bit further up because he could help with those brothers. Let's find out. We're going to have some
but
spells
you
available.
don't really need help there anyway, because now you do just Unholy Ground or something.
He's let that get onto face.
Surprised.
Prioritizing his own push at the bottom.
Oh, and it hit only one of them. That's also really surprising.
Ravenous Swarmers, of course, putting out
That's the
huge
jump?
DPS.
A little bit slow. on the
300
second
HP
jump,
left for Nataraja. It's his do or die time.
I mean, if Egido had a Dragon Ball, you should have done it right now.
Ooh, Flaming
Well, I mean, like,
getting huge value.
Dragon Ball plus Beam is lethal right now, right?
180
It's
plus 150. The
It
match
should
looks
be
like it checks out.
330.
But does he have the mana to get there, though? There's the fireball.
Does he have the beam in time?
Beam
And
is
does he
hit.
realize it?
4, 5, 6, 7 mana. Beam's available. There
And
it
he
is.
realized it. He actually wins.
He paid
Nataraja
attention.
being a little bit too aggressive there, letting
Wow.
those brothers hit face wasn't necessary, I think. A simple Unholy Ground could have prevented a lot of damage there.
Wow,
That
fights
was
back.
interesting. I actually
Nataraja.
think that match could have gone a lot of different ways.
I
once
think that's just misplay from Nataraja.
I agree. I think it was a bit two-sided as well, because at that final push we saw Egido use the totem to cycle, and I think that instead of like playing Dragon Ball, that would have then cycled the beam, and that would have gotten your cycle going. And I think that Nataraja, instead of responding with Caliph to defend, could have cycled back to jump while defending the Dragon Well, and then might have been able to win.
Possible?
Yeah, that was an interesting one. Setsu Nataraja was ahead on XP the whole time, but we did notice, of course, he was always taking a lot of damage.
So Egido is playing the same deck again?
Looks like it, yeah. There are no rules against that at this
Thank
point in
God
the event.
Nataraja does something else. Although it would have been interesting to see that match again, actually, because it was so close.
I feel like if they replayed that match like 4 or 5 times, it would turn out differently every time.
Quite possible. I would also not be surprised if Nataraja wins every time, because I really feel like that was a misplay. And personally, when I have a misplay like that, I really pay attention to not do it again, you know?
Yeah.
With
Okay.
Xinglong in the deck, the brothers shouldn't be too difficult, although there aren't that many spells. Call to Arms isn't really the right card right now.
Stuns are
And
going to
that
help
is
here. We're going to
just-
have a Jing.
Yeah.
Boom. The stun with the Jing, of course, really helps the Shen as well. Blood Imps.
Blood Imps killed very efficiently. That is very nice for Nataraja. Just some cheap cycle. Heal buff will probably come out. And
Always
if he's
see,
smart, he does the heal buff at the bottom right now because he has pressure at top. And Egido's deck does not split.
always see people, newer players, just wondering why the heck would you ever play Blood Imps with that Blood Pact? Just watch how the top players use them and you'll see. Remember, Blood Pact has been nerfed recently. It does do 85% damage back to your master.
I'm actually surprised Nataraja hasn't just thrown the heal buff bottom.
Right, the shielded archers are going to be difficult to deal with. Meziljie shielding everything every time a bridge is taken.
That is a weak last stand, but a shielded weak last stand. That is tough to deal with.
Yep, Fireball comes in, Dragon Ball. Can he get on the Shen?
Let's
He is on the Shen.
He might just die here, honestly.
It's going to be a lot of face damage.
What's his name? Shen is one of the worst against shielded units as well.
Okay, Nataraja took a lot of damage there. XP's about the same, so that could be a saving grace for him. We know these spawner builds can get out of control.
Like, you should kind of be ahead if you're losing this much HP.
Going to be in a position where he can't really use the Blood Imp soon.
I mean, the good thing for him is that 3 for 8 map doesn't do a lot in this deck, right?
Yeah, he's not going to get it too often.
So the 8 map doesn't skill as well as the Stormbringer does. On the other hand, Stormbringer against big units is also a little bit iffy.
See, here we can see how when the spawner there's no pressure on the spawner, it starts putting a lot of pressure on the opponents.
The brothers are not great against single swarm like this, or, you know, ooh, but that will destroy it real fast.
Yeah, but that heal buff at the bottom's healed a lot. He's
That's
back up
definitely true, but Nataraja doesn't have good cards to counter this.
Going to be a wall. Remember, the wall does do return damage to melee, but it does die pretty damn quickly.
Enough. This is going to get Nataraja to like 500 HP or something.
Yeah, he's got a push on his face to deal with. Plus, what's coming next? Thelic with the archers is still all alive. There's no way that Nataraja's going to be able to shut this down.
And the Blood Imps being played, that is just dangerous.
Wow. We did not expect to see that, but that is our reigning champion losing game number 1.
That is extremely surprising, but that deck just had a severe lack of AoE. Like, what AoE did it have? It had the monkeys, which isn't the greatest AoE, and the Shen and Jing, but that doesn't work that well because Shen didn't have a lot of spells, and Shen is only on spawn.
No spells other than Call to Arms, so Jing basically only had 1 proc because you're not going to play Call to Arms just to proc Jing.
And the same with Shen, of course. So both of them had only on spawn, and then that last stand combined with brothers, whew, that's tough to deal with.
And getting the Meziljie in front of the archers from Ritual of Servitude.
Oh yeah, that was
quite fortunate.
That was lucky. That was lucky.
And I think that, Nataraja should have played something else because Egido was repeatedly playing Ritual of Servitude.
Yeah, so you're fighting that.
And you don't want to be a Stormbringer against these kinds of builds. It's just not Stormbringer's scene.
I mean, after he's played the 8-map ritual deck twice in a row, you have to assume he's going to play it 3 times in a row, right?
But it was also, outside of that, it wasn't a flexible Stormbringer. It didn't have good defensive counters. Like, it had a wall, that was all.
Yeah, it's like Nataraja, I'd play this deck if you're expecting some back and forth. Like, you know, decks are like a trade, but you don't trade with Ritual. Ritual just charges you and you defend it.
So just to remind you, we are in the first part of the event, which is the Swiss format. So losing here, it's not the end of the world, okay? So Nataraja may have lost this first match, but that doesn't mean it's over for him. It's very surprising.
The question is, do we expect to see a lot of Call to Arms the rest of this tournament?
Well, I personally don't think so. But I mean, have you guys been seeing like spawners everywhere on ladder? Because I have not when I've been playing the past few days.
No, I have not seen them too much. I mean, every so often you see someone that plays like all the spawners, but I just Dragon Ball them and then kill them.
Yeah, I just don't think that Call to Arms does enough, to be honest. I think that I love the new design.
Call
I
to
think
Arms?
it's very unique.
Oh,
Yeah.
Call to Arms, that's what we do. Did I say Call to Arms?
Yes.
Oh, I meant Ritual Servitude. Sorry, that's my bad. I do not expect to see a lot of Call to Arms either. I meant
Yeah.
Ritual Servitude.
I think that
Sorry.
Ritual Servitude, especially with the new way that Ritual Servitude itself works, not just the build, I think that it is definitely stronger, not by a large margin. And in these kinds of matchups, you can often beat it by like running circles around the build, but it's still one of those builds that, especially in the example we saw in this last match, if you run into it with a sort of deck that you're expecting, like, I don't know, some sort of control or something much lighter, you can easily overwhelm your opponent. Like, Nataraja couldn't fight back versus these pushes much at all.
But the question is, do we expect other people to follow? Or do we expect people to ban it? Or do we just, like, sometimes someone will play
it.
it?
It personally leaves a bad taste in my mouth if I have to ban Ritual Servitude. I'd rather just, I'd rather beat it and ban something else. But, I think you could see bans against it, and I do think we will see it more. Egido will definitely be playing it more with that success.
Yeah, and it's definitely the easiest deck out there to ban.
And also, I think you could also say, it's one of the easiest to play as well, which is a good thing for someone who's just coming into a tournament. Like, you want to have powerful decks that don't take that you could, like, take someone good out with, right?
True.
We just saw that happen.
Yep, the power of Ritual, especially those heavy decks against things that really can't handle it.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I'm still surprised that you would play such an inflexible deck against someone that has just played Ritual Servitude against you twice.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I wonder what Nataraja's thought process there was. I'm guessing he was thinking that he could build up, like, easy defense, because Stormbringer can also be quite defensive, but it was still, I agree, it was just bad.
Okay, so it looks like the round 1 matches are all completed. So Set's beaten Ficus, Egido, as we saw, beating Nataraja, Memfisto beating Cody Chef, Nerzl beating Dan Espinoza, DarkCrow beating Santera, Jules beating Meziljie, and Koi beating Uxen. Okay, so it looks like we're going to have Jules against Set. So we're going to have, based on the number of players in this event, we're going to have 4 rounds of Swiss format, and then we'll go into the knockout stages.
So I say everything went pretty much how you'd predict it, except for Nataraja's game. That was definitely the interesting one that we got to see because it was the unexpected result. So I was nice that we got to watch that one.
We'll see. I think it'll be interesting. Do we feel like Egido's just going to play that deck to death today?
Yes.
Probably. I mean, if I was gonna do something like that, I'd always have one thing that I'd bring out at some point, just a surprise. I also have this, It could be super unexpected to bring out this one other thing, but yeah, it's probably gonna be.
Yeah, but if you're not gonna change it after the first loss, then you're not gonna change it, I think.
Alright.
Makes sense.
Now
Okay,
he is
so
against DarkCrow in round 2, and DarkCrow does love Sapphire Pebbles, which I think is amazing versus Giants.
Definitely.
So we're going to have Jules against Set in our next match.
I would say Set is the favorite there.
Yep, Jules, I think, has returned to the scene after not playing for too long. So it'd be interesting to see what his level is.
Oh, yes. Speaking of nothing related to what you're saying.
Perfect, yes, good.
What do you think of Rocket Scrat, FDM? I think it's pretty interesting.
It seems pretty good. I've seen a lot of funny things where people try to grab the bridge behind it and just jumps back on the bridge and grabs it. So far, it seems to be a fine card that does what we wanted to do without being OP or too weak.
I fully expect to see it throughout some of these builds. In fact, I'll be surprised if we don't, because it's so good at trading. Like, imagine like doing it versus Grenadier when Grenadier's crossing the bridge. Like, you just get the bridge, you kill the Grenadier, and I think that it could be solid in these control versus control matchups as one of those units that just does decent work for 2 mana.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those cards where it has the weakness of you don't get to have continuous DPS, but for control decks, it is one of the best cards you can have.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah,
And
that's
yeah.
just very quickly, just on that point, just to let everyone know. So the current season cards are banned, so that means we're not going to see Feng the Wanderer or Rampant Growth today. But the previous tournament had Zips, Zappinator, and Rocket Scrap banned, but of course they are available for today. And I think if we're going to see one of those, it's far more likely that we're going to see Rocket Scrat than Zip.
Definitely. The thing with Rocket Scrat is that we might have to lower the damage, because 100 damage is a big threshold, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that it can kill things like spear throwers in one hit might be too much. But the general way that the card works, we are quite happy with, I think.
I also think that it's very hard to get off that second life, because once it first explodes, it's got 15 HP. So if you actually want to get the double explosion from it, you typically have to defend it.
See, that's where you go wrong. You played with King Puff and get a shield on it.
Oh, of course.
Big brain. Okay, do we see any bans for Jules against Set? Do we see Jules online? Some questions.
No bans yet. They are
we have
probably doing
answers?
private bans.
Okay.
They're not allowed to do private bans. We need to know the bans. Interestingly, just to talk about the last match, DarkCrow is clearly watching because he just banned Ritual against Egido.
Nice. Yeah. Okay.
That's always the pain if you're the one that's being watched. We do show your deck.
Yeah, and if you're only playing one deck, like, hey, there's card bans out there. I mean, like, you can still play nothing but giants, but it won't be the same.
I think to be fair, he also banned Ritual last round, so he might just always ban Ritual.
Who was he against first round?
Sentera.
Oh, I've also seen that player use Ritual on ladder. So
well, DarkCrow might be just aiming all of his bans straight to the heart of his opponent.
I certainly hope that we see Rocket Scrat, because I mean, I don't think we'll see much of Zappinator. I like the card. I did play around with it on ladder a bit, but I don't think it's super competitively viable. I think it's hard to use.
Oh! We just got a ban against Jules. Set banned Melloween for some reason, not Milloween. Spirit Infusion and Grenadier.
I do like those bans because you're targeting certain decks and you're doing a general ban. But I think it is kind of weird to ban Milloween and Spirit Infusion, because typically what you're doing there...
Oh yeah, no, of course that comes from the book. I was about to say that Morelia has a Spirit thing, but
Spirit Infusion banned.
Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I'm just a dumbass, okay?
But I think the typical reason you do Spirit Infusion ban is if you're banning a Melloween deck. But if you're also going to ban Melloween herself, I think that's kind of over excessive.
I definitely agree with that. It's both Melloween and Spirit Infusion seems to be fairly linked. It's like it's almost a little bit like Brothers. Brothers are mostly played with Melloween as well. Colossus as well. To ban both the Master and their fighter card seems a little bit weird.
Oh, you do sometimes see players run Spirit Infusion in Morelia with her book because...
Really?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's something DarkCrow was doing a few tournaments ago. Yeah. I'm a bit out of loop, as you know. I'm 45 days away from the game.
Like, I've seen it with spirits from the book, but not with Spirit Infusion. That seems... I mean, perhaps I've seen it, but not noticed it. That seems like overkill.
DarkCrow was doing it a few tournaments ago with Shield God of Light and or Brother... Basically shifting between the two, or Brother the Burning Fist. And then with Battle Monkey as well, and then utilizing Perk 3. And... it can be a seriously annoying, and Reckonator. Reckonator is something that I think gets underrated sometimes for the fact that it has 900 HP, meaning it also receives 400 HP from Spirit Infusion. And those units can be really annoying to handle in tournaments where you're trying to prepare against like maybe control builds or something lighter. And then
interesting, because I just decided to look up the stats, right? To see how often it is played with Morelia, and the answer is not at all, basically. So it's interesting to see him do something on the leaderboard that is not played on the ladder, you know?
Yeah.
This on the leaderboard in tournaments that is not played on the ladder, because it's basically exclusively Milloween with a tiny bit of Ravager,
Interesting.
which are also the two masters you would expect it from, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you
Yeah.
do definitely see that certain people in tournaments throw out decks that you don't see, like when Memfisto was throwing out his Reckinator with Zeppelin support deck. That was also something you didn't really see on the ladder, but it was absolutely destroying people.
I think also a card that is underrated is kind of Boomer. I think it's been pretty solid recently.
Boomer is one of the best performing cards out there, but not played a lot because a very select group of people have only seemed to have realized it. But
Yeah.
we're quite happy with how that one has been doing.
Especially because when Last Stand suddenly became everywhere,
Yeah.
Boomer is so good because Shock Block doesn't kill it anymore. Not its shell. Like you can still Shock Block it, but there's always ways to counterplay that with like taunt or placing it correctly. There's always ways to work around that with the shell, and it's such an easy way to counter because even if it does get taken out, your opponent has to spend either the same amount of mana or more to stop it, and then you typically have something else you can do to handle the Last Stand.
And especially if you play something that can hit face, a Voidborn, because then the Boomer is only like 1 mana, right?
Yeah, I love it in Voidborn Boon decks, and it's also super punishing versus Blood Imps and Zealots of the Burning Fist, which have both been popular for a while.
Okay. Right, so we're just waiting.
People play Boomer.
We're just waiting for these players to get set up. So just to clarify, we got Milloween banned, Spirit Infusion banned, Grenadier banned by Set, and Apep, as we were expecting. Ritual and Reckinator banned by Jules against Set. We'll see if the players have to adjust what their plans were based on these particular bans. But yeah, we've definitely, as you were saying, we've definitely seen some strong Milloween, Colossus, Brother-based decks with Spirit Infusion that can be very difficult to deal with. Throw in a Spawn of Fury in there if you're playing the Colossus. Get some heals, support spells of choice, and they can be difficult to deal with, even with the top players. Sometimes you just don't have the tools in your deck to deal with those kind of things.
It is definitely true.
Speaking of Mellowing, a card that I have been somewhat surprised we haven't been seeing is Clear Skies instead of Healing Fireball with the Brother builds. Because with the Brother builds, Healing Fireball's fine for Colossus, right? It's just 1 unit. Or if you do Spawn of Fury, then maybe you want to use Clear Skies. But I think it's just weird that we haven't been seeing more Clear Skies usage with these multi-big unit Mellowing decks instead. Because it's so good versus Curse, it'll just stop Hugger. And it heals them for more than Healing Fireball does. And it's the same cost.
Okay, looks like we're loading into
It would make sense if Hugger was more popular, right?
Yeah, it would. Alright, but here we are.
Okay, we
get to double Diona. Oh, I'm assuming I need to shut up?
To a degree.
I will hunt all those who turn to darkness.
Alright.
Okay, and we see, of course, the new arena as well.
Which I didn't get because I was away.
Force Showdown, and thankfully we're not seeing the Winter Arena that Set decided to constantly use in the previous tournaments.
So it looks like we got some stun from Set. Okay, so we're facing Slither with Jules, and then Set is running a lot of stun. We got Defensor Chopper and Shen, and Mountain Shaper, which is a card that FDM was talking about earlier. Interesting. Whoa! See, look at that. Interesting. Clear Skies with the Rabid Prowler. Costly, but maybe it's worth it.
Yeah, so FDM mentioned earlier before the stream that Mountain Shaper has a surprisingly high win rate in solos, which is something that we wouldn't particularly expect, but we'll see. It's one of those cards that you need to hold on to it and then use it when you're going to get massive value from it. So it may be a dead card, but it may save you.
Okay. Speed Force can reach across the bridge.
We know how powerful Diona's traps are in these in the hands of these top players. So if you're new to playing Diona, pay attention to the placement, how they're being used to support their units, how they're being used to win trades, how they're being used to put pressure on face. Now the Rabid Prowler, of course, Berserker Rage does a huge amount of damage, And the recent change to Berserker Rage means it doesn't take any damage back to itself. So it's very strong.
Zet didn't realize that the Prowler instantly jumps onto retreat from the bear trap, so that did get to face. And also, is there anything else in Jules' deck other than Rapid Prowler that uses the Slither Bound?
Not
Is
seeing
it
it
just
yet.
Rapid Prowler?
But what I am
That's
seeing
kind
is
of wild.
both players playing the Rocket Scrats.
Yeah, it's a very cool card, and it's
mentioned
super
it.
good defense as well. I do think it's weird to run a full Slither deck, well, mostly full. And then, like, you're running Snake Drew, Daggerfall, and Musketeer, and if it's all only for Rapid Prowler, that seems like a bit of overkill to me. But I mean, we'll see.
Gen's going to shut this Rabid Prowler down. XP's solidly in Set's favour at the moment.
I find it interesting also how we're not really seeing control right now. We're kind of seeing two bulky Diona decks going at it. Like, Set has Mountain Shaper and two 5-mana cards with Defenso and Shen. And while, of course, you always want to build your decks to be able to do some control, neither of these decks are focused on it, really. Especially Jules. Jules is kind of far behind here. And Jules has 2 air units, which cannot interact with bridges, so it might be hard to catch up.
Trying to... You can't take a bridge with the traps anymore, but if you can stop a bridge being taken, it's almost the next best thing. But he wasn't able to prevent that bottom bridge being taken. Okay, perk 3 for Set. He's going to have an extra trap, which means he's going to be able to put on more pressure. The trap there, trying to take out the back line. Rocket Scratch says no thank you.
Looks pretty bad for Jules right now because Rapid Prowler isn't able to reach the tower and do insane damage. Now, if it gets there just once and Jules can protect it with like a Taunt Totem, that might be insane. But at the moment, he's just falling further behind on XP, and Set's going to gain more control.
Yolo getting some extra face damage. Hanking nicely.
Should be an easy potion there. Here we go again, but I don't think he can support it. We'll see.
Used the trap, but his plan was denied. Clear Skies comes in. Remember, Clear Skies doesn't remove the rage from friendly units anymore.
And it also doesn't remove... Its old version also did not remove Berserker Rage, so even in its old state, Jules would still be utilizing it here.
I always wondered whether it did remove that or not. That with a massive XP lead. Jules is going to get perk 3 soon, but Set's on his way to Mana Frenzy, and that'll close the game out for him if he gets there.
Yeah, it's just... Okay, we got this bottom bridge. Here comes Mountain Shaper, though, and I don't think that... Alright, the Prowler does survive. Can he work with this?
Oof, okay, trying to keep the Prowler alive. The plan was solid, but Set has the appropriate defense there. Doesn't take too much face damage.
He needed a Taunt Totem there. If he had a Taunt Totem on cycle, that would have been, I believe, below 500 HP remaining for Set, and at that point, you might be able to win with just traps and Daggerfall, but you'd have to avoid using Clear Skies.
Yeah, Jules' its only real hope at this moment is to kill Set before he gets to Mana Frenzy. It's not looking like it. Prowler is not activated.
Oh, that is
it's a
so
Prowler,
bad.
but not the Rabid variety.
I think Jules had one more chance to try and reach tower, and I think it's over now, but we'll see if he can make something work here.
Face damage, not a Rabid Prowler hit though, so not too concerning.
Only half damage, basically.
Perk 3, perk 4 for Set. Mana Frenzy just needs to close this attack out, and they should be able to close the game out.
The amount of damage that would have been done there if the Prowler was activated, Set would be below 500 right now. But it's
Shen.
not.
Okay, the trap's going to be great here. Oh, the Taunt Trap's beautiful though.
And here we go,
Nicely
now he has
played.
bridge control.
Okay, Set has Mana Frenzy, now has the bridges, has the units out. Jules is not going to be able to defend this. Anything he puts in the pocket is going to be trapped to death.
And that is game. I think he stopped pressing buttons because it's just over.
At this point, you know you just don't have the tools available to close this out.
Yeah, I think that if Jules was a bit more organized, like, I don't know, I'm not saying it's his fault, but like, he needed Taunt Totems combined with Rapid Prowler on tower because that shuts down Shen. Once Rapid Prowler reaches tower, unless Set has his own Taunt Totem ready, there's not really any way for him to get the Prowler off face except with Shen. And so you can counter that with your own Taunt Totem, but that just never got set up.
Okay. It's always interesting in those mirror matchups, like King Puff against King Puff. It's who uses the bridge switch first probably comes off worse because they just get switched back. And also in this Diona versus Diona, if you use your trap first, your opponent can potentially use their trap to counteract what your trap has done. So those mirror matchups are always interesting to see.
It's not only that as well.
So
it's also with the building limit, pardon my English here, where it's like you can't place them on top of each other. So if one player does it first, it could mess you up because you're going for the same idea but for your side of the battle, and then since the other player makes it happen first, it's like you suddenly can't place yours because theirs is in the way.
Yeah,
what you also often see is when you have two masters that are the same master, even a small XP difference tends to build up quite easily because there is no real comeback mechanic.
Yeah. Talking about what DeathShoott was saying there about how when you try to place your trap where your opponent's just placed theirs, sometimes you don't. I certainly sometimes don't. You don't notice that straight away. You're kind of, you've decided you're going to place your trap. You've moved on to what's going to happen next, and then you're like, hold on, my trap's still in my hand. So you've got to be careful when these things happen and just make sure that you pay attention to them.
There was a lot of moments in that match where Rapid Proud have made it to face because Set wasn't predicting the jumps. Although it is hard because it's like such a difficult timing if you want your master to help out, and especially when the bear trap gets involved.
There's something about the Prowler. I cannot deal with it efficiently to save my life. I always play whatever I want just a little bit too late and it hits face. I don't know what it is.
I just cleaver it.
Yes, that is another option. Okay, so we'll see what the players switch to in the second game. We know Set's going to have a wealth of decks. Jules, being newer to the scene recently, coming back, it's probably not going to have quite so many decks to his in his repertoire, but we'll see what people switch to. But let's see. We're going into game number 2. Set's 1-0 up. This is best of 3, of course. Stage in the tournament. Sorry, we're round 2 on this one. Okay, so APEP and
looks like Set's running back the same deck, which I agree with because I think it's smart to try and replay decks in the Swiss bracket to hide whatever else you bring to the tournament whenever you can. It's also something I think, I don't mean to beat on Nataraja here, but I think that the fact he changed decks 3 times was unnecessary. I think he could have played the same deck repeatedly like that Setsu that he lost in the second game with. I think that he could have replayed that in one, because you don't want to show all your decks immediately, and if you can get away with repeatedly winning with the same one, that's just more of an advantage in the top 8.
Yeah, for sure. So once we get to the top 8, conquest rules as they're described as, you can't play a master again once you've won with it. But at this point in the tournament, that's not a thing. Right.
I do like seeing Arcane Barrage. It's a very, very cheap spell for the amount of damage it can end up doing. So like, for example, he'll be able to one-shot Shen if he gets to play it that much effectively. And that could mean a lot in this matchup.
Yeah,
it could also, because it's got that radius of 10, it can take out multiple targets across both sides of the arena.
Yep, so the Arcane Barrage gets stronger the more you use it. So that means early game, sometimes you play it when it's not necessarily the most efficient thing, but you're thinking late game you want to get those stacks on it.
Especially because once you get to that late game mana increase and you cycle it so much, it's like repeated value non-stop. Because when it's at, I think 5 stacks, at that point, it's powerful.
Yeah. I think it starts at 3 stacks, which does 150 damage, and tops out at 10 stacks, which does 500 damage.
Yep.
So you want it in your cheap deck.
Shot those pinky units that Set does have in here.
Yeah. So you mentioned about how it has a big range. That's kind of a blessing and a curse. Sometimes the big range means you can hit a lot of stuff, but it also means it's more difficult to get a lot of the DPS on a specific target.
And that does make it harder to use in the early game, because once it's late game, you don't need to worry about that as much, because you have so many procs. But early game, it's hard to find value for it. And if there's like one target you're trying to hit, you gotta position it like off the arena if you want to try and actually hit only that unit.
Yeah, often you just end up with a bunch of enemy units that are just damage, but you don't kill anything. Okay, so Set ahead on XP at the moment. Jules, APEP perk 3 could be very important in this game.
What did he get for perk 1 exactly?
Not 100% sure. See the cycle. So he's up to 5 stacks on his Arcane Barrage.
So at that point, it can basically like take out like Grenadier and Tantrum Throwers, for example. If those are together, you can get a decent mana trade there and make it more powerful. And that is also a good usage right there.
Yeah, we saw there with the Rocket Scrat how difficult it can be to get that second proc off.
If you actually want the second proc, I think you need to combine it with either stun or distraction.
It's kind of like a Screaming Scrap, but it leaves a scrap behind almost.
Its movement's very hard to manage sometimes because it just dies basically.
Okay, so his perk 1 was a Stint.
That is pretty solid, but there's better out there for this kind of matchup.
Does feel like Jules is just constantly having to defend, and because of that, Set's got a big XP lead at the moment.
Jules is already throwing out the GG. I'm sure he's still going to put up a fight because the match could definitely turn around. But this is a good Mountain Shaper coming up.
That's the power of the Mountain Shaper. It's got to kill, hopefully, what it's worth, and it certainly got a lot of value there.
Well, unfortunately, in this matchup, there's no medium strength target to target with Arcane Barrage. It's like the only good targets are Shen and Defenso, and those aren't good targets until your Arcane Barrage is basically fully charged.
Like if your opponent's got like a Harbinger or something, then that's what you're looking for with the Arcane Barrage to really trade awesomely against that, but not that situation here.
Yeah, there's basically no anti-air in this deck that Set's running, which I think is kind of smart. I think that you want to build your decks like that, where you get away with as little anti-air as possible, but the deck is still strong. Like, he's got Defenso, which is technically anti-air versus flying melee. He's got the Spear Throws and Tantrum Throwers, he's got Stint, and he has the Crossbow Trap, which is enough anti-air in most scenarios.
Yep. The big issue with running, especially air units, of course, is they can't take bridges. XP incredibly important in this game. As we can see, Set's 173 XP against 120 XP. That's a massive XP lead. He's going to be getting to Mana Frenzy relatively soon. We've got a healer. Is that going to change anything? Not really.
Yeah, that's just not impactful enough. I don't think even a Bounty Sniper would have turned this around, to be honest. I think he's far behind.
Just too far behind, yeah.
Absolutely nothing would have helped him here.
Go, Rocket Scrat, kill the Grenadier. Look at that warrior.
Yeah. Again, we see the Rocket Scrat not getting too much value after the first attack, but that's enough.
And now bridges are set, and here comes Mana Frenzy. So, and here comes that XP potion, which is 3 mana. Priestess,
Just
of course,
nothing Jules can do here, really. Set's just going to close these down.
Like, Arcane Barrage is like super good now, but I mean, Arcane Barrage is not going to beat Mana Frenzy. That's just not happening.
Yeah, I mean, Jules is doing a good job holding this up. Set didn't just hit Mana Frenzy and then walk all over him, but now he's got the bridges. Jules knows that it's the end.
Yeah, it's just not. There's not a way to fight back here.
Set takes it 2-0, and fairly straightforward from an XP point of view, those games. And we have Cat Cam.
Cat Cam!
Okay, very well played to both of those players. And we saw from perk 3 the Priestess. Of course, the Priestess did get changed in the last patch. So Priestess used to be able to attack and heal. Then the attack was removed and she could only heal. Now she can attack or heal. So if there's stuff for her to heal, she will prioritize healing, whereas if this isn't, she will have an attack. It's not a very strong attack, but it's an attack nonetheless. How are we feeling, DeathShoott? How do you feel about that change? Is that something that you feel is going to bring the Priestess back into the meta more, or is it just a little usability improvement for her, but it's not really going to change too much?
I think that it is a healthy change, a pretty intelligent way to get around the fact that her attack was like slowing her down with pushes, for example. But to be honest, I don't think it matters too much. I think that her biggest problem is just the fact that she often doesn't heal enough for a mana cost, in my opinion. Not that I think she should be buffed, because she can heal infinitely, technically. But also, I think that she's pretty stoppable in most scenarios. The only times that she really gets off that ton of healing is when like you're defending with your big unit and takes a ton of damage, and then you play her and your opponent isn't capable of stopping it. And then it's like you get that crazy value that you love to see.
Okay.
Yeah, the idea with the change was mostly to not have that horrible situation of you play Walking Blind Date or something and you get a priestess out of it and the opponent has like one propeller scrat that just slowly whittles her down, you know?
Very true.
At least she does something, even if it's not a lot.
Okay, so before we... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It looks like Memfisto and Nerzl are still going at it right now, if there's any chance of hopping in that.
Do you want to jump in and see how long's left of it?
Yeah. Let's see what happens, you know?
Thanks. I don't really like jumping in and then it's like 4 seconds.
It's over.
There we go. GG. Okay. So yeah, I was just going to say...
Very exciting 4 seconds.
Nice. That's what she said. But so yeah, we need to wait for these matches to all complete in the second round, and then we'll be able to go into the third round, because the pairing of the players in the Swiss format is based on their performance so far. So if players are winning a lot, they'll play other players that are winning a lot, and vice versa. So if we have a look at some of the results that we're seeing at the moment, we've got DarkCrow beating Egido. Remember Egido beating Nataraja in the first round. Jules against Set.
The ritual was banned.
Ritual was banned, so it could be a one-trick pony, perhaps. Jules, as we saw, beaten by Set. Nerzl against Memfisto, we're not sure on yet. Ficus.
Actually, it looks like Nerzl has won that. I'm not sure 2-1 or 2-0, but I think Nerzl just took the win.
Memfisto already has a win on the thing, so then it would be 2-1.
All right. Yeah, it's updated now, I think. Yeah, it looks like Nerzl took that 2-1.
Are you guys seeing the scores as just win or losses, or are you seeing the actual...
When you hit match details, it
shows...
shows...
Yeah, I'm looking at matches, and that says like 2-0 for Set, 1-1 for Nerzl Memfisto, 2-0 for DarkCrow.
Got it. Did it used to be like that? I just wanted to make sure, because when we get to the top 8, everything is put into the calculations. Whether you've won, whether you've lost, did you win well, did you lose badly, who did you play against, all these things. So it's important that we got all that data, and we do. Okay, so we're just waiting for the Nerzl Memfisto score to be set into the website, and then we'll be able to move on. Now, just a reminder, the Minion Masters Mana Puff plushie is available for purchase. We'll put a link in the chat for you, and
I wish I had the one that we have in the office here to show off, but it looks cute. It has massive eyes. Buy it.
Nice. Links in there. We need to sell 200 of them for it to be actually put into production. We're at 161, and there's 19 days left to go, so we have done a great job so far with the community purchasing them. Let me switch this up here so you can see it. This is what the Mana Puff plushie looks like. Links in the chat, go check it out, and if you want to support this endeavor, please do so. If we don't hit the 200, then unfortunately everyone gets refunded and nobody gets a Mana Puff plushie. But if we do hit the 200, then everyone that's purchased it will get it. So please consider supporting this endeavor. 19 days to go. Remember, there was a giveaway. We're not sure who won the giveaway yet. That is being handled by someone outside of our circle.
I think it's someone from Makeship.
Makeship happen, and that's Makeship with a P.
Yes.
So it looks like, I'm looking at the standings right now. We got Set, DarkCrow, Nerzl, and Koi. All 4 have won their first 2 sets. And then, unfortunately, we have Nataraja, who is currently 0-2.
What?
So it's looking very risky. He has to now win, I think, all 3 of his... Oh, no, there's only 2 left. So it's going to be hard for Nataraja to make it to the top 8, but I think it still is possible. But he has yet to win a set.
You can't
I mean,
win the
that just
tournament.
shows that you really need to win the early rounds that you are supposed to win.
Yeah. The other thing, of course, is if he's lost these 2 matches early, then he's going to be paired up against people with a similar record. So you could argue that he's going to get easier matches going forward. So we'll see if he's able to claw his way back. Of course, you can't win the tournament in these early stages, but you can definitely lose it. So he needs to be careful. The reigning champion, of course, multi-time winner. Is he going to be able to claw his way back? We'll find out.
And we also do have the 3rd round going. It's already all set up. It
Yep.
looks like Koi, who is our current unexpected 2-0, like the person you would expect to see at the top, is going against Set next. So we'll see if he'll be able to take down Set, and then that would be pretty impressive.
But I
What?
mean, we will see it after the round because we're gonna watch Nerzl and DarkCrow.
All right.
Okay. That's going to be a great match. Both of these players have been runners-up in the past. DarkCrow runner-up in at least the previous event, maybe the previous 2, if I remember correctly. Nerzl has, of course, also been a runner-up as well. So, look, both very top-level players. So we're going to try to find out what their bans are, and then we'll get some action underway. Thanks, of course, everyone joining us today. GGtoor's Night's Duel number 16, presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. Thanks to everyone supporting this event. Thanks for you guys being part of it, as competitors, as people in the chat, and of course you guys behind the scenes. Commentators, FDM, one of the developers, DeathShoott, previous tournament winner, 3 times a GGtoor champion, alongside me here in the commentary booth, and Sinobii and team behind the scenes. Sinobii and Tiglet working their magic today. Ash says, I'm buying 2 at payday.
When is payday?
When is payday within the next 19 days?
I hope so. I mean, how often do you get paid, Ash? That sounds pretty worrying if it isn't.
I mean,
Once a year.
once a month. So I hope for him it's like at the start or end of the month.
Also,
Giveaway
speaking
was
of
not a
something-
lie.
Speaking of something completely unrelated to the plushie,
Oh, here we go. Yep.
FDM, what do you think about the possibility of Freeze being able to work on buildings?
About what?
If buildings could be frozen.
Oh, I mean, perhaps I don't have a strong opinion.
I think that it would be fine for things like Frozen Bearer or Chief both, but I'm wondering if it would be way too powerful for Snap Freeze. Because Snap Freeze is only 2 mana, but I think that, like, sort of lore-wise, it would make more sense if you could freeze buildings than it would since buildings can be stunned. I think freezing them would make more sense. And I also think that it would be a decent buff for some of the more awkward freezing codes. Good chat. All right.
I mean, yeah, sure, it's a possibility. I don't know. I wasn't prepared for this.
Have you not used the freezing codes much?
No.
Okay, nice. That went well. All right.
I mean, I tried the Rimmergal when it got released, and at that point, it was Rimmel sad.
Yeah. Yeah, that attack radius is definitely awkward, and
I mean, we have been buffing her, him, it. We've been buffing Rimmergal.
yeah.
Okay, so we're going to see Nerzl against DarkCrow. We just need to wait for the players to submit their bans
and
then...
get online.
And get online, yep. Those things are all useful. Ban selections. Right. Got some bans, but not from these players yet.
Very useful. Anything interesting in there? I mean, Jules has banned Ritual again, and Santira has banned Ritual, and Memfisto has banned Ritual. I'm seeing a lot of Ritual bans.
I do like Memfisto's bans a lot because he's banning the large variety, and that's typically what I like to go for. He's banning Keen Puff and Ritual of Servitude and Avia, all things that I think are completely different in all different builds.
Whereas Egido keeps his bans that he had in the first round, Ravager, Netherbat, Dragonpack.
Yeah.
Very
You also see that sometimes with players, I mean, because Dragon, when he joins the tournaments, he'll basically just ban Whirly and Grenadier every single time.
I
And
mean, to be
then
fair, there is a good reason for it. They are easily the two main swarm counters.
yeah,
You're
absolutely.
basically
And then
forced to play Blastman if both of those get banned.
I personally think that you can kind of get away with that with running spells instead. Like your spells can easily be your AoE
Depends
if
a
you're
little
trying
bit on
to.
your deck, I guess.
Yeah. And then also, yeah, I'm gonna stop talking now.
We still don't have the bans.
Nope.
So you can continue talking, please.
Oh, joy. All right, so when are we getting into the Master FDM?
You
Oh.
can stop talking, please. Yeah, I've been also pushing that a little bit to the designing people, because I also want the new master. But at this point, no master is in the making.
I thought Vect was interesting because he was one that like got a few release. Like his characters were being shown in the loading menus like years ago.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah,
then
that's because he got made years ago.
yeah, and then what happened? Why didn't he get released?
The artists were like, we don't want more Outlander because it's confusing to have such different styles. And then, we decided to do Outlanders anyway. So we released direct.
Yeah, all right. And then on the topic of Masters, what do you think of Valorian? I personally think he's in a very stale spot.
Which one? Sorry, I was Valorian?
Valorian.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is that Florian, when we made him, he was intended to be the new starting master, which was why he was the starting master in 2.0. And we'll probably move him to that spot at some point anyway. So we want to keep him at a decent strength, but not too strong, right? And simple.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because Stormbringer is actually a horrible starting master.
Because of why exactly is that? Is that because he just
The reason, at least this is in my opinion, of course, but to play Stormbringer, you need to continuously take what he does into account, and need to understand when you need to defend something and when not, and stuff like that, right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
he doesn't defend well. So when you get shit to your face, it will kill you. Florian is really good at defending himself.
Hold on, I have to handle something in chat. Someone just trying to eat my guinea pigs.
Yeah, we need guinea pig cam, please. Hamster cam.
You-
Oh, yikes. The
There we
bang
go.
hammer comes down. There's a question in our chat channel. What do you guys think about that, about Zip?
I mean, I haven't heard of the bugs, so there are no bugs.
Close his eyes and screams, "There's no bugs." If I can't see
Replay, or it
them,
didn't happen.
they don't exist.
All right. Yeah, I haven't heard of any of them either, but I mean, I only got my experience with it yesterday.
100% of the people here had not heard of it yet.
That's
so
true.
Clearly it doesn't exist. Oh, we got the bans. Interestingly, Nerzl bans Milloween, Ritual, and Brothers of Light. And here I'm a little bit like Milloween and Brothers of Light, but that might be because of Brothers of Light and Meziljie, I guess. And DarkCrow bans King Puff, Rock Rifles, and Stint. And Stint is a surprise to me.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. I mean, I love stints, but I mean, it doesn't matter that much, I don't think. I'd rather see you just ban Grenadier, you know?
Yeah,
You're gonna
same.
ban one of those. I think it's also, we see Nerzl stacking his bans because all of these cards are intertwined, I think. Like, Brothers is something you'd see in Ritual, Brothers is something you'd see in Milloween, and then you ban Ritual and you ban Brothers and you ban Milloween. It's interesting.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. I thought that started, but I still have an old
Holding.
spectate up from someone else. Right, okay. We're just going to get set up here. It's going to be Nerzl against DarkCrow. We just had a little delay with the bans, but it looks like we have them now. Let's make sure we're set up here, and then we can give them the go-ahead. Sorry for that little delay. So Nerzl here, DarkCrow here. Okay, so we are ready to go. This is Nerzl against DarkCrow. This is the third round. How are these guys doing with their records so far. Let's see what we can see. It
Probably
looks like
pretty good.
they've both won 2 games and lost no games. Okay,
That is pretty good.
so that's going to change.
The interesting is Set went 4-0 and Nerzl went 4-1. Wait, why did I say Set? DarkCrow went 4-0 and Nerzl went 4-1. Still works.
That
Okay.
can matter.
Yeah, when we get to the top 8, that can those games dropped can be the difference between getting into the top 8 and not getting into the top 8.
Yeah. I have seen, I did manage to get inside the Nerzl Memfisto match we had last round, and Nerzl was using Keen Puff. He definitely likes Keen Puff, and that's what he beat Memfisto with in the last round. It's definitely something that DarkCrow doesn't want to see. What do you guys think of Rock Rivals? I've personally been having a hard time with it recently.
It's
It
always a
seems-
strong card in a lot of different
Yeah.
decks.
I meant like getting it off. I think it's kind of annoying lately.
really?
Like to, yeah, no, because my experiences on ladder have been frustrating to try and activate it. Haven't used it in tournament recently, but yeah.
I mean, activating it is really easy. Not dying while doing so is the difficulty.
Yeah.
Sorry, but no. As far as I've seen, it's just a strong card. Obviously, it's easier to handle in 2v2 than 1v1. But yeah, it seems like a strong card as long as you don't play it at the wrong moment. You know,
Is
like
it-
it can a mistake with it can easily cost you the game.
Yeah.
Is it because there's with Ritual the way it is now? There's a lot more heavy decks even in solos, and they're just much better at dealing with that,
That is possible.
especially when they've got the statue to support as well.
Are big things easier? Isn't blue column kind of a big unit counter?
I guess so.
Doesn't he win all the trades there basically?
So what are you, DeathShoott, what are you finding is difficult on the other side of things then? When you play your Rock Rivals, what are your opponents using that to really shut it down?
I think that my current experience has been just that actually building the push with it has been frustrating on ladder, but here we go. I could rant, but here we go.
Okay, FDM's with me on this one. We've got Nerzl playing Diona, DarkCrow playing Apep.
I like the hammer on the side of the arena. It's a nice aesthetic.
Yeah, we've got the new arenas,
hammer?
of course.
Wait,
One of
a
these.
hammer? Where's the hammer?
Right below Diona.
Oh, there on the table, you mean? That's okay. I was
You're an
thinking about
idiot.
like a massive hammer that's like the mountain shape or something, but no, it's like a tiniest hammer on the.
Mountain shaper
table.
size hammer just sitting. Yeah.
Right, so what do we have?
Not gonna lie, we should have mountain shaper somewhere.
Looks like a Slither-based deck from Nerzl.
Yeah, those are fairly popular. Oh, that is a Herald fighting a Herald, but one Herald can rest and the other one cannot.
Jolo doing a good job here tanking. Can
Jolo
the
doing a good
cannon
job
roller
dying.
survive? Oh, it's going to
but
get the
he
bridge
still
though.
grabs the bridge because of piloted.
Piloted
Where
scrap.
was the scrat? Don't ask me.
Nobody knows. Scrap magic.
So, who do we feel like has got the advantage here?
I think DarkCrow did a really good job defending that because you could see Nerzl wanted to use Herald, wanted to use the Vortex to pull everything together for Herald to destroy, but it didn't work out. And I think DarkCrow will be happy with how that worked out.
Especially because DarkCrow will have the totem.
Huge value there. See, there he's using the Vortex, but he kind of wants to use that with the Herald to really get massive value. Not getting too much value there. Doesn't hold the bridge, doesn't kill everything.
Yeah,
Two for Nerzl.
I mean, he's still keeping up with XP, but this push, I mean, he wants to put a statue in front of it, I guess. And
Ruffles
he will be able
grabs
to do that.
some
Yeah, then
mana.
we've got the statue.
We can
And
see
as
what
you
he
said,
wants
now
to
he
do.
doesn't have the vortex.
Yeah, the Vortex
Oh, but
is
he
going to
does have a
change
trap,
things.
of course.
You
Or
can
the,
kill that
the trap
cannonball.
actually kills it. That is
That's
very
huge.
big, actually.
Oh!
Oh, both of the heralds dressing.
One's a real Herald, one's the Lash of our Moon. Interesting to see both
And
players
he
with
has
Slither-based
kept
decks.
the bridges for a while now.
Go get it, boy.
Yeah, that was a good
Has
push
got
for
like
Nerzl.
a 10 XP advantage.
Solidified his XP, Did a lot of face damage as well.
Definitely. I haven't really seen DarkCrow's plan yet, to be honest. Like, what is the plan?
We can see Nerzl's plan is to push with the statue, try to get the DPS behind it, vortex everything together if possible. There's the
Like
vortex.
But have you found DarkCrow's plan yet? Like, how's DarkCrow
Not
gonna win?
sure. He's not doing any heavy pushes, just trying to really fend off what he's facing.
Yeah, and he's not winning the bridge control either, so that's gonna be really tough.
Herald reses.
Good rest there.
It might not be
Does he
doing
get
much
that one
face
extra
damage,
hit?
but it's clearing a lot of the little units and just keeping
And
everything
did get
busy.
a little bit again. He did do a little bit face damage again. Oh, that was a mistake from Nerzl. He did not plan that, I think, with that.
Either a misclick or just used
And
it when
he
he didn't
picked
really
red
need
on
to.
it.
Forgot about the bear trap, I think.
Possible. This is
Okay.
a little bit dangerous from DarkCrow to play the cannon roller when he has the statue coming.
Yeah. Here we see the Herald and the Lash trying to shut it down. No res available, no
res this time.
slivers. Okay.
To be fair, it's not that valuable to rest it at that point, because it would die anyways, I guess.
Right, so it looks like
Is that-
DarkCrow's perk 3 is Lady and Frey.
I was about to say, is that from the perk?
Must be, and she can be incredibly strong if she's got something in
Ooh,
front of
that
her.
assassin did a lot of face damage there with the hit on the blood, I think.
Yep. Looks like DarkCrow's getting back into this a little bit, but it's going to be real difficult to handle that Herald.
Especially now that the down trap is ready, but that...
So
it's
here we
not
see
quite
the,
how you
the
want that to
statue
go.
and the Herald are
The
moving
statue is
split.
not gonna do anything.
Okay,
And
Snake
the
Druid
statue
locks that
just being
down.
stopped by Snake Druid makes it the entire thing just...
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of poison. Okay, is DarkCrow fighting back? XP 170 versus 145, so he's quite a way behind. But if he can lock down the
But
bridges...
he has a lot of shit coming towards Nerzl right now. That is tough to fight.
Medium Prey gets a good hit off. That's a lot of slither bounds at the bottom.
Oof.
The ranged one's really...
But top hasn't been
Valuable.
dealt with yet.
Nope. Nerzl's just trying to hang on here to get to Mana Frenzy.
DarkCrow doesn't really have much outside of Daggerfall for face damage, does he? And Infray, I guess.
Yes,
Where does
he's
the
got
assassin
the
come
lash,
from
but
as
that doesn't do much.
Nerzl is not like that assassin. Oh no, thank God. I was
Okay.
like, is he
Ruffle's going for a slightly behind enemy lines.
traps at top?
Mana
doing a lot?
potion.
Oh, that is so much damage. That is so much damage coming out there.
Vortex trying to pull everything together. Nice use of the trap, but DarkCrow needs to shut this down. Is Herald going to
And
res?
Mana
Mana
Frenzy.
Frenzy! Both players on Mana Frenzy. This was not looking close. Suddenly
No,
it
no,
is.
no, only Nerzl on Mana Frenzy. DarkCrow is not even close.
Oh
to
yeah,
Mana
sorry,
Frenzy yet.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how Nerzl is gonna lose this. I mean, he's flooding mana now. That's not the best way of winning, but
Looks like it's going to be Nerzl striking first in this best of 3.
it's hard to see how DarkCrow can keep this defense up. The traps alone will basically
he's-
kill him.
Yeah, he's kind of holding on, but it's the beginning of the
Yeah,
end
but
with
the
the
traps
bridges.
are doing it now.
There we go.
Yeah, there.
Nerzl
Well played
taking
from
it.
Nerzl, just continuous pressure the entire game where DarkCrow never really had much going for him. I never quite figured out what the plan was. The only thing I could see is something with the salads or something. He had salads, right?
Yeah, it was interesting because he did seem to be falling behind DarkCrow, but then he started coming back as the game went on. But at that point, he was kind of just too far behind.
And well, he actually made some unfortunate misplays out that game. Like there was one point when Cannonballer for some reason was sent top and it just died
Yeah.
immediately to Herald. And then shortly after that, when that final push was coming in right before Mana Frenzy, the one that, afterwards the 2 crossbow traps were added, he daggerfalled nothing at the top bridge where I think he meant to play Lash of Amon instead, or something along those lines. And you can't make misplays like that in like these close games and get away with it very often. And I think that his aspect or his opportunity, like it's on the stream right now, like you see cannon roller right there, boom.
Yeah, that,
Annihilated.
and he did that more than once.
But I think that his aspect or his failing of English, I can't remember words right now, his opportunity to win that match is with Avia. Oh my, Infray, Lady Infray,
Got
Lady
it.
Infray hitting the tower. I think that that's how he could have won the match because Nerzl got down to about P there. And when you get into these late game battles, Infray can actually win games, especially with a unit like Statue, where if she's just constantly attacking it and the piercing shots hitting tower, that can do hundreds of damage. And I think that's how he could have maybe won that.
Yeah, he never seemed to get many of those hits off. He never got the opportunity to get his own tank, really. He never really had a good tank to put in front of Infray. And of course, once Infray starts defending, if she's far at the top or at the bottom, then she's not going to be pointing towards the tower at all anyway. But interesting to see those Slither cards, because those Slither decks, there's a lot of awkward cards to deal with. Herald Armoon's very difficult to deal with. So very interesting to see. Often DarkCrow was tanking it with the totem and using his Lash of Armoon to kill it. So some mechanical plays there that were good to see.
And Suicrat was a very good pull to counter
But
Herald.
we have gotten into the next game.
Okay, here we go.
And now we see Stormbringer versus APAP. If I can see the screen through my cat. Oh, we see a Rocket Scrat coming in.
Okay, so we've got Avea from
Whoa,
DarkCrow.
Avea.
Oh, okay, Avea's going to get activated here. Remember, Avea did get nerfed in the last patch,
Yeah, but that
still
might-
decently
that-
strong though.
I would kind of be surprised if she doesn't survive for a second hit. Ooh, that must have gotten close to the second one.
Yeah, that's
That was
probably
only
a
one
situation.
activation.
Yeah, that's a situation there where previous to the nerf she would have got a second activation, whereas now she didn't. So that shows you, even those small nerfs
Our
can.
nerfs do something.
They do, yes. It's proof. Screenshot it.
And now, didn't we just say that we wouldn't see more call to arms?
We were wrong. So call to arms now is it only affects one building, but it heals that building, and it gives you a warrior and 2 crossbow dudes.
That was also the interesting thing of the other deck. The other deck only had one spawner, right? Only had
Yeah.
Swarmer totems. And this one at least has multiple, which is really where you get that critical mass. That is so important about these spawners.
So I think Avea is on 2 activations at the moment. Probably going to get a third one here.
Yeah.
Yep, there
No,
we go.
they all had shield. They all had shield already. I don't think that counts. Does it?
It does. I
No,
think.
yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
That was one of the things that when she first
That's
launched.
one of the things we did.
Yeah, when she first launched, if they were shielded, it wouldn't count. But then they changed that.
Never listen to me about the game. I've seen too many versions. I can't keep track. In my defense, I see more versions than you guys do. Okay.
It's very true.
Oh, that's a cat.
Okay, so Nerzl, the problem for DarkCrow here is he doesn't have any way to put pressure on the spawners, so they're constantly spitting stuff out, constantly putting pressure on the
And-
bridges, and he's constantly
And
behind
he's
on
only
XP.
on 3 spawns. He's only on 3 spawns, and with this pressure, it's gonna be tough to actually really get something. The good thing for him is Nerzl doesn't have the greatest decks against an activated Avea. And now
Yeah.
it's only 4. So if he can keep up, DarkCrow, Avea might do quite a bit.
We'll see. It's going to change, but he's so far behind on XP, taking a lot of face
yeah,
damage as
and-
well.
Surprisingly much actually. What did he get from perk 1? Is that the boomer? or
Rocket
the
Scrap,
wall?
boom. Okay. Uses the wall to tank as well. Rocket Scrap goes again. Gets a good value.
What did he get
boom.
from perk 1?
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure. I'll check.
Nice.
Okay, there's the Avea.
There's the activate. With the shields nicely on. Not that the shields matter too much against this deck, honestly.
No.
And
Beam
Wolf-
shuts
oh,
down the
wait.
crossbow
Yeah.
guild at the top. That's okay. I don't mind that. The Grenadier is the real thing that can shut this Avea down.
And the wall. The wall
Yeah.
does a lot of work.
As long as that Grenadier is
Now we
tanked.
see the call to arms again. Getting that extra little bit push.
Nerzl already 1-0 up, looking like he's going to close this second game out. DarkCrow
Yeah, this is really tough for DarkCrow to
really,
come back. I
has
don't
no real
quite see
AoE.
how.
Apart from the Rocket Scrat, 120 HP, 80 HP, 60 HP, 40 HP, 20 HP, and
And
game.
Yeah, I mean, It wasn't that Imperia was slow, it was just nothing against these hordes.
No Whirly Scrat or Grenadier from DarkCrow, and neither were banned, and I think that was just too awkward.
And also no Daggerfall.
Yeah.
The only thing he really had was a beam, basically.
And there was never a point where Nerzl even placed that crossbow guild next to tower, and you don't really want to do that on Swarmer Totem. You can, but like...
I mean, if Swarmer Totem is the only building, you can do it, but when there is a guild out there as well, you don't really know.
Yeah, and the first time that DarkCrow used the beam was when the crossbow guild wasn't next to tower, and so even if Nerzl would have placed it near tower, he definitely wouldn't after that.
And Nerzl never got low enough that it would have mattered.
Okay, so Nerzl taking that 2-0 against DarkCrow. So if we have a look what else is going on here. So that match has been completed. We've got Set beating Koi. These are all third round matches. We've got Meziljie beating Egido. Jules against Ficus is still in progress. Memfisto beating Satera. Zen beating Dan Espinoza. And Nataraja getting a victory against Cody Chef. So Nataraja trying to fight back after losing those first 2 games in the first 2 rounds. We'll see if he can make his way into the best of 8. We've only got 4 Swiss rounds, so it's going to make it even more difficult for him, to be honest.
Yeah, and the fact that unfortunately Nataraja's win was a disqualification, was by disqualification, which probably means that Chef wasn't participating in round 3.
Oh yeah,
and I'm pretty sure disqualifications count for less if you're trying to make it into the top 8.
Because you don't get actual wins.
Yeah, and I think that might make it even harder for him to make it top 8, so that is unfortunate.
Very good point.
Painful, yeah.
Okay, does someone want to dive into Jules against Ficus, see what's going on there, see if we've got any action that we can join?
All right.
That looks like the only match that's currently outstanding.
They're currently in battle, and it's just started. Let's get in there. It's only 50 seconds in, whatever match this is.
Okay. So, Jules against Ficus. Tell us what's going on, DeathShoott.
All right, so we got Jules running Meziljie with Arcane Barrage and Zealots of the whatever, and then Ficus is on Meziljie. Looks like Slither perhaps, because there's a Musketeer out there. And Jules also seems to be favoring Crystal Archers a lot. Like in every deck we've seen him play, he's got Lone Archer and Crystal Archers. But we've also seen these Slithers running Daggerfall, and it's just an easy counter. And then Jolo is also quite popular, but Jules just played him into Slitherbound, and so that poison is just going to annihilate the dodge. I do like how Rocket Scrap takes the bridge. It's very nice how when it's in the air, it's no longer targetable, so there's kind of no way to stop it if it kills what it's targeting. And then we do see Jules having Arcane Barrage versus Herald, and that is going to be very powerful.
Yeah, we're seeing that Ficus is playing a similar deck that Nerzl was playing, but then with Meziljie, playing the statue with a Harbinger behind it, and then a lot of slaves to support it.
Yeah.
Which is really tough to deal with, and yeah, Zealots are not the greatest to defend against it. Arcane Missiles not enough to actually kill the Harbingers.
This is looking like a scary push.
Yeah, this might just be enough to... Ooh, the Harbinger got killed by something. What killed the Harbinger? Was it the crossbow?
It might have been Meziljie's attack, just taking it
Oh
out.
yeah, that's a good point.
Left.
Because I was like, this might just kill them, and then the Harbinger just disappeared, and I was like, what?
Nice catch there.
Jules surviving for now, behind on XP, and has taken a lot of face damage though.
And this push isn't gonna do a lot, because Ficus will just let it get the face.
Kinda,
okay, I said nothing,
okay,
never mind.
That's the power of the Arcane Barrage.
He's spending 4 mana to kill 8 mana, and that's like the core of his push.
Yeah, that's gonna make it real rough for Ficus to get it. He needs to place his Herald at a place where you can't just Arcane Barrage it, but that will be easier and easier for Jules to do.
Okay, looks like Jules has stabilized. We know that Ficus is going to have that big perk 3 dragon push that could be the end all. We'll find out.
Yeah, and putting a Herald behind the dragon with some slaves on the field will make it extremely rough to deal with, but that is a lot of mana.
Right.
I am
3. Spirits coming out. How do we feel about these spirits?
Poison.
Not anywhere where he wanted.
Poison, of course, being great against YOLO. That YOLO is not going to do a lot.
I think Ficus should try and save Spirit Infusion from the book to time it with perk 3 and Living Statue.
Yeah.
That could be really, really tanky.
That is a lot of HP. Well, there goes the dragon.
The way the spirits work is they can be incredible or just.
And he played it a little bit too high, so he didn't actually kill things. Although that might be intentional to slow the dragon down so that he can support it better. Also, putting Spirit on a Herald can be really good.
So this is going to be the only dragon, the only Near the Fallen that Ficus gets. So can it do enough to change the game? We joined it.
Running a
Jules.
lot of mana.
Oh, they went all to face!
That looked
The
like a misplay.
Arcane Barrage face. That cannot have been the intention.
So the Arcane Barrage has a huge radius and it will hit random things in that, including face. So you've got to target it correctly. This is a scary looking
push.
push.
Went to face, so he must have missed that.
I mean,
Or have been extremely unlucky.
extremely unlucky. See here,
But
this is going to be
statue
the
on
end.
Face. Yeah, statue on face.
And that was a case of he dealt with the dragon, but of course there was then the push after the dragon that needed dealing with again.
The problem was just the misplay on the Arcane Barrage. Like, take the Herald out of that attack and you suddenly can deal with it a lot easier.
I agree, yeah. Because the Living Statue, Jules really had a ton of DPS stacked up from handling the dragon. It's just that suddenly there's a Herald in there, and you waste 4 mana basically with missing Arcane Barrage. It's just too much.
Right, so
I
we're
also
just trying
think-
to,
Go for it.
we're just trying to find out exactly what's going on. There's something being reviewed in their first match. I think. Have a look.
A possible bug. That's impossible. There are no bugs in Minion
No
Masters.
bugs. There's no bugs. I can't see any
It's a feature.
bugs.
No, it's a feature.
Okay. We'll find out exactly what's going on there. Let's have a look at the other scores. Remember, the brackets are always available if you want to check them out. I think you're being bullied, FDM, because you called a Herald a Harbinger.
Ah, well, I mean, sounds like a you problem.
Yikes.
No,
Okay.
Saga, you're not allowed to drink my cola.
So round 3 matches. Set beating Koi, Nerzl beating DarkCrow. Oh yeah, I think we've already been through these, haven't we? So it's just Ficus against Jules, which is outstanding. We'll find out exactly what the situation is.
So apparently Jules played a scat tunnel, but nothing hit the battlefield. I'm not sure what that sentence means. Like no scats got spawned?
Sure. Okay, so Ficus won that second game. Okay, so let's find out. Yeah, thank you, DeathShoott. We just need to figure out exactly what's going on because, of course, can't start the next round until all of these are over. Remember, stay hydrated wherever you are. 32 degrees here in my room in London. Not sure what it is outside, but it's hot. DeathShoot's going to give us an AC update, I'm sure.
Oh, don't worry, it's nice and cool in here. Thank you for asking.
33.
It is 32 outside at your place as well, Fishy.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, it is not that warm here. It's just warm. What is it at the moment in Copenhagen? In Copenhagen, it is 27.
Okay. We'll take a little bit of downtime just to figure out what's going on here. Potential bug.
I'm assuming that Jules also lost game 1. And so, I mean, if he won with the bug, like, why would you complain,
Yeah,
you know?
that seems unlikely.
So I'm guessing that if this restarts, and it's going to be basically one win in Ficus's corner, and then we'll just basically go off of that.
Yeah, and the other option is that it's already over. It depends on the judgment on the bug. That doesn't exist.
So, whilst we're waiting, potentially one of the things we could do is just go through the buffs and the nerfs, the changes from the latest patch. Maybe just discuss those briefly.
Woohoo! Yay! Woohoo! Oh.
So, of course, in the latest patch 1.38, we had a couple of new cards. As mentioned earlier, we won't be seeing those today. Season cards are not playable in these events. So next tournament, we should be seeing Feng and potentially Rampant Growth. Feng, just very quickly, Feng, I've seen Feng a lot. Feng, of course, the new monkey who gets a buff based on the faction of cards in your hand. So, for example, if you have an accursed card, it spawns with Spirit, and so on. Seems particularly strong. So we'll see. I definitely see people.
Very good. But I think it's very important that new cards are strong, because you want to, like, first of all, you want people to buy your battle passes, and then also I think that it's very important to like add variety to the tank pool, and I think that Fane has done a great job of doing that, where he's another one of those tanky medium cost melee units that's going to fit in with everything else and just add more variety.
The only thing is we saw a little bit of a problem in 2v2, where Feng, when he gets Spirit, Giant Growth, and Thick Height, became a little bit too good when you compare it with the Ravager, combine it with the Ravager and a Volker, because you get a Raged, Frenzied, Spirited, Giant Growth, Thick Heighted Fang.
Yeah.
But then also, and the Thick Height comes from Glen. So what they do is they just let it go forward, right? And that it is already half dead doesn't really matter, because it's gonna get glanced anyways, and then just deals a lot of damage while being super tanky. So we're changing that so that the Thick Height will be slow on attack, unless the PTR yells too hard at us.
I didn't even know what that was when I first saw it. I was wondering why it had a shield icon over its head. Found it very confusing.
That was Thick Height.
Yes.
Yeah.
On the PTR, it has two owls on its shoulders. It's super cute.
Okay, something's happening. I'm going into a game. What's happening?
It looks like we got Ficus versus
Why cannot
Duel.
not? For some reason, I cannot download things on Discord. What is this?
Okay, whilst you're looking at
This
that,
is weird.
DeathShoot's joining me
What
here.
the heck is Jules playing right now? I'm seeing a Gax. I'm seeing Gork Brute. I'm seeing Beam. I'm seeing Nat.
I don't know.
Oh!
I'm
A lot of damage on those blood
Wait,
imps.
hold on. You see this, right? He's got these 3-cost spells. I don't think he understands how Gork Brutes works anymore.
Potentially.
I don't understand why. This is weird. Okay, but we see a classic Millowing combo right here. Let's see if we can handle this. I think he should push top, but it might be too hard.
That is always a super tough combo to deal with. Two Colossi.
Yeah, and the fact that split apart as well means that when he defends his first one, the second one's just gonna. What?
Right, let's
Why
slight,
would
a
you
tiny bit
do
distracted
that?
right now. So, DeathShoot, take it
And
away.
that misses the Golem, but luckily people went out to get one of those Colossi, but he has to attack that. He needs to put Nats on that. Yeah, right now, there you go. He needs to take out that second Colossus ASAP. And then Cleaver should help out here. So I think that technically Jules could win this, but he needs to save his mana to counter push. That's pretty decent. So I think what he needs to do here is he needs to save up as much mana as possible, and as soon as Colossus goes out and gets Spawner Fury, he needs to charge that second lane immediately. And he can also still play Gax, but he has to make sure he's above the 200 HP. It'd have to be well timed.
Okay, 295 damage. HP left for Jules. Ficus 550 left.
They're both at exactly the same HP, and Jules has a Gax.
Gax is
that's
out.
not working. That's not happening.
Oh, I got shut down!
This game.
Oh.
What was that? That was a weird one. Wow.
That was a game.
Yeah. Quick and brutal.
We don't know what's going on. That was a crazy game. We were trying to figure out what happened in the first game. That was being investigated. Then they just went straight into this game that was suddenly over after a minute. That was crazy.
I'm assuming that settles the dispute because that would mean Ficus won 3 games, right? So even if the first one doesn't count, that would be 2-0, right?
Yes.
So, but yeah, I don't understand the deck that Jules was playing. It was wild because the first things I see in his hand are a Gax, Gork Brutes, and 3-cost spells. And for those of you who don't know, Gork Brutes used to be an 8-mana card that was activated by 3-cost spells, meaning that you would get both a Cleaver and a Rammer. And it just seemed to me like the deck was built around 8-mana Gork Brutes rather than the current 6-mana version, and that Jules didn't know that. Like, I'm sure he must have known their current version, unless that's like an old deck, but at the same time, it couldn't be an old deck because Nats is a relatively new card. That was just wild. But I think he could have won. It was just like, I don't know. What an awkward mess that was. Certainly brutal.
That was, yeah. That was.
Looking back at the match, it looks like he did some major damage up with Gax against Blood Imps, but he mistimed it because 2 of the Blood Imps died to Apep's attack as soon as because he placed his Gax too far back. And so if he had actually hit those with the Gax, that would have won him the match. Because that would have been 2 extra Blood Imps worth of damage at tower, and he had Daggerfall in hand. So
okay.
Yeah.
So it looks like Ficus is going to take that series of absolute nonsense. But it was a good one to see. Very different. Wait, hold on. Stand by. Sinobii says stand by. We're standing by. Hold tight.
Okay.
Sorry for this delay, but we are just getting to the bottom of this. So yeah, we were talking about Feng, of course, with the changes with the new card. We'll see him in the next event. Not this one currently. Where is my Feng tab? Okay, so there it is. One moment.
I'm just watching back the match on stream right now, and it looks like Jules had a good time. He's just laughing in the chat, wondering what he thought of my commentary, because I was freaking out. I had no clue what was going on. But it was a good match. I mean, it was super close. 2 very aggressive, brutal decks butting heads.
Okay. Still waiting on the outcome. There was some bug in the first game where the Scrat tunnels didn't spawn.
It did spawn, it just died instantly.
Okay.
And we're not entirely sure why. It looks... There is the possibility it's a dead herald that kills it, but it seems unlikely because it should have hit face as well. It's a weird situation.
Okay.
Perhaps show it for fun. Yeah, it just spawns and instantly dies.
It's a strange one.
Yeah. I'm surprised we haven't seen Dragon Nest at all. Is it really that? Because, I mean, didn't it win last tournament, if I'm not mistaken?
Well, it was bugged for a while this season. And then it got hotfixed, so I can imagine that people are not playing it too actively right now because it was bugged.
Okay, let's see if we can bring this replay up and we'll see what the heck went on. Oh yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. 49. See if we can show this 1 second. Okay, we're going to have a look at this. Okay, so see if we can get the correct replay. Middle replay. Was it Setsu against Meziljie?
Slide it to right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we didn't see that one.
Setsu
So it
versus
must have
Meziljie.
Okay.
Are you gonna stream it on Discord so we get to see it, or
No.
you know? Cool.
How?
I
I mean, I get to see it.
I've
been seeing it a whole bunch of times now, and I still have no idea.
Oh wait, the replay file actually is there. Well,
I stream it on Discord if you want to see it.
oh,
Right,
what a
okay.
sweetheart.
Okay, we're going to look at this bug that they experienced. It's going to be the scrat tunnel, and it was after about 1
This
minute.
feature they experience.
Feature, yeah. A negative feature. Not all features are good.
You could fast forward to like 150 because it happens at 210.
Oh, 210, right. Pay attention, guys. Someone in the crowd is going to tell us what's going on.
I love the compression in this video.
Oh yeah, it could be terrible on Discord.
Okay, go. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Alright, scrat tunnels.
Scrat
So if you pause
tunnels.
it right now,
Yep.
what's gonna happen is this herald is going to die,
Okay.
and then a little bit above it and to the left, the scrat tunnels will be played.
Okay.
But after it has died, I think, and if you look at the face, the HP of the base right now, how much is it?
735.
A very
that
blurry
will not-
number.
That is not going to change anymore. Now you can
Okay.
play.
Maybe slow it down.
Yeah, so...
So see, that spawned and instantly died.
Hmm.
The scrat
Yeah.
tunnels.
I mean, we all. Herald's attack has been buggy for a long time now.
Yeah, yeah,
We actually
but
saw
what-
that
but-
already.
But the thing is, then it should have hit face, right?
That is true. But no, actually. Alright, I have more information. Hold on. I'm gonna pull up the stream. This is very important, of course. And I'm gonna find the match where we actually had this exact thing happen already. I was watching in the silence while you guys were commentating. You know, observing person and all that. And we had a grenadier in the exact same scenario where it was right in front of the tower. I think it was DarkCrow's games. They were the ones doing the slither.
Oh, look, it's
The
trying to
grenadier's right in
spawn.
front of the
Oh,
tower.
you see it for a second and then it's gone. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. I'm gonna find it.
It's horrible. How dare you say such a thing?
Just need to move us into a different Discord channel, one sec.
I'm just trying
Okay.
to find what the hell the.
Be good. DeathShott's muted.
Wait, what?
Should be good now.
What
Okay,
price
so...
he muted?
Oh, it's just because this is a private channel. Right. So, to clarify, we don't know. But as mentioned, there was a bug with the Dragon's Nest where it would spawn invisible or not there or whatever. I wonder if this is similar to that in any way. Let us know in the chat what you think. Okay, so that was a thing. But what else is also a thing is the 4th round.
It sure is.
Oh, I'm
So
doing
can't
regardless
find
of
the
that
moment,
first
sorry,
game,
fish.
Ficus did win 2 games. So Ficus
Right.
does go through. Always frustrating to see these see these bugs in a tournament.
Well, I
and-
added a tiny bit of code for safety that might prevent this if it was the herald attack.
Hmm.
I'll look at the replay to see if it was that thing later, but
Yeah. I mean, that's quite a card that's played quite a lot, so if there was some inherent bug with it, you think other people would have noticed it, so it may be just like a real weird edge case that may have caused that. But anyway, we've
nice
got
feature.
we've got a round 4, sorry, to go. So let's find out where we're going here. Who are we watching now? Please. Okay, so 4th round. This is the final Swiss round. Nerzl against Set, DarkCrow against Meziljie, Ficus against Memfisto, Zen against Jules, Koi against Egido, Santera, Nataraja, and Cody Chef with a bye. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be DarkCrow against Meziljie. Definitely nailing that.
Yeah, I cannot pronounce that name.
Standings wise, let's have a look. So Jules currently outside of the top 8. So Jules will need a good performance in this round. Let's have a look. So yeah, there's a lot of players on 3 points. So a win for those could definitely get them in to the top 8. Nataraja, of course, surprisingly down in 12th place overall. 1 win, 2 losses. If he gets 2 wins, I think he's gonna struggle to get through. But he could squeak through.
Especially because equal wins will not be enough because of the bye.
Yep.
Yeah, the just making things even harder. It's going to be a hard road.
DarkCrow's probably qualified. Meziljie currently in the top 8, but not guaranteed.
Wait, isn't Meziljie above DarkCrow?
I see
DarkCrow's thing hasn't been updated yet.
I see DarkCrow is 3rd.
Yeah, sorry, I see my thing hasn't updated for DarkCrow. It still said DarkCrow was 2-0.
Okay.
I'll update, and then I'll comment.
So apologies if we're getting your name wrong, but Meziljie.
Wait, how did Cody get points? The number 8?
Because...
Oh, because of a bye.
Yeah.
I was
okay.
like 0-3 and still points.
Right,
yeah,
so...
Nataraja being number 12 out of 14 is super surprising.
Right, I wonder what his issues have been.
We're getting the bans coming in.
I mean, the first round it was weird choice of 3rd deck, I guess.
Yeah.
Don't know what happened in the second round.
Alright, I got it. Guys, fret not.
Got what?
Hold on, I got it.
What?
I'm fretting.
Alright, you ready for this?
How are you gonna share it?
I'm just gonna show you the stream.
It's either gonna be very interesting or nonsense.
Alright. It is the same. It is a similar scenario. It's not the exact same because the tower did get damaged. But here you go. Is that gonna skip to it? If not, it's 1:25 and 5 seconds. Alright, there you go. That's the video. That's the video for Fish's stream. Go to 1:25 and 5 seconds. Alright. And then watch the Herald and the Stint, and you will see another case of the bug with the attack. Now in this one, the tower does
really
get hit.
But
it's another thing where
I'm
it's like...
surprised that the slave didn't get hit.
Yeah. I think that for some reason, the entire attack radius doesn't go through when it does that buggy hit. That's what it seems to be. I don't know if that makes sense code-wise, but that's just for some reason what it seems to be.
So it's definitely something to do with the Herald then.
Quite likely. Either way, I probably made a fix for that just now.
Good job.
Live bug fixing. That's how we do this.
Right. So we're just waiting on the bans. We've got one ban in. Don't really want to talk about it until we got the other ban in. Just to make sure everything's as fair as possible. Now.
Because you never know, they might take like 3 minutes to share their ban, then suddenly you hear it on stream.
Exactly.
Suddenly they complain. There you go.
Exactly. We're running a professional outfit here.
Here we go. It is loading. Wait, never mind. I'm spectating Jules. Don't worry about it.
Big brain.
I thought I was spectating
Professional caster. Fuck yeah. Okay. Saga, you need to entertain the masses.
Right, looks like DarkCrow's not online.
This is Saga.
Oh, hold on. Do we
Saga's
have his opponent as a friend?
I do.
You guys have
Saga,
them? Okay.
go up there.
That's good. That means I probably do as well.
Oh,
Invites.
I don't think... I've sort of stopped taking people as friends because that list is just unwieldy.
Yeah, it must be terrible being so popular. Such a curse.
Fish gets
yeah,
his
you
friends
wouldn't know.
Call, and then he has to choose who to call from the herd.
Yeah.
No. Fishy does this tournament just so that he has friends.
Jesus. Savage. Right, looks like DarkCrow's not online. Okay, we've got the bans. DarkCrow banning Apep, Ritual, Stun Lancers, and Meziljie banning Apep, Avea, and Arcane Barrage. So, fairly sensible bans from both parties, both banning Apep.
If Arcane Barrage is banned, do we expect some heavy damage not to tanky unit? Like a Harbinger or a Herald?
Potentially.
Or a
yes.
living statue. I see what you're saying.
Or anything that might not want to take damage.
Wait, living statue? What?
Nothing, don't worry about it. I was just saying something.
Or face.
Maybe.
Yes, they're not going to play a master.
Yeah, maybe now that Arcane Barrage is banned, we'll actually see Meziljie use a master.
Well, not
Whereas
Apep.
before. That's true.
So Apep, Avea, and Arcane Barrage, all things that you would likely play
And
for
all
a
things that start
cycle
with
deck.
the letter A. So that's very important to notice.
Yep,
Clearly using alphabetical banding order here.
yeah.
Because that's how we do things.
Very unique
Okay.
tactic.
So is DarkCrow online? Correct. Confirmed, DarkCrow. Okay. Right, so both of these players could get into the top 8. DarkCrow, if he wins, definitely will. I mean, I think both players will definitely get into top. Either player, whoever wins, will get into the top 8. DarkCrow, if they
English.
lose, yes, has a good chance. Let's see. Let's see.
But not right now.
Not yet. Almost ready. Okay, so this is the last round, the final round of the Swiss format, and then once that's done, we'll have our top 8 shootout. We'll go to best of 5. We'll go to conquest rules, where when a master is played and won with, it can no longer be played again.
That's when things get exciting, and that's when if you're someone who's only running one deck, you
Well-
better watch out.
Excuse me, that's when things get more exciting.
Well, sure.
How dare you insinuate that this is not the most
Jay.
exciting and riveting content you've
I
ever
mean,
seen?
it's not the most exciting. We literally just said that. It gets more exciting, so this can't be the most exciting. I mean,
This is not even the final form.
The final form is not always the best form. I'm just gonna say Frieza in the final form was not nearly as good as that clear alien ripoff.
God.
alright.
I have seen Dragon Ball Z abridged, and when that tiny Frieza came out of Frieza, that was funny.
I'm just going to giggle
That's-
and pretend I know what's happening. Right, who's
Haha.
casting? Who's on this
That
one
is
with me?
loading.
Who's casting
That
this one?
is-
People, DeathShoott, I think.
Okay,
That's the person who isn't the other one.
Okay.
Alright.
here we go. This is the
First
first
round,
game in
exciting.
this best of 3. It's the final Swiss round.
And it looks like this is Ritual of Servitude, because all I'm seeing are 6 cost cards in DarkCrow's hand. So that's nice. Now, Ritual of Servitude versus Stormbringer, we already saw that. Not what got so well for Nataraja. We'll see what Meziljie is running, but again, I would say that this is going to be harried for Stormbringer, because Stormbringer is typically Cannon Roller. That is good, but this Aeonus will crush it.
Well, he doesn't like that cannon roller.
It is very effective versus Giants. But it doesn't look like DarkCrow's running a lot of Giants, so to speak. Like, the biggest unit we've actually seen so far in his hand is a Cable Tosser. Nothing like a Golem or a Colossus or Brothers.
So, interesting little start here. Wrecked we haven't seen yet today. Wrecked, a very powerful high skill master.
Gonna have that super speed attack and very nice bridge control.
I'll just interject. Erect is actually the master with the highest win rate with Ritual.
Interesting.
Oh, interesting. That's probably because I think a lot of the top players use him.
Yeah,
and a lot
DarkCrow-
of the other players will use him on like Apep or something.
DarkCrow definitely plays Wrecked a lot. Very good Wrecked player. And
It's a good Dragon Ball right
very
there.
good player overall.
Okay, or not. Never mind. I'm a liar. I would personally hold off here. Nah. I just don't like the Stixie play. I think it's pretty ineffective, but to each their own.
What do we see here? Well, doesn't quite get the bridge. Little misplay there. Doesn't cost too much, but every little helps. Especially when you don't have too much bridge control in these decks. Right, Cannon Roller.
One. Oh, here comes Dragon Ball though. No, you really are...
Well, maybe he's waiting for more.
I don't know. I think he should have just casted it.
That was clearly Dragon Ball target.
Yeah.
Right, there's the ritual. Azali on the field. Wants to try and keep the Stixie alive. Doesn't manage to.
And here comes Cannon Roller. Like
Snake Druid's a problem at the top. Cannon Roller's a problem at the bottom.
Dragon Ball is only just now affordable.
It's the Dragon Ball. It is activated, so he does get the Flying Whelp. Jolo doing a great job against the Azali. Shuts the Azali down. Just Jolo things.
And then bottom, the Snake Druid boots the back, so the cross-footed survives. Because with Marksmanship, he outranges.
Right, here we go. Next Zealot-based push. Shadow Clones behind.
Again, Cannon Roller, like, it's going to be played basically every time it's in hand. It's good against basically everything in here.
He's got the Cannon Roller and the Musketeer, both that are trading incredibly well against the Zealots. There is, of course, the backline after that if he can shut it down. Takes a bit of damage, though. Musketeer just surviving.
Stormbringer getting a poke at face during times like this. Because there's just nothing on board, so hey, free tower damage. So Defenso isn't in Cycle right now, is it? That's going to make this much harder to defend.
It's not available. He does have a Rabid Prowler, but he's chosen to not show that at all yet, I don't think. There's the Ritual.
Top, but
so that's a red Golem from the Ritual, but there's not really a red Golem, right? So it's not the best value Ritual.
Poison is going to do massive work. That's the thing about Slitherbound. They give the one attack off, and it's just a lot of damage over time.
Dragon Ball, nice. Of course, the Flying Dragon doesn't take doesn't take the bridge.
One Punch Blast should be good versus either Musketeer or Cannon Roller.
Oh my goodness! How did he get that? That looked like it was way.
The attack.
It looked like it was way too late.
It's kind of like Lash. Like once the attack starts, it doesn't need Wreck doesn't need to be there anymore.
Is Perk 3 Stormbringer going to be more meaningful than Perk 3?
I think so. Like, look at these Razor Squadrons. So much easier to defend when Stormbringer's attacking so quickly. And because...
So I can say Perk 3 Stormbringer, of course, attacking double fast.
And because DarkCrow's running like a light Ritual Servitude deck, these aren't super tanky units, and that means that the poking from Wreck is more meaningful. Like, against that Stixie, for example.
Stixie's going to survive.
That's a good pull.
Oh, doesn't hit the Stixie. That's frustrating because that Stixie's going to start farming on these little guys. XP still level. This is a very close game. Well, I say level. DarkCrow's got a little lead.
Now, Caber is a melee attack, so it did get riposted, but...
Oh, is it?
Because of the HP nerf. Yeah, I think it's a bug, to be honest. Maybe FDM can comment on that afterwards. I think that it should work like Spear Throwers, because I think it's the same thing.
He's going to go face here with the One Punch Blast, is he?
Blast.
He's got to, he's got to, he's got to.
Does he not know?
He's got to. Oh, he waited and it got blocked! Stixie's on face, Stixie goes down, 86 HP.
I don't think a Stormwind is going to be able to do 1,500 damage in this time.
No.
But you never know.
That was strange how he waited so long and then it got blocked. It hits whatever it comes to in contact first.
You typically want to do that as soon as possible because, you know, you don't want anything to be in the way.
No, or you jump and then do it, but whatever he did, not that.
Yeah, not that. So this match was close, but I think it could have been closer. I don't think Nerzl is quite capable of winning this matchup. It's not over yet, but the cycle is just slowly getting closer to that Dragon Ball.
And Meziljie knows that they're on a timer. As soon as that spell's available, they're going to be dead. Can they hold on? Mana Frenzy for DarkCrow. That's going to probably be just the power that he needs to get to the next face damage spell. Here it is. Dragon Ball coming in. Frustrating way to lose. But really, the game should have been over by then anyway. That One Punch Blast getting delayed and then blocked was kind of a strange choice. Okay, so DarkCrow takes the first game there.
So what do you think about that, FDM? I think it's very weird that Caber Toss is a melee attack and not range like spear throwers. Is that something that's just not relevant right now in terms of balance?
I mean, I see where you're coming from, and I'm honestly not sure what happens with spear throwers hitting what's it called?
A musketeer?
Incubus.
Incubus? Oh, you know, the Incubus gets angered by it.
Because I think you're right that it's a bug, but it's a bug that's just very low priority.
Yeah. I think it does matter in some scenarios, though, because that means that whenever he hits musketeer or defenso, there's punishment.
Oh, there are definitely some scenarios. It's just there are some arguments for both, because you could argue he just hits you with a really long stick.
Yeah.
Melee. But yeah, I think it's supposed to be a ranged attack, but just, you know.
And of course, in Stormbringer, would it get buffed in Stormbringer that first?
It would.
Right,
It would
so
get
that would be
magic
interesting to see. But the,
Yeah, that's the
more
weird thing,
muscles.
because this is one where it definitely should not get extra range.
No, he just gets more muscles. Stormbringer just.
what if
gets
he doesn't get
some
extra
steroids.
He
range,
can
but
throw it
gets
further.
he gets a bigger log?
But
Log enhancement surgery? Fish? What are you talking about?
Sometimes it's necessary. Apparently,
Some people say I would know nothing
my
about
friend said.
I've heard from cousin's neighbor.
I imagine
Neighbor's
some people
dog.
might need it.
I think it was on the news or something.
Okay. But did we have a conversation earlier, maybe before the stream, that it wasn't the size of the log, but what you do with it? Don't know if that made it into the... Yeah,
What
anyway.
was that about anyways?
I don't want to know. Right, so DarkCrow 1-0 up, looking to solidify his place in the top 8.
Merlin says if he loses because of that, he deserves it when the one punch blast didn't go on tower.
That
Yeah,
is
that
true.
was-
That's
it
true.
was
I don't know why he
strange.
waited. There was no reason to wait.
It's like he was waiting to find something worth clearing, but it didn't matter, just
because
win
he
the
moved it
game.
around.
I
He was,
think
like,
face is
aiming it
pretty
as
worth
well.
clearing.
Yeah.
He was like aiming it around as if he was trying to target a
Yeah.
minion, but for some reason he just didn't throw it on face until it was too late.
He must have completely missed he had lethal with it.
Yeah. But I definitely think that match could have been won by the Stormbringer, because this was a very, very different Stormbringer from the one that Nataraja played, and a very, very different ritual than the one that Egido played.
Yeah, and as you said, that perk 3 of Stormbringer does a lot against this ritual deck.
Yeah, because it's not about giants really. I mean, he's got like Stixie and Razor Squadron and Legionnaires.
Okay, but
And
loading
missing
into
that
game number 2.
Daggerfall on the Stixie was pretty big.
Mm-hmm. Ravager, okay. Maybe Meziljie will be the aggressor this time.
Play cards.
Okay, DarkCrow has switched decks, and it looks like it's Slither. We got a Rabid Prowler, so that it will be good defense against stuff like Brutus and maybe some Cleavers, we'll see. Didn't split. That was a misplay.
It's a
but-
little frustrating. The Blood Imps, or the Blood Pact, sorry, on the Brutish Betrayer, of course, going to be more punishing since the last patch.
Is that worth using Lash on? I personally don't think so. Is it worth Dagger falling? Probably.
Right.
I would hold the Lash. If it hits the Elite Swarmers, this is worth it. Because you want to hit
Coming
the
in.
Elite Swarmers.
Oh, he didn't hit it. That's frustrating. That would have been a lot of damage to the Master. But the
Yeah.
Assassin's going to do good work on that. Remember that 85% of that is being passed on. Right.
Now, look at this. All the Slitherbound landed on Daggerfall. And that's why I don't like Daggerfall in these builds. Because Rabid Prowler can't be activated right now. Because everything's on the Daggerfall.
This is a scary looking push. There's an Assassin in there. Jolo's going to be really helpful.
Daggerfall should have been played there. Look at all this tower damage from the whelps. It would have one-shot them with them being half HP. And now, this is pretty dangerous.
Right. So perk 1 push from Ravager, doing a lot of face damage and getting an XP lead. So I think Nez, as we'll call them, is going to be happy. But that Rabid Prowler on face needs dealing, getting huge face damage coming out. Oh, they were
Nice,
not
did
real.
reach they did reach the Snake Druid. That was important. So the Snake Druid is no longer attacking tower because that would have been a severe pain to handle. Is this going to die to Slitherbound? Because that poison's going to stack.
Yep, it's going to take a while to kill them. That Cleaver, of course, is from the gate, so that is being damaging to the face.
That is a lot of blood packed on the field. I think this is game over for Mez.
Okay, that's going to be a massive hit. And they're at 32 HP. Ravager, of course, can't reach those ranged units. It was
Get wrecked.
nice. Got him. A ballsy
That's why I'm
strat.
here.
But DarkCrow.
I mean, that was basically that one deck that I was talking about earlier with Dragon Pack and Ravager.
Yeah. I don't know. I just like the counter push that DarkCrow had built up. Like Rabbit Prowler was coming back to tower with full HP, and the only thing that Mez apparently had to do was Dragon Ball, and that just wasn't enough. And then playing 2 blood pack minions was just the end of it.
I mean, he doesn't really have a choice at that point, honestly. Not with that deck.
Yeah. I just love how the Slitherbound came in and the Cleaver couldn't do anything about it. It's just because the attack's so slow.
Okay.
Hey, he killed like 2 units.
Yeah.
So let's see if we've got any other games outstanding in this fourth and final round. Okay, so Ficus against Memfisto, Zen against Jules, Koi against Egido. If you want to jump in one of those matches, see if anything's going on, be interesting to see.
I was not listening to any words you were saying, so...
GG. Just to see if we've got any more matches that we can jump into whilst this one.
Spectating Memfisto.
Memfisto against
Memfisto
Ficus.
just started. 3 seconds in.
Okay, let's see if we can get that up. Tell us what we're seeing. Tell us what we're not
It looks
seeing.
like it's Apep versus... Well, you're not seeing Ravager. It's Apep versus Meziljie. And it looks like we got a Battle Monkey from Memfisto. Very interesting. That's another way to get around AoE when, like, Whirly Scrat and Grenadier are banned. But he also has Whirly Scrat in his build, so... In fact, I'm going to try and find the bans right now. Let me see if I can pull those up. Yeah, Ficus banned Diona, Ritual of Servitude, and Zeppelin Bomber against Memfisto. Memfisto banned Milloween, Ritual of Servitude, and Avia. Again, Ritual of Servitude, just out of here, I guess.
So we're not
I
sure
do feel
what
like
the
those
score is here.
Zeppelins were targeted.
Yeah, I know that he definitely likes that card. And it is maybe... Never mind, I'm not going to spoil anything. I was about to say something, but instead I'm not going to say something.
Are the users seeing the game yet?
Yes.
Users, the viewers. Okay, good.
And then we also see Brothers of the Void, which is a card that Memfisto loves using. I see it in his builds a lot. Because that raids
It's
Assassin...
an amazing card.
Yeah, that raids Assassin hits harder than a Cleaver with its Invisibility Strike.
Oh, that beam just slaughtering the Herald.
It's an up on mana, it's gonna keep in the bridges, and he's gonna get hundreds of face damage. This
And
is terrible.
Look at that Simulacrum. That's gonna be a tough Herald to deal with.
I hate when I'm running a giant, and then suddenly the opponent has Simulacrum, and they just copy my unit with haste. It just makes me so annoyed. So all they do is
I was playing 2v2 with C-Fox a couple days ago, and we played against 2 people that both play Simulacrum. And I play my Brothers of Light, and they just play Brothers of Light. And then after we dealt with that, they played Brothers of Light.
Yes.
And that was just sad.
I do like that there's like a thievery mechanic in the game. I think it's pretty interesting. And alright, Battle Monkey's safe from that Snake Druid. I like that, saving the Grenadier, good reactions. And then he doesn't have beam in hand, but I don't know if Ficus has... Well, I mean, the thing is, you're going to beam just the Herald basically every time. It doesn't have to be next to tower. You're spending 7 mana to kill 8 mana. And unless...
And potentially some slaves.
Yeah.
Because I think it will kill it through the rest, won't it?
Yeah, definitely. 600... It does 600 damage, and Herald doesn't have more than 300 HP. So...
That's why you need Spirit from Morelia.
Absolutely. I mean, that would technically save it.
We saw when Ficus played this deck before, he was able to win with the perk 3 Dragon Push. Or off the back bit anyway.
True.
What would be funny is if Memfisto had held on to this Herald the entire time until Ficus gets perk 3. Because that would be a good counter versus the Dragon. But that's not
he does not.
Okay, there
The
it
red
is.
is also a good play.
Hasted Herald.
Look at how fast that attack goes.
And he has
got
Slither
2
Bounds
saves
on
on
his... Yeah, I
Yeah,
was gonna
on
say.
the totem.
Yep.
So, it's just
It's
gonna
almost like he knew what was going to happen. Look
I
at
think
that,
he should have
200.
saved for beam. I think playing Stint was a mistake.
Oh, he didn't get the
But
res.
Probably, but still, that was 400 face damage for
Yeah.
8 mana. And he also killed some other shit before. I'd say it's worth it.
He can beam statue and the Herald if he times this correctly. I think he will.
We're waiting. We're waiting. Jolo's slowing things up there. Kind of was frustrating.
There it is.
Good
Look at that.
Okay. Good beam. Good value.
Straight through the rest.
Ficus got a good XP lead off the back of that though.
Assassin is mean.
Not against the Musketeer though.
Musketeer is mean.
Listen, we got stun lancers from Simulacrum, which
Ah,
I
that
think
is
a pretty
that's
bad
kind
call.
of yeah. That's. I mean, it works against the Musketeer, but it's not great. You know, they don't have DPS.
And it's not gonna help versus Herald or the Dragon much. Like, I mean, stun
The
lancers
healing
used to be a
definitely helps
Dragon talent,
Ficus.
So is Memfisto crossing his fingers for a curse bearer here against this dragon?
Or no, you can't get flightless dragons anymore.
Oh,
apparently.
oh wait. Ah, that's not what you want against this.
But yeah, I mean, that's not necessarily gonna take out a dragon, you know.
I mean, that amazing 5 DPS that those 4 combined have. Or
That's
3,
true.
depending on the situation.
Like,
This
he's
is-
running mana because he's only playing 3 cards, right?
Yeah, I was about to say that's a waste.
That is a
The
very
good thing
play,
is
man.
that
If you
imp
can
does
protect that,
so much.
He
Like,
needs to keep
just
that
play
alive
the-
and it's going to melt
play
that.
He didn't
stun
drain the
lancers or
imp.
something.
He didn't drain the imp with Morelia's book, so that imp is just gonna kill the dragon. That was a major misplay, I think.
Didn't get
what-
much.
Yeah, that dragon is dead.
Yeah, he got very little value from that dragon. Ficus low HP as well. Does have the possibility to heal, of
And
course.
his XP is not. His XP advance is not big enough.
Now, shielded
Or
dudes are a nice pull versus Herald. I think that they are decent DPS and they can take 2 hits for 0 mana.
I'm a little bit surprised he didn't use his shield totem there, honestly.
Yeah. I think it was a good idea to not beam, because he got away with, like, not spending much mana there.
Okay, so Memfisto
Make
needs to
sure-
catch up on
yeah.
XP here.
That assassin was a little bit greedy.
I think,
He
I do
could-
think
In all honesty, Memfisto could just start beaming face, but that makes the Herald a little, Harbinger
I
a
don't
little bit
think
harder
so.
to deal with.
I think that life drain would be too counteractive to that.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's a good point.
Did you just say Harbinger
Did he-
I
again?
was actually. Yeah, but no one cares.
Just start scoring at Joan Force 1, it's fine.
Okay, John Force 1.
Harbinger Armoon.
Alright, so this is the kind of pressure that Memfisto wants, because he's gonna catch up on XP now. And Ficus is kind of dead, because he can't
Yeah, like, beam. Yeah, there's the beam.
Beam. Okay,
The beam
Memfisto
totally
taking
was
that.
necessary there.
We're not fully sure what the overall score is of this match. I don't know if that's reflected on the site yet or not.
I'm just gonna guess 2-0.
But we'll see.
Seems unlikely if they were still playing, but hey, Big Chunk! Sorry.
No problem.
Big chunk
Okay,
game
so
to
Ficus
do.
against Memfisto, as we just saw, that's the only outstanding match. Outstanding as in not completed, not
I see.
outstanding as in better than the others. It's the only match still in progress. Once
But
that's
it's also
completed,
an outstanding match.
it's outstanding and it's outstanding.
Yes.
Yes.
Does it stand
See?
out, bro? Does it
We can
stand
use
out?
English.
England. Very
What?
strong
Who did-
England.
No, not England.
We speak
Best.
American.
Best England.
No, we don't speak American either.
Oh. Man.
Now
I was
insert
just
some
translating this
horrible
entire
Scottish
time.
accent and just.
Okay, so we'll
To be
see if
fair,
that
you
gets.
look Scottish on your image, so.
Let's see if we can clarify the score. So that game's either over or 1-1, I would assume.
I hope it's 1-1. I'd love to watch more.
I mean, it
just
showed
lie to us,
it
guys.
showed 1-0 for Ficus, so it's probably 1-1 now.
It's 1-1. Oh,
Nice.
extras. More.
I really like the deck that Memfisto brought out. I think that was pretty unique. And right now on stream, with the delay, it's currently showing that Fire Imp, and like, Ficus opened up his book, it was below 100 HP, but he didn't drain
Was
it.
it?
into
No, it wasn't
It
below
was, it
100
got
HP because it
Daggerfall.
got Daggerfall. Yeah, but that was after the book.
No, it wasn't.
To be
It
fair,
was a-
he did both, so he could just have combined the two. But
It was before the book. that
did
the
it?
Daggerfall
I thought it
happened.
was. I mean,
was
either
just
way, it
swapping
was
it.
still both him. So
Yeah.
So
and then
Memphisto's currently top 8. And Ficus is 9th.
oh, so this is huge.
So whoever wins goes through, basically. They're both currently on 6 points. All the other matches have been completed. So it looks like
Isn't that
Nerzl is into the the final stages with a 100% win record. The only person who's won all his games, Set, DarkCrow, and Koi, have won 3 and lost 1. Jules, Meziljie,
games.
Nataraja, also in the top 8. And then, of course, we've got Memfisto against Ficus here, both fighting for their lives to get through. Winner effectively takes it all here.
I should have competed and commentated. That would have been fine, right?
At the same time, yeah, sure.
Oh, did I not tell you that my second name is Ficus?
Nice lie.
I'm actually DarkCrow.
Right. Here we go.
They're both currently waiting, I guess. Memfisto isn't in deck building right now.
We are the one that is waiting.
Yeah.
Are waiting. Good English. Plural is difficult.
I'm
So
guessing
this
we'll
is
wait on Ficus.
the final game and the final match of the Swiss format. Once that's done, we'll
The
have our
final
top
round.
8 fully decided. And then we'll move into that elimination, best of 5, conquest rules, can't play a master once you've won with the master. If you've just joined us, thanks for being here. This is GGtour's Night's Duel number 16. It is GGtour, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf presenting. I'm here with FDM and DeathShoott.
I'm FDM, DeathShoott over there, top player, won many
Gee,
tournaments.
Yeah, I'm very good. I win many tournaments. I know the game.
Okay.
Harvinger's his favorite
FDM
character.
over there is obviously a great developer. All praise to him. Fire plushie.
Yes,
Plushie. Right, DeathShoott, are you here with me on this
We-
one? Memfisto, Stormbringer.
We are seeing Zapinator. That is... Okay, so Memfisto was the one asking about the Zapinator bugs because he wanted to make sure that if he uses it, he doesn't want to get disqualified.
Not really
I'm
sure
dying.
what bugs he's referring to, but let's see.
I think he mentioned something about how if it's stunned and you activate its ability, it will be unstunned.
Oh yeah, I actually came across that the other day. Now I'm thinking.
So
about
you lied to us when you were talking about the bugs, fish.
I mean,
Feature.
I didn't fully pay attention to it. I just noticed it in a game. I was like, oh, that's strange. Not that I was playing it, just against me. I was like, oh, how did that
I do
attack
like
me?
it as too much HP. Like it's being stunned and answered right now, but that doesn't even really matter. It's got 450 HP. It's very nice.
One thing
Although
that's a
I have
little
to admit-
confusing is all of the lights on the back of him are lit up, but he's still got the card.
Yeah, the stun animation
his
breaks
hand.
it a little bit.
You see that circle? Kind of. That seems like it's bugged right
Yeah,
now.
what's that? Halo.
The you only see one flying circle. That means he has been upgraded once. Don't you
Really?
understand how this works?
Alright,
See,
Devin.
now there are 2 flying circles.
Right.
Oh,
Okay.
that's zero.
Makes perfect sense.
Feature.
Jolo actually would be a bad play top because of the Slitherbound. That's the thing about Slitherbound is they do make a difference.
Yeah, that
the
poison will
Peliscopes-
tick through Jolo.
I like doing that by passing onto the bridge, placing behind. Very nice. That will not keep the top bridge because Stormbringer exists, so
Boom.
unfortunate. So artillery will not kill, but it is still a decent play versus the hill.
Yeah, it takes the shield
I'd
out.
imagine a Stormbringer deck typically is good versus Herald though, because you've got that extra range, and you surely have some range units that will be good against it.
Yeah. You were talking earlier about Stormbringer, how it seems like a simple master for new players, but paying attention both as it and against it with Stormbringer shots, what they're going to hit, it's very important to pay attention to that. Try to keep things alive. React
If
appropriately.
Zapinator go, it's going to do a lot of work here.
Okay, so remember the Zapinator will start attacking one target, and then as you power it up, it'll have multiple attacks. They can all hit the same target, stunning and do
See,
a lot
I
of
thought
damage.
it worked like Chain Lightning. That's how I thought it worked, but it's apparently a cone attack.
No, it's a cone attack that comes out, and I think
Like, why didn't it hit multiples there? That's what I don't understand. Because, I mean, isn't it in the cone range?
I think it has a number of attacks, and they will all hit the main target unless there are multiple targets, maybe, or maybe the opposite of that. But it doesn't chain. It's the target. The attacks come from the unit itself and will hit either the main target or
I'll just give
additional
context.
targets.
Because he has marksmanship, there is the possibility that the cone is not taking the marksmanship into account as well, and they're not all fitting nicely in the cone. and that's
Okay.
why he's attacking one target with all of them. I'm not entirely sure. But
Otherwise,
overall,
SixteenTH probably would have gotten hit there. But SixteenTH still
Oh,
gets
there we
taken
go.
out 'cause
Boom. Hits 3
ranged.
things, including face at the end there. Okay, so
Yeah.
Ficus has taken a decent amount of damage. What are we going to see perk 3 for Ficus? It's another Musketeer.
That's decent. Like, it's not the best, but I mean, it's kind of fine. Like,
Musketeer
what
on
I
Musketeer action.
Nice. Memfisto's perk 3 should be pretty good here. Because it's just a pretty, you know, mid-range deck that he's facing right now.
Yeah, so Memfisto's basically got a
Nice.
cheap deck, trying to get that zip out as much as possible, get as much value from it.
That's a dead Harbinger.
Poison really helping there. Nice.
And pretty much even on XP now. Difficult to push off the bridge there because they're right next to each other. It keeps the top bridge because of the range. It's hard to say where this is going to go. It's pretty even.
Yeah, Stormbringer's perk 3 is really helping chew through some of these little units. Once it's locked onto the statue, or once the statue's the first unit, it's not going to do too much. With the Snake Druid, okay, Snake Druid goes down.
Expect a big
almost.
push on this bottom bridge.
Snake
Herald's
Druid
gonna show up
doesn't go
and-
down, nicely saved.
I mean, the statue being stuck there isn't that bad for Ficus, but it's gonna get taken out now. But if it were to just sit on the bridge right there, that kind of helped build a push. No Herald ever got played there. That push just kind of melted. in
Oh,
the
that
end.
Snake Druid survived and did a lot of work. Holding that up. No beam
He can't
available
take the
here.
damage. What's he?
Shield is available. Okay, shield played. Apep will clear this out.
Okay, this is where he'll gain up on XP and hopefully catch a little bit of a lead for when Memfisto counter pushes from this, unless of course he dies.
Need to power Zip here. Getting powered up. He's got one more power up to go.
So it's currently stunned. Is he going to do something about that with the ability? I guess not.
Not
Alright.
sure. He may have used it already. Okay. Zip's still alive though, so that could be extra value from something that's almost dead. XP basically level here. Ficus has no HP to play with though.
Yeah, and you have to watch out for Stormbringer.
Yeah, every Stormbringer hit's going to bring him closer to death. Scrutillery available for Memfisto. Not
Hit
the
on
best
face.
face damage. Oh, there's... Oh, he hit the,
He did
the
block with
totem.
the
Yeah,
totem. Okay, I mean, this is tough to say. I think that Memfisto currently has the lead because Ficus has to play super carefully. And I don't know about that statue in the back. Because
Yeah.
Mana Frenzy's like right around the corner. You need that bottom bridge ASAP.
And Mana Frenzy for Memfisto. Ficus a little bit behind. Scrutillery comes in. Doesn't get the most value out of it. Doesn't kill really anything. Mana Frenzy
Mana
now for
Bridge is-
Ficus.
Oh, this is close. Okay.
Right.
Apep is going to be able to cycle really fast here and get out those 3 carries. And Daggerfall bottom is immense. That did so much. And living
Zip.
statues pushing across the
Yeah,
bridges are
Zip just got
uncontested.
swarmed at the top from the Prop Horde as well as the Slitherbounds really nullified it.
And this looks like it's pretty much the end, because Memfisto can't catch up at this point. His deck is not that defensively versatile, and I think
Right.
Zip is pretty bad in Mana Frenzy.
All these little units going to get hit by Daggerfall. Memfisto looks like he's going to be losing this. Is this Ficus going through as the 8th player and eliminated Memfisto? Potentially. We'll double check the standings after this, but Ficus has taken the game by 2-1. And just being able to close it out there. Both players in Mana Frenzy. We thought Ficus played a little bit too defensive when Mana Frenzy was almost his, but ultimately it worked out. And Zip can be disgusting, but I think against a lot of the small units he had, a lot of the Slitherbounds soaking a lot of those hits, really wasn't going to get able to get too much value. And really Zip, another one of those units that really struggles against Horde. Okay. So we've seen Nataraja struggle a bit today. Memfisto may have just been eliminated. We will double check the standings once all of these matches have been reported.
At the end of the day, Memfisto wasn't gaining anything from Mana Frenzy for his cycle, whereas Ficus, being on Apep, he's got 2 free perks that he cycles every time. And so even if it's like where he's a situation where he's slightly behind, he without a doubt gets more value from Mana Frenzy. And I think that also Zapinator, or Zip, whatever you want to call him, I think he falls behind in Mana Frenzy pretty quickly with a 5-second attack cooldown.
Yeah, just not able to clear everything. And if he can clear it, then he's fighting defensively, not on the bridge. And of course, Mana Frenzy turning that XP into mana. Just too much power there coming from Apep. And we know Apep's a beast in Mana Frenzy. Okay, so Ficus has won that by 2-1. Just awaiting that to be reported, and then we'll be able to fully clarify the top 8 for you. Okay, so that was round 4. Round 4. Right. Okay, so that's the end of our best of 3 matches. We'll go into the elimination stage of the event now, which will be best of 5. So the players are going to have to reach further into their decks. And of course, with the conquest rules, they can no longer play a master if they've won with it during the match. So they're going to need to find some variants there. Some different decks, but some strong decks. And as we mentioned earlier, some of these players may have been trying to minimize the different decks that they play in these early stages just to not show their hand of what they could potentially play and take their opponents by surprise.
And others minimize their decks that they play because they have one deck that they're better with.
That is true.
Looks like Nataraja might have squeaked into the top 8. Pretty fortunate, I think, considering how it went for him.
That would be quite a surprise, honestly.
Nataraja beating Centera 2-1 in the final. His final game. Centera taking the first game in that best of 3, so Nataraja fighting back from a game down there.
That is really surprising to me that Nataraja managed to get the top 8.
Anyone seeing that Ficus Memfisto match reported yet?
No.
Well, I'm not looking at it, so
Okay.
But I mean, it's pretty likely that Memfisto will just be kicked out, right?
I think so. I think Ficus...
No, well, okay, I just updated, and now Nataraja is 9th for me. Memfisto 7th, and Meziljie 8th.
Oh.
And Ficus is
Interesting.
4th. I guess
So-
because it was he did get a victory in it, right?
Yeah,
That probably
that's
pushed
true.
him up.
Did that just push Nataraja out of top 8?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
Okay, it's been updated.
Definitely,
Okay,
wow.
let's have a look
And
at
the sad part
standings.
is that probably means Nataraja would have made it if he managed to get, like, well, maybe not. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but he did get that DQ win, and if that was an actual, like, 2-0, maybe that would have counted for more.
There's no
Maybe.
dark mode, I don't think, for this
I mean,
webplate, so put on your
I'm
sunglasses.
looking at his game count, and he won like 4 games and lost 5, whereas Memfisto won 6 and lost 4.
Yeah.
So if you purely look at that, then it's like, yeah, Memfisto should go through instead of Nataraja, right? That makes sense.
Yeah.
There is the question about the guy that became 8th, Meziljie. He won 4 and lost 6.
But he's
Okay,
got,
so
like,
it's- So our top 8 is Nerzl with a flawless 4-0. Set, DarkCrow, Ficus, Koi.
And I'm
also
not game sets.
sets, matches, 3-1. 3 matches to 1. And then we've got Jules, Memfisto, and Meziljie in the top 8. Nataraja just getting squeezed out. He's finished 9th. Okay. Very close. Very close. We can see here we've got the record of the games won and lost, matches won and lost, games in those, all sorts of things. So Memfisto is 7th. Okay. So as mentioned before, your wins count, the number of games you win during a match count, and also your effective opponent's strength count as well. So everything, when it is all put into the big computer and calculated, has given us the top 8. Nerzl, Set, DarkCrow, Ficus, Koi, Jules, Memfisto, and Meziljie. That's the top 8. Their position within the top 8 will be effectively their seeding. So we should see Nerzl against Meziljie, Set against Memfisto, DarkCrow against Jules, Ficus against Koi, if things work like I believe they should.
All right.
I just believe Fishy because otherwise I don't know.
So let's have a look. Top 8. Yes, yes, exactly as I said. Nailed it.
Wow, what a
Good job.
wise fish.
Bigger fish brain.
It's almost like you've done this before.
Almost. Okay. What is this show projected?
Shouldn't you
Nothing
know
happened.
that? You've done this before.
I don't know. I never clicked that button before. Nothing happened though. I clicked it, nothing happened. Who knows? I thought it was going to like figure out who was projected to win. It was going to be really interesting. I clicked
Well,
it, nothing happened.
I'm gonna
Sad.
assume. I'm just gonna assume that that's the guy that's number 1 at the moment. You know,
Could be.
that would be the really easy projection of just this tournament of who would win is just the current standing.
Yes.
All right.
Set very strong on the ladder at the moment. Clearly very strong today. Let's see. But he's going to have a very tough game against Memfisto. Both previous winners. So this is going to be a big match in this quarterfinal. We'll get as many of these matches covered as we can. We're getting set up here. So we're going to move into best of 5. So players have to win more. So let's
And
update the
lose
score.
more.
Lose more.
So when we're talking about Memfisto and Set, who do we think has the deeper champion, well, master pool and deck pool?
Memfisto. I think that's Gary without a doubt. Now, Set is a great player, and I know this very well because he's done it for years. He copies most of his decks, and I think that's
Ooh, the
fine. Like, he
shade.
clearly is a successful player. No, it's not shade, but literally Memfisto is just going to be better at deck building. Like that's what I think that's guaranteed.
I'm
Because
totally gonna clip that and just cut it off right before deck building.
okay, go for it. Do what you want. But
Okay.
Memfisto definitely builds his own decks, and Set usually doesn't.
So
That's definitely true that Memfisto builds his own decks, and he has been around since the start, where he was known as the Stormbringer guy.
one thing we've seen
Um,
in the last couple of tournaments is Memfisto with his Diona, Reconator, Zeppelin.
Yeah, I
Very
don't think he's
powerful
gonna get
push
his
deck.
Zeppelins.
So we'll see if Set tries to either play around that or tries to ban around it.
I would
Um,
100% ban the Zeppelins. It's
because-
not worth trying.
We've seen the huge power of those decks, but these players will be aware of other matches that people have played during this event as well as previous tournaments, and they'll take that into account.
Especially people like Set and Memfisto that often get to the end, they will have seen each other.
Who's rustling?
Oh yeah, that's me. I'm trying to get some chocolate muffins. Well,
Nice.
mini muffins.
I thought
was
about
hoping-
playing a match, so we were waiting for the top 8 to be made.
I was hoping it was
Yeah.
going to be
Mini muffin.
DeathShoott. I could yell at him.
Delicious.
Jealous.
Oh, you can still yell at him.
Nice. Right, Set against Memfisto. Ban we are waiting on. Once we've got that, we'll go in there.
What if they
just
started
saying-
banning commentators? What would we do then?
What? Then you'd never get to have any FaceTime. You never do anyway. Facecam when?
Okay. I don't know, Fish. I don't think you
You,
guys are
you
ready.
should set it up so that you are like one of those feed tubers and you can.
I don't
like
want to be
APAP
a
or something.
VTuber.
Oh yeah.
No, but you can be like APAP.
Oh, you could get them to design you a VTube avatar as the Troubadour.
That would be something.
That
would
would
be
actually be
epic.
funny. Can you throw any mesh in there? Because then I want to see what happens.
Have you
It will
seen
probably
my
end up
Vespa
being like
creations,
ass up or
FDM?
something.
I know.
I've not seen anything.
That'd be
Yeah.
cool.
Fish showed them on stream once. I've made a few Minion Masters characters before in a wrestling game, because why not, you know?
Just a few, of course. Some of them
Yeah,
are really
well,
good.
Troubadour
Some of
is
them
all
are
of
just
Well, you
terrible.
can't all. I have limited resources. you
Limited
know.
features. It would be
I mean,
perfect if the
Troubadour
game
I would-
let me.
I would say something about limited resources, but I mean, we have that as well. So yeah, limited resources is a really good excuse. Everyone should accept that.
Right, just a reminder about the Mana Puff plushie that is available. It is now available for purchase. We'll put a link in the screen in the chat for you. Purchase yours today. Now we need to hit to
Super cute.
200 to
Buy
get
it.
this to get this funded. Whereas we've sold 161 so far. I say we. It's got nothing to do with me. It's the community.
Well, you
as
bought
we.
one, right?
I did buy one, yes.
Good
So
job.
we're 80%, 161. If we get to 200 or more, that means that this will be put into production and everybody that bought it will get it. We've got 19 days left to go. Ash, I've written Ash down here. He's going to buy 2 at payday. He did confirm in the chat that payday is within the next 19 days. So we're effectively at 163. Thanks, Ash. I will be chasing you up on those.
I will check it up. I will demand to see the list of people that have bought plus. No.
We can see the recent
You can buy them
supporters here.
completely anonymous from us. Only Makeshift will know shit. Betadwarf won't know where you live. Don't worry. Bye.
Oh, look. Bob Ross of War bought a couple. Good job. Just seeing any names that I recognize.
That is.
Oh, Fishy, let's
Bob-
go.
Did you just say Bob Ross of War?
That's exactly what I said, yes. Confirmed.
That doesn't make sense.
Well,
I'm kind of impressed that Lives for Trauma bought twice.
right? Hopefully they meant to. They didn't just keep hitting refresh.
I mean,
That's
Well,
right.
mistakes
two is
happen,
better
you
than
know.
one, I guess. Yeah, that
Yeah.
Sprite was one of the first ones.
Nice. Old community
Alright,
manager.
oh, speaking of
He still
actually
visits us
something related
sometimes.
to what you guys are saying, I have to admit, FDM, I am pretty mad that Squire Pup wasn't an option. Just saying.
Well, I
Pretty
mean, we
mad.
could only pick one, you know? If you guys
Yeah.
buy enough of these things, hint, 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 that should buy 500 of them, then we can perhaps do more puffs.
Yeah, but it wasn't even on the pool. You had that Shroom Puff. Shroom Puff was in there as the cute one. Like,
Yeah,
who would... It's
we had
offensive.
an internal vote on which ones we would put forward. And I'm like, Mana Puff is too obvious. Like, that has to be
Yeah.
the... If we're gonna do one plushie, it has to be Mana Puff.
Mm-hmm. So did no one want Squire Puff then? That's just how it was?
I mean, I would love a Squire Puff. It's just Mana Puff has to be the first
No, I
one.
mean when the votes were happening, it wasn't even on the table, you know.
I mean, we could put it on the table, but I don't know. Not enough, at least. Hey, Saga.
Okay, so yeah, go buy your Mana Puffs. And if you buy it while we're streaming,
Oh, I'll tell you what.
we'll say your name.
I would absolutely buy a Squire Puff plushie, without a doubt.
But did you buy a Mana Puff plushie?
I did not buy a Mana Puff
See,
plushie.
this is not how you are gonna get a goddamn Squire Puff plushie.
he did not buy one yet.
Uh-huh.
You have 19 hours, 19 days and like 19
he's-
hours left. So
he's awaiting
when is your
his-
payday, huh?
Yeah, when do you get your paper round money?
Why don't you guys are gonna pay me for the tournament, right? You know, but send me a plushie. That's what I'm gonna get, right? For the tournament.
I know. Is Fishy gonna do that for you?
Yeah, Fish.
What
send me a
the?
plushie.
Wait, hold on. How do I get involved in this? Okay, so we're waiting for the bands coming in from Set and Memfisto, a quarterfinal, a little bit of downtime, just waiting for the guys
Take
to
another muffin.
put their stuff in. Memfisto, that. As we expect, Set's likely to ban something to remove the Reconator deck that we were talking about, but we'll see.
Yeah, wasn't it sad that also just went against Memfisto?
Oh yeah,
with
he played it, the
Memphisto's deck?
Setsu version, didn't he?
Yeah, and it did not work out. So I don't think he will want to try that again. That was
Speaking
a
of
little bit of a
Reconator,
disaster.
I think that Impetus Blast is a great character to have in Reconator builds. Also, I think it's great against Reconator because when Reconator is exploding, if you time it right and you push it back, it won't hit your tower.
Okay. Wait. Can we just put a break? I don't think you have to say anything outside of. I think Reconator is great. Impetus Blast is great. I feel like you would play it in any deck.
Impetus Blast, yeah, but I mean, like Defenso, for example, you can just get that out of the way. Now, if your opponent positions it really intelligently, then you can't. But a lot of the times, you can kind of just get that out of the way, and it really just negates a counter to the Reconator.
We just got the bans in, and both players have banned the Zeppelin bombers. Apparently, Memfisto doesn't want Set to play it against him either. But Memfisto banned King Puff and Avea outside the Zeppelin bomber, and Set banned APAP and Ritual. So Memfisto does not get to play Ritual or the Zeppelin deck, and Set does not get to play Avea or the Zeppelin deck.
Okay. Kind of bans as expected, at least partially.
Is Memfisto a person that would play the ritual deck?
Yes. Memfisto
Okay.
when the ritual
You
was
were
changed.
very sure about that.
Yes, yes, because when the ritual was first changed,
Memories.
he was definitely one of the players that started playing that on the
Chris is
leaderboard.
just looking back at all those losses, and he's like, "Oh yeah, he used to play it."
Yes, he started playing that and it was
Oh.
very strong. So
Fair. I'll just go into the shame corner. I'm actually gonna
is kind of a
quickly
weird
check
one.
if I've got something cool in the fridge. I need something to drink.
okay, let's just
I
make-
don't really get the Keen Puff ban from Memfisto. I've never seen Set as much of a Keen Puff player. I know that he has played it, but I think that he way more actively plays Diona, APEP, or you know, the general stuff. I don't think he plays Keen Puff much. And that interesting. Like if you were facing DarkCrow, then DarkCrow definitely uses more Nerzl, but not sure about
Okay.
Set for that one.
Okay, looks like
Awesome.
they're ready to go.
All right, nice.
Give them the go ahead. Okay, who's casting this one with me?
That is AFK FDM.
Oh, I'm not AFK. I already
I
came
thought
back.
you were running away. I don't know.
Yeah,
Shame
yeah, I
corner
went-
or something.
I went to get some squash.
I think you mean
Ah.
AFK.
Only twice.
Okay, so if anyone's waiting to see if they won the giveaway before they buy the mana path, we don't know who won it yet. It's being handled by a third party, but we will try to get that information, not today, but as quickly as possible, and then we will share that
Within
with
the
community.
next 5 minutes, you will know.
I don't think we can do that. I don't know if FDM can pester anyone to find that out, but I don't think it's being handled by
Very
anyone.
unlikely within the
within
the 5
Betadwarf.
minutes.
So as soon as we know that, we'll share that information appropriately, and then if you're waiting to find whether you win it or not, and then you will know, and then you can buy it.
I can do this though. Within 5 minutes, I can announce one person that has not won it.
Oh wow!
Oh no.
Wait,
Speaking of,
how can you tell who's not won it?
I didn't participate in it, so
Oh, okay. So within 5 minutes, I can give you some completely useless information.
And I
yes,
just
I
think
thought
that-
that was. I thought that was pretty obvious about that.
Okay.
I was hoping you were just gonna blacklist people from winning it. Just start naming off people in the chat.
Oh,
Nice
who
joke.
were the people that were mean about my cats?
Well, I mean, Chef asked if he could eat my guinea pig. Basically,
Yeah.
don't mind if he.
Who wants to eat a hamster?
Not a lot of meat on the mistake.
So something that I am surprised is that we haven't seen any Sapphire Pebble. I thought it would still be a powerful card even at 10
I mean,
range.
we did nerf them, and you're kind of right. I actually didn't notice that, but I haven't really seen them at all being played. Let me just check how much they're played.
I mean,
Right.
Yeah,
12
okay, yeah,
range
that card is pretty dead.
Why?
44% win rate in 1v1 and 46 in 2v2.
That's
We're about to
weird.
start.
Yeah, you said that like 2
Whee!
minutes ago, Fish. We can't trust you
We're
anymore.
about to start.
Okay.
We're about to start. Something's gonna happen.
See, I thought I loved that it had 12 range, but I sort of thought that was a luxury. Like I figured it'd be really good even without 12.
Apparently not.
Apparently.
Now, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not missing them.
Too good
Sorry,
against your cleavers.
Sorry, what were
Too
you
good
talking about?
against
Sorry,
my
I got
everything.
distracted. Are you talking-
Pebbles.
Okay, yes.
I did hear that one of our developers said that they have announced the winner on the day of the giveaway. I don't know where though. But apparently somewhere there should be an announcement of who won the giveaway.
If someone here won and was
starting-
contacted, please let us know and don't lie.
Okay, well, you're gonna get a lot of lies now.
So I'm assuming that they tweeted towards the person that won or something or messaged them. I don't know.
Okay, we'll dig into that. Right, here we go. Quarterfinal, best of 5, first game.
Whee!
It's set against Memfisto.
Yeah, Memfisto plays a similar deck, but with Valorian. Similar deck to the deck that we saw in the bug. So not the similar deck that we saw in the full game. So I don't know why I'm saying this.
Okay, thanks for nothing, I guess.
Oh, that retarget on the Marine was kind of nice. Just kill it there. I like it. Zealots are also one of those cards that we've seen. Ooh, that's gonna just, yeah.
Oh, dodge, but
A little bit
like
late on that
hit.
movement though. That's close, that's close. There's also a good amount of face damage that set did there. And the defensive dropper will clear most of those cats quite efficiently.
Again, we see the rocket scrap. We spoke about it earlier. It suggested
And this
that
is
we
a
were going to
pretty
see it. Both players got
clear.
it.
This is a pretty clear advantage right now for Zed. Having both bridges and a good XP lead. Ooh, did Memfisto just flood the mana?
Potentially. I know there's a weird thing where, like, the first time you hit 10, it flashes or something.
No. What happens is if you have flooded a mana, then it starts flashing once you get to 10 mana. It's on the list of bugs that we need to fix when we
okay.
have time.
Okay.
So,
Big mana
I mean,
shaper doesn't
Mana
clear the
Shaper
bottom.
didn't
Kind of
clear.
annoying. I feel like he could have taken
and
that bridge at
because
the
of
bottom.
Valorian, that heal is always a little bit dangerous. You can't ignore it.
Yeah. Could have taken that bridge at the bottom with collision, I think, there against the brothers. Just sped that up a little bit.
I guess, but that has some risk, I think. Although in this case,
Skeleton
not really.
Crew, it's not the worst thing that he could pull. Not incredible, but it is a split unit.
It's quite bad.
I mean, it's pretty bad because it's, you know, the value of the Skeleton Crew is when it gets a Curse Ascension,
Yeah.
which he's probably not going to get.
And I mean, with all the splitters that Memfisto has, those splitters aren't gonna be that great because I mean, look at this. You can split all you want, but the splits of Memfisto are gonna wreck any splitter that, well, Skeleton Crew. Any splitter that Skeleton Crew has.
That does have a decent XP lead, so he'll be happy with how this is going so far. Trying to deal damage with the Searing Light. It doesn't really hit too hard at this stage of the game. It's
That brother though. Oh, just getting
no
stunned.
hit. Again, doing good things.
That's a bit of a strange defensive chopper to me. I guess it does keep that bridge for a while. Shielded units, of course, always great against Sandstorm Strike. But Zed has a really good bridge grab deck. I don't really see how Memfisto is gonna get control over this match.
Again, there we saw the rocket scrap only getting the one hit.
He kinda needs to get a critical mass of a push, but then Mountain Shaper.
Yep. Shaper will argue any of those big pushes. It's one of those things you just hold on until it's hugely valuable and then just clear the board with it. Money says, show me the money says there were 2 giveaway winners. Where are you finding that?
Yeah, I also asked for the link. Because it would be really nice if we could, you know, at Betadwarf also share that, just for more visibility, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Also, remind me to mention about the Project F4E prologue being available this weekend at some point.
And the PTR, don't forget that.
Yeah, talk about that.
But right now, Zed is just, look at that, 2 in place on the field at the same time. I'm assuming that's the perk 3, just complete control. Memfisto can't do anything. This game is just completely in Zed's hand.
Memfisto was struggling prior to perk 3 for set, and that perk 3 is just going to make it even more difficult for him.
Oh, it was on as an answer? Jesus, it got 12 likes because no one saw it.
Did the winners like it? That's the question.
I don't
Do
know
the
if
winners
they've
know?
seen it.
Do the winners
Well,
know
let-
they've won?
Let me check that, let me check that.
We'll announce the winners officially if we can confirm the authenticity.
One of them did like it.
Okay, that rocket
One of
scrap
the 2
murdering at
winners
the top.
liked it. Oh yeah, I've already forgotten about this game. I thought Zed basically won.
I mean, Set has been in control, big XP lead. That Ladium Fray from perk 3 is just going to give him more value, push him behind whatever he decides to push against. Okay,
Sorry,
brothers,
that's fighting. Okay.
not getting the bridge at the top.
And that's also painful because that's the only thing Memfisto can do, try to get the bridge. But I mean, look at this, 190 versus 149. There's nothing you can do.
Rocket Scrat getting a big hit, doesn't kill everything, but the brother finishes off the Shen, but it's about to be Mana Frenzy for Set. Set looking to close out this first game in this best of 5 in this quarter-final match. Remember, if he does win this, he can no longer play APEP. Let's see if we can close this out. Mana Frenzy here, 6 minutes in. Those brothers spawn defensively, just giving Set the bridges. He's just going to have so much mana.
Yeah, but even if he doesn't play them defensively, they're just going to get slaughtered.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
With them hitting these small units, just not the value you want from those. Defense so stunning, Shen stunning, Shen on both lanes. This is the beginning at the end of this first
hitting
game.
everywhere as well. It's clear that Memphis also knows what's useless.
Hey,
Two
looks like
Shens on face, that's nasty.
Set takes the first game. Match, no, game.
Good match.
The first game in this match.
On the bright side, that
In
does
this
mean
round.
that Set can no longer play APEP. So that's, you know,
Ooh,
pretty important
that is
match to
true.
be out of the things to worry about.
Yeah, we know APEP, even after the nerf, very strong.
What's that British saying with roundabouts?
Yeah, Fish, please enlighten us.
Come on, Fishy, you should know this.
In
Turns
what
and
context?
roundabouts?
In what
Is
context?
that the thing? I know. Point is, good things happen, bad things happen, but some good came out of it. Done.
All right, thanks, Fish. Appreciate it.
We love your control of the English language.
Just because I don't know a saying that you just made up, it doesn't make me the idiot here.
Oh, wait, is it swings and roundabouts? I don't know.
Swings and roundabouts. There we go. Yeah.
Thanks.
Good job, Fish.
But I think that.
Oh.
But I feel like that's talking
Yeah,
about roundabouts in like a kid's playground, not a roundabout on
Oh
the road.
yeah. I never realized that. To be quite honest,
Ah, not so easy now, is it?
I never understood why it was that saying. Anyways, I was like, what do those things have in common?
Okay. Yeah, I was confused because I was just thinking about roundabouts on the road.
Oh, that's actually a good point that someone in the chat just made 3 minutes ago, I guess, for the people watching, is Memfisto didn't use Sunburn.
I think there were some chances to use it, though. I think
Like
that
5 minutes in, and he hadn't used it, and I don't know if he ever used it.
Right.
I think you could use it on spear throws a few times, and if he's gonna defend with Scrats, it doesn't really matter if the enemies get rage because Scrats are gonna get one shot anyways.
True.
So there's like a few times when he could have taken out Grenadier
No cap.
and done some damage.
Good point. Good point. Good point. At the other hand, he was pretty lost there. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Like that was just destruction from the start, and I don't see how. I didn't see clear misplays from Memfisto. It was just a slow grind from Set to continuously have more control.
Okay,
Which
yes.
sounds like
So,
the APEP way.
just to confirm, congratulations to Gloomy Squirrely and Super Bleeder
If it bleeds,
for winning
Both my alts.
for winning the Mana Puff plushie giveaway. So that's great news for them. And also, if you were waiting to find out if you won or not before placing your order, now you know that you have or haven't, and you can go and make
You can
your
now be
purchase. No, you can be happy.
I thought you didn't win. No,
You
you
can
didn't.
now buy your sadness away by buying a
true.
plushie.
Very true.
Right,
Ooh, good
Diona
save, good
against Stormbringer.
Sapphire Pebble. First time you've seen it. You guys gonna
I'm just
talk?
gonna-
Or you want me to take
Well,
this? I mean,
I was just thinking that I'm just gonna go
He's just
for all
writing
of those
something quickly.
giveaways now and just one step for yourself and get a random plushie.
Remember in the latest patch, the Pebbles had the reduction in range from 12 to 10, I think. Which
That's it. Good numbers.
makes it trade
And
a lot
apparently,
less
ever
efficiently.
since it is really bad in 1v1.
The range was always really powerful. Remember,
Oh yeah, because it fought both bridges at the same time and actually
Yep.
on the bridges.
and
It was
defended
really
base.
frustrating to fight.
So now it has less range and less duration than it had before. So it's definitely nowhere near.
Yeah,
what
we
it used
might
to
have
be.
to up something again, you know? Because it probably got a little bit overnerfed because of our and quite a decent part of the community's hatred for it.
Which is really frustrating, and it was OP for a long time as well.
Mm-hmm.
And,
That's also why I'm like, I'm not too much in a hurry to make it stronger again. It will get its time in time.
Remember, the Pebbles has the Myriad, which means when you draw it, you get another copy of it in your deck, and if you spawn them at the same time, then you get them.
This
at
is a
mana
dangerous push
reduction.
though. Like sure, the Fire Imp will deal with it decently, but that's still a lot of face damage.
Yeah,
you're
that
getting there.
Berserker Rage hit at the end there, doing some good work.
And the problem is that Memfisto once again is behind in XP. And against the Diona, I mean it is expected, but it's also dangerous. Did Ruffles
can't-
just get the XP potion?
I think he got mana. It was a purple
okay.
one. A huge corpse
Rocket
explosion.
Chat getting twice hit.
There's the XP from Ruffles. Okay.
It's really adding up, like it's already 16 difference, and it keeps rising.
See there, he's had to play the Pebble on its own, which is not the most efficient way to use it.
And Stormbringer not the greatest master at defending against these mid-tier units that the Zealots are. Ooh, and there the heal from Ruffles as well. That perk 2 is doing a lot of work for Set right now.
Golo survives. So decent XP lead for Set here.
YOLO's dead.
There's one. Go get it,
And
boy.
once again, Ruffles gets the potion again.
Yeah. That
That's
was
so
kind of
many
interesting there,
potions in a
because
row. It's-
the fact that Jolo survived meant it pushed into Set's field, and then died. That calls in a potion to trigger. Gets in that 2 extra mana. Remember, the potions will only trigger on dead enemy units on your side of the field or on the bridge. Or sometimes a little bit over the bridge.
Look at that XP difference now. 30 difference.
Yeah, really starting to take control.
I'm not sure if I like that trap, to be honest.
Go get it, boy.
How does
But
she
once
just
again,
to
it will
clear
get
some awkward
another-
stuff?
There we have the XP potion. Now it's 40 difference. It just keeps rising and rising. It's
Yeah,
so tough for
Mephisto's
Memfisto.
hand. He just can't really
Yeah.
do much.
Yeah, I don't quite like this deck, to be honest. I don't see Corporate Explosion and Scatillery work together nicely.
Mhm.
And then the what's it called? The Pebbles taking 2 slots as well and not having a good target straight away is kind of painful.
Wise
Doesn't
man.
feel like the flexibility you need with
A
Stormbringer.
wise man once told me, when you're building a deck, consider the worst hand you can get. Like, think about what are the 4 things you could end up in your hand with at the same time. Is there something
I
you
don't
could do?
remember telling you that.
No, I said a wise man.
Yeah, that's what I said.
It's down. There's tower damage though. Making things even worse.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, but that one just like previous game. This game was over like 2 minutes ago, you know.
Set won the first game with the Apex just through the XP side of things. Set burning mana
And
here.
won
What's
this-
going on? Thought we was going to get an AFK bot situation there.
Ruffles.
I mean, then he has to be.
Oh,
a beta
is that
tank.
like
He
the
has to
ultimate
do it.
VM where you're so far ahead you just let the bot take over?
The bot is not good at mana frenzy though.
Right, Mana Frenzy coming up for Set.
Kind of surprised he doesn't just use the tap on face there, because what he did isn't much better.
Vista doing everything he can to get every little bit of XP possible and deny that from Set.
Yeah, but
But the Mana Frenzy power is going to be too much here.
it's more than 40 XP that Memfisto has to gain.
Yeah,
on a
sometimes you can
master
hold on, but
that
not
doesn't
this
defend
long.
well.
Yeah,
Not with Stormbringer. Like
Stormbringer's
if you
gonna be
have something
attacking
like
that.
Foco, that might be able to defend a little bit,
Yeah.
and hell even more that. But Stormbringer is horrible.
just put that Taunt Trap down and Stormbringer's going to attack that for 25 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Alright,
so
so
Set
here's-
races into a 2-0 lead.
This is the theme we've been seeing so far in this best of 5. We just saw Set win with both the main control masters, and so he can't use them anymore. But Memfisto in both games has been playing, I think you could refer them as tacky masters, where he played Valorian first and then Stormbringer, and in both matches he just had like a sad, like, you can't really do much from this position sort of loss. I think he needs to lean more into some normal, more meta gameplay, to be
Did you
honest.
say techie or tacky?
Tacky.
What do you mean
I
by that?
E or A?
Well, it's kind of weird. Like, hold on. You
Tacky
know what,
as
I'll
in
give
like
exact-
sticky, like sticky masters? They're
Hold
kind of
on, let me
tacky?
get an- Not exactly.
No, okay,
Hold
not a
on,
sticky
hold on,
master. He's
quick.
not using a sticky strap. Okay.
Showing poor taste and quality. There you
Ah,
go.
that
Right,
tacky.
that kind of tacky,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I'm not usually, I'm not exactly showing poor taste, alright? But I think his quality has been lower than Set's in both of these matches. Like, he just hasn't been able to do anything. And I think that it's good that Set can no longer play both of the main control masters, but I don't think that Memfisto should keep trying these less control-y builds. Like, because in that match specifically, his only split card is Crystal Archers, right?
But I
And then-
disagree with that. R3KT is still available.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. I think that if we're going back to that point, the fact that he banned Keen Pup, I think, was weird versus Set.
Fair point.
And yeah, I think he needs to focus more on control, to be honest.
I mean, either focus more on control or play something that can get to face.
Yeah, but we also saw Set running Mountain Shaper in both games.
Yeah, but what I mean is that what Memfisto was playing that will never get to face. Like, that's not a good push deck.
Yeah, but Brothers would. I mean, if he runs Slither, then maybe that'd have a better chance. Like Brothers in the last game, but I think Mountain Shaper, it's weird. Set's playing like control, but with a very, very powerful stop to aggro.
I mean, I wonder if Set is the reason that Mount Shaper has such a high win rate at the moment in high ranks,
Yeah, I think
or
that also...
if he just has noticed it, because 60% is a really high win rate.
I know that JF used to use it in 1v1, but I haven't even been seeing him play the game much lately.
He still plays it quite a bit, to be honest. I mean the game, not Mountain Shaper.
Yeah.
Right, so Set 2-0 up. 1 game more required. Let's see if we can see what's going on in the other quarterfinals whilst we're waiting for this one to kick off game number 3. So it looks like Ficus is 2-1 up against Koi. Nerzl's beaten Meziljie by 3-0. DarkCrow against Jules is 1 game all. And of course here, Set is 2-0 up against Memfisto.
Visto isn't deck building right now, so he's been sitting
Makes
there the
sense
entire time.
considering how it's been going.
Yeah. Hopefully he's switching things up, because I personally think even aggro wouldn't work out with the way Set's been playing. Apep, naturally good against defending aggro, and in that last match, he had Shen, he had Mountain Shaper, and he had Defenso. I think that's playing a very hefty control. Nothing light. He's not playing light control at all. I think he's ready to handle this sort of gameplay that Memfisto's bringing out.
Okay, so Apep was banned by Set, so Memfisto can't play an Apep control deck. Diona is still available for him.
Yeah, and
Set,
then
there's no KP, Apep, or Diona for Set. So Set's going to have to play something a little bit different here.
I used to like Valko. I think that with his bridge burn nerf, well, I mean, only hitting 1 bridge, I think that it's not as good for control. But before that nerf, I actually kind of liked him in these tournaments as a control master. Although I do wonder, now that it can do double damage to single target minions, how good is that? Like, I'd imagine versus Meziljie, it's very nice versus Arcane Golem, for example. But yeah, or Defenso Chopper or something.
Okay, so a little bit of
Oh, not-
downtime here, waiting for the 3rd game.
I was
Just
not
don't
paying
need to-
attention. What the hell were we talking about?
Yes.
How Memfisto supposed to not lose?
Ah, by winning.
Okay, there we have it.
Big brain.
Easy.
So we'll just wait 3 minutes for him to hear that, and we'll get started.
I mean, the thing is, he either needs to have more control, right, or do something that can win, like play a Setsu where you win at perk 3 or something like that.
Alright, Memfisto, hear me, alright? Unmute the stream, wait 3 minutes. Okay, they're starting. It's too late. I was going to tell him to play my 2.4 mana average Setsu, and now he's just in it, so. That's
Here
too
we
late.
go.
Well,
Can
is he
set.
playing Setsu though? No? Okay, this is over.
He's on Valorian again, I don't like that.
Well, at least the opponent is also playing Florian right now.
Selected.
Florian Mirror.
And Memfisto went for the Rabbit Prowler. I always say rabbit instead. Like, you know, like bunny. I don't know why.
Rabbit Prowler. I
That
mean,
thing.
if there are any rabbits about, he probably will prowl them.
Ha!
Is this the deck that we saw Jules using? We got Clear Skies and Rabbit Prowler in here.
Also rating reinforcement. Was that in that?
I don't think that was there. That is definitely different.
Ooh, that was a misplay. Not getting the jump from the Prowler there.
Stronger.
Yeah, you want that double damage. Heal comes
Okay,
in.
I mean, I guess
Rabbit
that's sort
Prowler.
of.
As we mentioned before, the heal no longer removing rage from friendly units, so that's some good value there. Shen's going to shut some of this down. Blood Imp's pushing
But
at the
still,
top.
that's
a lot
still
of damage.
A lot of
Yeah.
face damage.
But Memfisto has got an XP lead, and we've seen in the matches so far in this game that Set's always been ahead on XP, and that's been his win condition, but it's not going that way at the moment for him.
Memfisto has had enough. Time for the glorious return of being ahead of XP.
Again, we see the Rocket Scrat getting some value, not really great against that shield. Blood Imps again.
Quite nice with the
Yeah, just
Grenadier.
acting as a tank there, and of
And
course
dealing some face damage through that bottom push. That's a couple of face damage.
The fight against
Does add up.
certainly does. Perk 2 for Memfisto now. He's going to have the Searing Light available. Right, those are the Slither Bounds.
That's
We need to sacrifice one of those to
Ooh,
get
nice
that Rabbit
catch.
Prowler. Oh, that Prowler untouched. Right, what do we have here? Prowler's going to jump. Boom, single shots the Elite Swarmer. Should be
Yeah,
enough
but
here.
I mean, it feels like it wasn't worth the crossbow to save the Prowler, honestly. Not with how easily it was counted.
And thus,
There's the
shadows
second perk.
seem far
A
less
Set a long way behind on XP at the moment.
Yeah, Memfisto is 20 plus XP ahead right now. Of course, he is playing it with a little bit of HP to the Blood Imps, but he has Clear Sky, so he doesn't care about it too much.
Yep. And the way he's playing the Blood Imps, they're not really getting punished by anything hard hitting. Okay,
That's
Slither Bounds out.
Set doesn't
Sacrifice.
really have something to do. That is... I don't know if I like that Searing Light.
Okay, that's a good heal.
That
Raged
is
Whelp.
cool. It's-
Berserker
that's it,
Rage
that-
Prowler.
Who will get 2 face hits off. That is a lot of face damage again.
Okay,
I don't know what the
650,
Daggerfall did,
575. Okay, Set's taken a lot of damage. Set's struggling in this one.
but- And a lot of XP damage.
Yep, perk 3 is going to empower the healing from Valorian as well as the Searing Light.
Isn't this the exact same deck that Set was playing on Diona? But it's on Valorian now?
Potentially,
Quite
yeah.
possible. And Fisher flooded like 2 mana there. Kinda okay.
Boom.
Guess he wants to show how easily
He's
he can
going to
win
heal this. Probably. Remember the
Nope.
Clear
he is not.
Skies? No,
Okay.
Clear Skies only does half healing to
I don't
masters
understand
now.
that dagger. What was that dagger?
Didn't really damage enough, but allowed him to finish it off pretty efficiently with the Searing Light. Grenadier getting
But
good value
the Searing
again.
Light would probably have done it anyways. That Grenadier getting that hurt.
And Set
Set
start getting
is in
back
danger,
in this.
but it's not lost yet.
I mean, if he mishandles this Prowler one time, he could just get destroyed. Needs to
Oh
be
yeah, that
real
is
careful.
100% enough.
There you see the
Oh,
you see the Elite
that's
Woman
your...
not getting punished. Oh, that's going to be a nice amount of face damage. Okay, 155, 135, 20 XP behind. Feels like Memfisto's coming back into this a little bit.
you mean Seth?
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
I mean, the healing from Clear Skies also allows Seth to not be in too much danger. As long as he can keep that Prowler from killing him.
Okay, there's the heal again. Prowler comes in.
Yeah.
Gonna try to
Good
tank
early
it.
heal.
Desperate tanking. Everything's gonna die here. The Prowler doesn't get on face though. Valorian does hit hard
Yeah.
at this point
As
of the
long
game.
as Seth can keep that Prowler off face, Memfisto has nothing. I mean, until Mana Frenzy.
Yep. It's a race to Mana Frenzy now. Set handling that Rabid Prowler pretty well.
Yeah, with a deck like this, it's fine to... Memfisto was flooding again. It's fine to overspend on countering the opponent one way to deal damage. Ooh.
Oh, that's not great.
I
He
mean,
did a
kinda
good job.
worked out, I guess.
Very good
Tanking
save.
for it, yeah. Here we come with the heal again. Shen shuts it down. It's gonna survive this though. And that's the power of that Prowler. Can
Tank,
kill so
tank,
much.
tank,
Is he-
tank.
Ooh!
That is painful.
He handled that Prowler like I do.
You mean not?
Exactly.
Nice.
Right, Mana Frenzy for Memfisto.
But Mana Frenzy. That
like
should
Mephisto's
be
gonna
enough
fight
get
back here.
victory. Seth still has 11 XP to go, that's quite a lot. Especially with Prowler jumping in like that.
Yeah, Memfisto needs to be a little careful with his HP, but he's got plenty. And as we've seen as this game's gone on, there's no real punishment of these Blood Imps.
Yeah, and that's the end.
There we go. Rabid Prowler carries Memfisto with that.
It was closer in the end than I thought it would be. Because Seth messed that one Prowler up.
Yeah.
But in general, Mephisto's deck didn't have anything outside of Mana Frenzy to really end this. As long as Seth didn't make mistakes.
Yeah, it was kind of strange. He didn't like misplay that Prowler. He didn't like play something too late towards the end there. He just decided to tank it on face.
I'm
which
assuming he didn't have the mana.
potentially, yeah. Okay, well,
what I find
Memfisto.
interesting
Yep.
is Seth just played his control deck on Valorian. Like he was running, this is basically the exact same deck, if not the exact same deck that he was running, I think on Diona, maybe Apep. But it didn't go nearly as well because Valorian's not nearly as good of a defense master. You don't have those bear traps, you don't have that totem, you don't have those traps. You don't. It was a much different match than we saw in the first two. But the same build basically.
So Memfisto fighting back. As we mentioned, Set running out of masters to choose from. Maybe he's having to pick from his B list of
I mean,
masters.
This time he doesn't have to change at least. He can play Valorian again and make
He
that
might-
suit angry.
He might want
I
to
wouldn't
change.
play that again, to be honest. I think that was a pretty underwhelming build on Valorian. I think that he should go to Rex. I think that's just the natural place ahead.
Fun thing is, I think if Memfisto played his deck with anyone outside of Valorian, it would be better than what happened. I don't think that was a great Valorian deck either.
Okay, so Nerzl is through 3-0. Ficus is through 3-1. Those guys are going to play in the semi-final 1. Set against Memfisto 2-1. DarkCrow against Jules. We're still seeing it as 1 game all on the website. Probably not been updated, but that game looks like it's still going on. And of course, the winner of Set and Memfisto and DarkCrow and Jules will meet in the second semi-final. If possible, we'll try and cover both of those semi-finals.
For your viewing pleasure.
Your viewing pleasure. We're here for your pleasure.
Ah, that sounded so creepy with your voice.
Thank you.
No problem.
Call us on 1-800 Betadwarf.
No,
Beetledwarf.
no, no. 1-800 bad as a fish 80.
Nice. Please ask the bill payer's permission before making the call. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm more concerned about the fact that you are so aware of all of this, Fishy. Are you using these often, or what's happening?
No. A friend told me about these things that I know very little
fair.
about.
Yeah, it was me.
God damn it, DeathShoott. Right.
Oh,
2-1.
Set is all ready to go. Like, well, it's mainly Memfisto. Like, he's sitting there contemplating, unsure what to do.
To be fair, Memfisto is the one that has to change deck. Set
Yeah,
could just
I hope
choose,
that
I'm
changes.
gonna do the same again.
I don't think he should go with this again. If he goes with this again, then that makes me really wonder how many decks he actually had prepared for the tournament. Because that would mean he's basically been running the same
One.
deck the entire, yeah, exactly, the entire time, and that's pretty bad. You want to be able to work around that.
Yeah, so what do we think? Diona's still available.
I think Memfisto is a King Puff player. I'm not sure if it's one of his favorite things to do, but I know he's willing. He could bring it out. But what I want to, I just hope that Set changes his build, and I hope that Memfisto, you know, wins so we can have a 2-2.
So let's remind people of the bans. Memfisto banned King Puff, and Set banned APAP. So we're definitely not gonna see Memfisto on APAP right now.
Yeah, yeah.
And probably not on Repo either, because that was his Zeppelin deck. But he could easily go back to his Stormbringer or to a Diona deck. The only masters he can't play is King Puff and Valorian.
I'm a little surprised we haven't seen Avia. Well, actually, we did see her once from DarkCrow, but that was versus Spawner Breener, and that just
Yeah.
did not go well.
Oh no.
I feel like Memfisto needs to, because Set's probably going to play some kind of control deck. Memfisto needs to either go head to head with the control deck, or he needs to play something super aggro.
I mean, the nerfs of Avea did hit her hard enough to sort of take her out of the strength things. She is below 50% now. She has like 47% win rate at the moment. So that might be why we're not seeing her much. It's really difficult to get those 2 procs per play now.
Yeah, because she has to take the damage. Like, it was very helpful to use the self-damage defensively, whereas she would just take, then she'd only take like, what, 40 damage, and then 1 proc guaranteed, and then she just crosses the bridge, and all that time spent doing nothing charges up a second one.
Yeah. And you can sort of still do that by letting something get to face, like a Scrat or something, and then doing it with that, but it's not easy.
Yeah, DarkCrow actually messed it up already. In the match where he was playing Avia, he had Rocket Scrat, and then he played Stun Lancers first instead of Avia, and then the Stun Lancers took the aggro, and Avia didn't get attacked. And that made to his first Avia only got 1 proc instead of 2.
Yeah, it's very easy to mess her up now.
And that makes Empyreans sad.
Wah, wah, wah. Okay, what's going on?
That's how
Memfisto,
a
you're taking too
cosplay
long.
dude sound.
Alright,
Okay.
There the match
He heard
goes.
me.
He
Let's
listened
go.
to you. We are so funny.
Right, here we go. This is game number 4 of this match. It's 2-1 in the favor of Set.
So Set probably plays the same deck again. And R3KT is a good choice if you want to go for grid control. So DeathShoott is just dying in the corner now.
Yep, so Set playing the
Yes,
same deck.
shame on you, Set.
Valorian. Probably came out of that last game just insta-readied up.
Probably should have thought before he did that.
Right.
But now he has disappointed someone.
Let's see if Wrecked can do what Memfisto needs to do.
The light reaches ever further.
The squadron can deal with that quite easily.
Oh, doesn't get a hit on face. That could be important. Big DPS coming up from the Razor Squadron with the Rex support.
Can they kill the... Oh, that pull on the Defensor might just be enough for... Okay, not if there is a stick. But I think that would have killed the Defensor as well.
Right.
Interestingly enough, XP is equal at the moment.
Yeah, so the early games we saw Set dominating XP. The last match, Memfisto. This time it's a lot closer. Clears those units, and that's the power of the Blood Imps. You can take both bridges for 1 mana. But of course they do have that downside.
Quite good against it though.
Yeah, but not in a way that's going to punish those Blood Imps.
Especially not if so many die to other things. A little bit surprised he doesn't keep the squadron for the salad, but I guess he has Defensor against that.
That stint's going to be a little frustrating. He's going to jump, kill it, and then take the bridge. Nice use of the Shadow Clone. Real Rex is at the top. Nice jump. Can they hold that bridge? Yes. Okay.
Will the real Rex please stand up?
Yeah. The fake Rex at the bottom sat down. Again, as we check the XP, still level.
Still equal. I'm actually kind of impressed by that. And the HP is also fairly equal. Nothing to indicate that either player has an advantage. Who do we feel has the stronger perk 3 between these two?
Valorian.
It's got to be Valorian, yeah.
There's not much of a one-punch target here.
Probably try to one-punch the Defensor or something just to try.
I mean, Defensor or Salad are decent, or Face. But if it's a control game, I think I agree.
The Blood Imps trying to tank the Searing Light, trying to keep the Razor Squadron alive. Maybe helped a little bit. Shen pushing at the bottom. Rekt is at home to defend, but will get stunned. Okay, jumps in, tanks the hit. Okay, so that's smart there. The Master Tower is stunned, but Rekt is not on the Master Tower, and therefore is not stunned. Right. So Set taking a bit of an XP lead now. That last interaction worked out well for him, but let's see.
But that could swap back quite easily with an Arctic KT that can grab both bridges like that, yeah. Squadron at top, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh.
He knows that he's going to try that Searing Light on the Squadron every time. Yeah. Blood Imps are going to try to keep it alive, but that's really shutting that Squadron down pretty quickly.
Yeah, the Searing Light, especially now with perk 3, will kill it incredibly fast. XP is still fairly equal, but Set now has control and the advantage. 1 point plus? No? Okay, no. I guess that...
So they're under 1,000 HP here and behind on XP, not too far.
You mean Memfisto?
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean.
We missed the 1 punch.
Did he just miss? That is painful.
Saved it for a long time and then missed it. Frustrating. Grenadier.
And he doesn't have the top bridge. And there we have Mountain Shaper.
Mountain Shaper says no thank you. Clears. Takes the bridges back. Set in a decent position right now.
Set is getting a good advantage in XP. And
Rocket
that would just clear that out really nicely. Yeah, I'm thinking that we should probably lower that to like 75 damage or 80 damage. 80 is probably the normal value. Because that does look a little bit insane, doesn't it?
Yeah. Let's clear a lot. Here again, the Searing Light, trying to keep those Razors.
And it's still nice face damage that he gets with this. So it's still fine for Set.
Yeah, he's got a strong XP lead. It was very close,
yeah,
and then
and
suddenly
a very
Set
strong HP
just started
lead as well. And these Blood Imps, Memfisto has to start being careful with the Blood Imps.
Yeah. That's gonna, if he can't play the Blood Imps, he's gonna lose bridge grabs. He's gonna lose the facility to try to shut down the Searing Light, defend the Searing Light.
And with how far ahead Set is in XP, this game is basically over, and with that, the entire set is over.
Yeah, it's looking like Set is going to go through to the semi-final. Memfisto looking like he's going to be eliminated at this stage of the event.
Quite handedly. Because despite that this game started fairly equal, there is a pretty big gap now.
Yeah.
And even if Memfisto manages to deal 1,000 damage to face right now, Set will still overwhelm him in mana plan.
Needs to
And
shut
obviously
these
he's not
zealots
going to deal
down.
with that.
Mana Frenzy for Set. Looking to
Yeah,
close this
is
out.
just so over. Wait, can Stormstrike?
Boom.
That's the first time he's played this match, right?
I don't think so.
Oh no, he blocked it with a cloud earlier, yeah. Look at this.
Yeah, this
What
is
do you
just too much. This is just
When it comes to you.
having the control, getting to Mana Frenzy first, plenty ahead, closing
Yeah, and
that out.
they were equal for a very long time, and then one interaction went nice for Set, and immediately just the entire game's wrong. And I think that's partly just that perk 3 being so much better. Because we really did not see One Punch Blast do anything, especially because he missed it.
Yes.
Yeah, that definitely
Literally
means it
nothing.
doesn't do anything.
Okay,
I
so
think,
Set 3 games to 1.
Well, I mean, it wastes 1 mana.
Yeah, and a perk 3, I mean.
It's just a
and
warning
a
shot.
cycle. So
Yeah, I
just
think-
everything was bad there. That perk 3 was basically a perk for Set.
So I personally think Memfisto was making some unwise deck choices just because I think that Set is quite predictable. Like, he played the same deck 4 times, basically, is what happened here. And I think that all you got to do is play some base control, at least until he changes, rather than continue down. I think they were both kind of doing the same thing repeatedly, and I think that one of them should have changed it up. And Set was the one winning while doing it. It should have been Memfisto who was going more, and I think control was the way to go.
Hey. I'm going to grab a drink in a second. We're still waiting for the website to get fully up to date.
You would dare to go and get a drink while
Sorry.
streaming.
I'm sorry. DarkCrow against Jules is still showing 1 game all. Not entirely sure what's going on with that.
It says now that Jules is 2-1.
Okay. That seems some slow
I mean, it makes
progress.
sense to jump in there a little bit, I guess.
We'll check to see what the situation is, please.
Not in the match.
Okay.
That is true. They are very much
Also-
not in the match.
Are you aware of the bug FDM where it doesn't actually say if they're in a match? It just says in menu the entire time underneath the
I
frame.
was not aware, but if you spectate, you know if they're in a match or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let's see if we can get some score information from these guys.
I never see DarkCrow on. Oh wait, there he is. Okay, well DarkCrow is in deck building, so maybe it's still going on.
Yeah.
I do think that it would be pretty interesting if Jules moves forward, but personally, my money would be on DarkCrow. I think that he's been pretty active in the scene lately, though Jules does have the lead.
Yep, DarkCrow was the runner-up in the last event.
I gotta say, it'd be hilarious if it was Memfisto and Jules who were in the finals, because they're both really old players. Be a throwback, sort of.
I mean, you don't have to pull their age into this.
So they're not currently in a game, right? Is that correct?
Nope.
Okay. Trying to get a response. Oh, hold on. May have just finished. Okay. So, right. So it looks like Jules has beaten that by 3-2.
All right. So,
Nerzl against Ficus, set against Jules.
Wait, so no DarkCrow? What?
yeah, DarkCrow's out.
Ah.
Okay, I'll be right back. Let's find out who we're going to see first. Hopefully we can see both of these. BRB.
I mean, if we do one of the two first, I feel like it would almost have to be Nerzl. Because we just watched that.
Yeah. We haven't really seen much of Nerzl either. We faced him like once, I think, so far.
Yeah, and considering that he was doing really well.
Unfortunately, it does look like both the newcomers did get knocked out. Koi and Mez both were taken out, so we're not going to be seeing them in the semifinals.
I mean, it is a common thing once you get to play against the old-time
Yeah, and
top
you have
players.
to do it like a much more intense tournament rule set.
Mm-hmm.
Set against Jules will still be pretty interesting because, I mean, back in the days of the Challengers League, it's going to be Jules used to run that, and now he's got to go against Set, and Set was pretty solid there. Back in my day.
Back in your day. Cat, what do you want? So my cat's like, it's wet food time, and she does that at least an hour before it's actually wet food time. So she just started, and she gets it at 9, and it's not even 8 yet. Yeah, you.
Whenever the time zones change, now we're talking about pets, so enjoy.
Oh
that.
yeah, they're so confused.
Yeah, the time zone change just messes with my poor guinea pig. He always gets. I mean, when it happens like an hour earlier, he doesn't mind so much, you know. But when it's like an hour later, and then he's not being fed yet, it gets kind of angry.
Honestly, I think I blame the time zones for the cat being an hour early with asking for wet food.
Absolutely. And also, gonna scold Fish here. Only put 1 T in my name.
Right.
In DeathShoott. It's not acceptable. Just so you know. Did you hear that, Fish?
No, what was that?
You forgot the second T in shoot, and I'd like to point out that you used to put it there.
Oh yeah,
So
you're right.
why.
I knew something wasn't
Yeah,
right
I mean-
about that.
Yeah. It's kind of naked looking, you know.
I'm sorry.
I'm kind of surprised you even write DeathShoott and not just Zul.
Disu. Okay. So just checking in, Deadshot. It's not too cold for you where you are with your air
Oh, no.
conditioned loveliness.
Little brisk, you know. Might have to get a blanket, but it's good. Thanks.
So what was the temperature where you were?
I don't know, something like 20 degrees Fahrenheit, you know.
20 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, something like that.
Jesus. Okay.
Taking it, me
So,
going
so
strong.
when are you gonna go out ice skating?
Okay.
Alright.
That's fixed. Right. There's no time for a sarcastic compliment, Agent Bun, but I appreciate you interrupting the stream for it.
But
I mean-
Fish, what's going on right now? I mean, you got time. We got
We've
time.
got time. What am I doing? I'm fixing your name.
You're so good at that.
Spelling.
I feel like I just did a sarcastic compliment.
Yep. Thank you. That's not how it works. I didn't require one. Okay, so we're holding tight.
Wow. Sounds like your problem again.
Damn it. We're holding
I
tight.
can see on the stream you just ran away.
Okay.
Yeah, Fish is out of here.
I give him a compliment and he instantly walks out of his room.
I mean, it wasn't really a compliment, was it? It's a sarcastic compliment, a compliment. No, you think so?
Swings and roundabout.
Swings and roundabouts.
I can't believe that that's the kind of roundabout.
It makes perfect sense now you think about it, right?
Yeah, it makes a
Were
lot
you so
more sense,
confused?
although-
Like, why are there swings in the middle of the road? Doesn't make
Well,
any
I was
sense.
like, what the hell does a swing have to do with a roundabout? You goddamn Brits are weird.
See, educational.
Now I think, those kind of roundabouts. You goddamn Brits are weird.
Wait, do you call merry-go-rounds roundabouts in Britain?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Merry-go-round.
Honestly, I don't even know if we have them in the Netherlands. We probably do, but I don't know what we call them. Probably turny thingy.
Roundabout playground. Let's see here. I mean, that's basically the same thing, yeah.
Yeah. It's like we call a seesaw what you call a teeter-totter.
I mean, I call it seesaw as well.
Oh.
You guys have silly names.
Okay, says FDM. Right, Nerzl against Ficus
Why do
is
you
going to be
always make it
first.
3 FDMs? It's FDM.
It's
Because
FDM,
in
FDM.
Twitch, you're FDM.
And no one cares about Twitch because for some reason FDM was taken.
Have the new cards
Oh, you
been
need it to
revealed? Someone
long
asks.
Well,
Yes,
we're in the
on
middle
the
of a
PTR. Yay!
Oh yeah, we can talk. Oh yeah. Okay, so don't forget before we finish, we want to talk about the PTR and we want to talk about Project F4E. How do I
Do you have a
spell?
link to the GGtoor Discord in your stream?
GGtoor.
Considering that they're
sure if
being
it's in the
incredibly
Discord.
slow at
Yeah,
finding
there
a
we go.
match, this is the perfect moment to talk about the PTR. We have a PTR live right now. Try it out tomorrow because right now you're too busy watching the stream. With the new balance changes and the 2 upcoming cards, give your feedback. We change things according to the feedback. If the feedback is, understandable and correct. Give feedback. Also, I was making movements with my hands. You can't see it. There is a cat in between. Just try the PTR out tomorrow.
So this is a public PTR. It's available for everyone. If you want to, I don't know. Sorry, I was a bit distracted there, but I don't know if FDM said. But if you want to get involved, go to the Minion Masters Discord and look in the channel list. There's a PTR section. Look for the public PTR, and it will tell you how to get involved. And basically, it will give you a list of. It will show you the 2 new cards. No, the 2 new cards will be in the game, but it will tell you how to get into the game. It will tell you the proposed balance changes. Test them out. And give your feedback based on what you think. Yep, so it tells you how
Have you
to do it.
seen either Nerzl or Ficus online on Steam?
I haven't checked yet. Let's have a look.
I definitely don't have Nerzl online.
Nerzl is a no. Ficus is also potentially a no. Thanks for the hydrate, Merlin.
Yes, drink water. It's healthy.
Right, so reminder, this is Betadwarf, Team Mana Frenzy, GGtoor, presenting Knight's Duel number 16. We're in the semi-final stage. 4 players remain. So this is best...
Speaking of nothing related to what you're saying and completely interrupting your very
I shall
important
interrupt you with something irrelevant.
You have never done that before.
I'm pretty excited for the disruptor puff change that's being proposed in the PTR. It's in the
How did we
public
actually
PTR,
write it?
right?
Because did we actually write that it just stuns the entire bridge? Yeah, nice. Okay, good.
Wait, what?
Because we first wanted to do an area of effect around him, and then I was like, why don't we just make it stun the bridge?
So hold on, who's this?
And this is
This is
Patrick.
FDM.
Patrick.
Yes,
Oh,
was bad,
God
eh?
damn it.
Disruptor puff in the PTR will
okay.
stun when it teleports.
Interesting. Proposed Disruptor Puff change. Stuns for 2 seconds on target bridge when teleporting to a bridge.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be very interesting to try and time with units crossing the bridge. Like the other bridge, you have to do it on the opposite side, of course.
Anything else stand out from the changes?
I think
changes.
I mean, Icebreaker Ball, that's a pretty serious buff.
That is intended to be a buff, yes.
I mean, if it wasn't intended to be a buff, I'd be a little confused, but
So first attack freezes.
I think that's the major part. Like the
And
damage
more
buff is
damage.
cool.
It will
However,
basically behave like a stun lancer, but then instead of the stun thing, it freeze.
yeah. But I mean, the thing is, he repeats it. So like the fact that it now freezes on first attack means that you can really use him against a lot more units that would,
Okay,
you know, a lot
wait.
more-
When you say repeats, what do you mean?
I mean, like he will freeze the unit again if he gets enough attacks off. Unlike
No,
stun
no.
Huh?
He only freezes on the first attack against any minion, so he can freeze as many minions, but only once each.
Oh, well, that's not. I gotta say, my excitement level has taken a hit now.
The other thing was probably a little bit too strong.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, I liked it though. I mean, you could basically infinitely freeze something. It's kind of cool, you know.
Yeah,
But
but
then-
we were a little bit afraid of what happens when you like the previous stun lances were changed for a reason.
Yeah.
So we
So
were a
it's
little
always
bit
not-
like,
I thought that was gonna make the loop even easier to fulfill. Like since the first attack would freeze,
Mm.
you'd only need
Yeah.
2 more attacks and then frozen again.
yeah, and I mean it wouldn't be permanent. It would be 3 seconds frozen, 3 seconds unfrozen. But for a lot of the bigger units, that's enough
Mm-hmm.
to basically have permanent.
Kind of like Shen. Like, well, I mean, when he used to have a 3-second, 3-second stun duration, it was like pretty brutal for a lot of units. Like,
Okay.
like Demon Warrior, even I think you could infinitely lock Demon Warrior.
I don't think we have any
Which
bans
is
in yet.
sad.
Not seeing these guys online at all, so apologies for the delay.
Just blame the participants, not us.
So there's also a proposed Meziljie change in the PTR. Drain life
but-
damage
Mm.
goes up from 100 to 150. Drain
But
life
instead,
life drained. What does that mean?
basically that goes from 100 to
Heal
75.
It says 100 to 50%.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
100 of
that's
100 was 100, and 50%
Oh,
of
okay.
150 is 75.
So you're saying that the drain life does 150
It's
damage,
basic
but
damage,
only
got it.
heals for 50% of that damage.
Yes, so 75.
So
Okay.
now you'd be able to like kill things like Stixie or Assassin or Fire Imp with Drain, which is
But
kind of
not heal quite so efficiently.
well,
Yes.
I mean,
Okay.
It's more damage, less heal.
Skeleton
and the skeleton
3
we
to
gave-
4. Is
I
that
should clarify that that also means that the perk 2 version of that goes from 7 to 8. Or 6 to 8, whatever the hell.
okay?
Yeah, 6 to 8.
Okay.
and is the ritual change? Does that mean the ritual change is being partially reverted? Since it has to be the cheapest card in your deck again, that means
Yeah, sort of. You now need a 7 mana. The 6 mana deck was just too strong overall. That the ritual was more of an extra. Probably without ritual, you could still play the 6 mana deck and win. Just because the deck itself is tough to deal with.
Yeah. Okay.
And that makes the ritual just extra value on top, and that was a little bit too much.
So if you wonder what we're talking about the proposed balance changes in the next patch, which are available to try in the public PTR. Get involved, join the Minion Masters Discord, check out the PTR section, download the version of the game that allows you to test this
The one
out.
that I'm excited about is the Arcane Ring change. Reducing damage from 100% to 50% on face.
Rammer players.
Yeah, I think that's healthy.
Because it's a spell that we would like to have used against minions, not necessarily against face.
Yeah, I think once you guys release that new master that we talked about earlier today, that master that's definitely going to be released in the next patch. I'm ready.
Yeah, definitely. New master next patch. I mean, next patch is 1.39, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can
So
I
you can
get some
squeeze one in
masters in there?
Mm.
I wonder if I can release some masters to play PvP with.
What if you guys just started pulling masters from adventures,
Oh, that could be a thing. Perhaps we should put that in a mode that we're updating anyways, there's this one mode that's not very popular that we might as well update.
Mayhem.
Yeah, that is a mode that's not very popular that we might update.
In the next patch?
Potentially. I don't remember if 1.39 or 1.40 to be honest, but there is an update coming there.
Interesting. Defenso Chopper damage 50 to 35. Is that the Defenso Chopper damage itself or its shock damage?
Yeah, that's just to make it a little bit more aligned on the knockback damage.
Right. Sorry for the little delay, guys. Looks like the players are coming online. We're still waiting for the bans. Nerzl's
Although
online.
I do see messages coming in. We got the bans.
Okay, bans are
I don't know
here.
why Meziljie is being butchered so hard.
Everyone who isn't native English is annihilating her name.
It feels kind of bad for her. But interesting bans. What we're seeing, Nerzl banned Ravager, Ritual, and Dragon Nest. So there we finally see the Dragon Nest that you mentioned earlier. And Ficus banned Meziljie, Rabbit Prowler, and Spirit Infusion. Which is interesting because we've definitely seen the Rabbit Prowler being used to varying success, I would say.
Certainly popular in these tournament games.
We haven't seen Meziljie having great success.
She's kind of just getting either banned and not seen. Like she's just not in the play. I mean,
and we saw her once or something, and that didn't end up too well.
Yeah, we saw with Jules was running her versus Ficus, right? And that was in the game with the failed Arcane Barrage on the Herald, and then the Dragon Push one. I think that was the only time I can really recall. So when is Arcane Golem getting Mana Surge?
Isn't that in the trenches?
Spell Surge.
Oh no, that's Meziljie.
I'm actually glad. I mean, you know, I really liked the change when Crystal Construct got Mana Surge. I thought that was an amazing change. Poor guy.
That guy hits hard.
I just saw something in the in-game chat that pisses me off, so I'm going to be clear about this. Your deck is not used in matchmaking. Stop spreading that lie, people. Annoys me.
Alright, well.
Right, looks like we're going into our first game of this semi-final. Yeah. I forgot to update the thing on the screen. But it's okay. We can do this. Right.
Is it DeathShoott, did you?
You on this one, DeathShoott?
Me.
Okay, here we go.
So we do see Meziljie. Ficus is running Meziljie, and we see Nerzl on Mortar, a Monkey Zenchi Mortar. So we already saw Ficus win out Colossus. Oh yeah, we saw Meziljie twice, right? He already played Colossus Meziljie versus Jules as well. And that was the crazy match that Jules was playing Brutus Betrayer's Gaxton.
Okay, so we're going to see a Colossus. We're going to see it get split. We're going to see it supported.
Can Nerzl time his rock rebels with his tombstone here? That's the question. He also has Snap Freeze, which I think will be good in these trades versus the Colossus. Here he goes. Yeah, he's going for it. So there is the statue, but if he gets his revive, it'll be worth it. I hope he tries and uses Jinlan here as well, but I don't know. The fight's actually too far away for Jinlan to do much.
Yeah.
I figured he'd throw in Battle Monkey because with the Colossus is slowly approaching, the Battle Monkey's going to attack really fast.
It's
and if he's
so cheesy. Okay, Battle Monkey's going to get some good value here. It's a shame, though, as you say, you can't use...
Monkey.
The Monkey reses.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. That's not nearly as good as the other one, but
he's going to have the stun. Yep, he's going to have the stun. Here he comes. Hello!
Or not.
Or not. Okay.
I think that would have been worth it, but apparently not. Now we just play the waiting game. Alright, so we can cycle to Big Golem. Are you gonna do that, Nerzl? I guess.
Okay. He's trying to deal with this really.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Cutely. Okay. Right, that's decent. What's going to res though? He needs to be careful with the res though, because that stint at the top can burn that tombstone.
That is terrible. The Jinlan would be half decent.
He goes for the okay, the stint reses. Okay, that's not a good interaction. Nice freeze though. But of course, frozen units take half damage. Okay, nice stun, but still there's another Colossus.
Ooh, this is wild. Okay, so the push is pretty damaged, but he has to cycle to his big units again, because what he has in hand right now doesn't really defend this very well. Battle Monkey, easily handling top bridge. Oh, misses with the missiles.
Okay.
Call in GG because why not? And then here comes Jinlan.
Nice stun. Of course, Xinlong triggered by the Zenshi card before. Nerzl doing a decent job.
Now this is where I would be having Impetus Blast instead of Snap Freeze, and you would push him into the Xinlan. Luckily, it's still going to reach because... Oh no, 2 hits.
Stuns one of them.
Stun it, there we go.
Well, okay, that's okay. Not a good res though. Burning Mana as well. Shock Rock comes in. Okay, so this Blue Golem actually doing a great job.
Yeah, that went pretty well. Every time this push happens on Ficus' side, it comes with like 1 Spawn of Fury Colossus and some damage.
No, he didn't want to lose that. That's frustrating. Okay. XP is in Nerzl's favor. He'll be happy with that.
He needs to send Tombstone up right now, I think. There we go. Because he wants to revive this Golem, but he might just revive Whirly Scrap.
He's going to Golem, and then he's going to Xiaolong into it. There it is.
Yeah. Is he going to get a revive? He shouldn't stun here. Get the revive, bud. Oh, man. Is it close?
Yeah, sometimes you want to let stuff die so that it reses. But see, the problem here is it's going to outlive the Tombstone. Battle Monkey's going to do some great work here. Oh,
this might be being stuns here. This is actually a really good Battle Monkey. Nice. So that's
nice.
1+.
Wow. Okay, that Battle Monkey shredding. Of course, everything it kills means it's going to have less DPS.
And Stint stole one of those spirits, so the Colossus that survived is not spirited. And here we go. It's just a rinse and repeat right now. 1 Colossus gets across the bridge, you do Bach Rivals, you do Jinlan.
Yep, he's got exactly the tools that he needs. He's ahead on XP.
He's going for the revive this time instead.
Yeah.
Never mind.
No, he's not. That's interesting. Yep,
Yeah,
I think he
regretted
knows.
that.
He knows that was a mistake.
Because now he's just going to get another Gene. I mean, that's kind of okay, but obviously not what you want when you're going to get a blue Golem.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing a good job, Nerzl, holding this, but I feel like he could have done better with those reses.
Absolutely. He does have double Tombstone now. So he might revive this blue Golem if Jinlan can like disappear for a second. No, never mind. I'm crazy. Nice.
That's good.
You should get a Battle Monkey revive you or Body Scrap. That's okay.
Ficus dropping low HP as well. Okay.
Oh wow.
Wow. Nerzl defended that beautifully, really.
He had Ficus in his grasp right there. Like every push, he just handled basically the same way.
Yeah.
Like on Ficus' side, half the push dies, and the other half just dies to Blue Golem and Jane.
Okay. Nerzl takes the first game, 1-0. So with Zenshi Mordor against Halloween.
Because now you got to win with Mordor, and it's always nice in Conquest mode when you get a win with a master who's less expected, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's still easy masters to play, so to speak.
Okay, so Nerzl strikes first, but of course now he's won with Mordor. There is no Mordor.
I won't be surprised if we see Ficus run this again, because it is a very strong deck, the Colossus Mellowing, and especially in tournament you can catch plays off guard. I do find it extremely interesting how little control we've been seeing, because obviously we've had Mana Frenzy matches. That happens all the time when you're facing top players, but like it's not just control. We've been seeing a lot of aggro in there as well. Like Rabid Prowler's been in a lot of these games, and even when he's in there, matches still sometimes go to Mana Frenzy, because again, just because you have aggro doesn't mean you win. Like these are top players. You can get to Mana Frenzy with aggro versus aggro, but the amount of aggro that we've been seeing, I think, is quite interesting.
That guy that was talking about the decks being used in the matchmaking, like he wasn't even like raging about it. He was telling someone else as though it was 100% true.
Factual information. That's just how it
It
works.
was like it's used in the matchmaking to make the games more interesting. No, it's not.
Rappo versus Stormbringer. Okay. I don't know if Ficus is Rappo. Alright, decent Daggerfall. They're both spending a ton of mana here. Like, Nerzl's out of mana now.
Cannon Roller's a great pull. choice there against that Shen.
Alright.
Yellow's just going to drown in those scrats at the top.
Look, the Grenadier doesn't get the bridge in this scenario.
Will kill, but will not take.
Okay. So what does Ficus have to answer Razor Squadron? Because that's going to be something to worry about here. Once it gets marksmanship, it will shred through the swarm.
Yep. He does have a Soul Stealer, but he can't really go toe-to-toe with it. Something needs to tank it.
Remember when Sorcerer used to be played? I haven't seen that for ages.
Well, I've seen quite a few empowered Soul Stealer decks.
Yeah, because it's constantly getting buffed. Empowered Soul Stealer.
Insane.
Okay. I mean, I can't see how this match is going to go yet. It's pretty wild. Daggerfall, yep, even trade, get you some face damage. Why not?
Why not, indeed?
Like, Nerzl has an X. Okay, I mean, that was fine. I don't know why he X'd that. Not like he has something better to take the bridge, but I guess he wasn't happy with that.
Okay,
Is this socially gonna get anything here?
I need a little bit though. Good XP lead for Nerzl to start with. Right, Battle Monkey.
So this is the push he wants.
With only one stack, that Soul Stealer is not really something he needs to worry about. Just needs to handle that Battle Monkey. Needs to make sure he doesn't trigger it too much.
Razor Squadron now gonna start deteriorating.
Flyby on the Shen means the Shen's going to get slowed and therefore never do anything, even if it did survive.
Alright, so Nerzl's been maintaining this XP lead pretty much since like 1 minute or something. That's Daka. Not sure about that one.
Not too many great Daka targets on Nerzl's side of the field.
Taking it. Well, I would just take it anytime you can hit either any of like Nerzl's singular minions, like Jolo, Cannon Roller, or shoot, the other card that he played. You know.
Yeah, that one has a name. Yeah. It's not on your lips right now.
It just died, and I don't remember what it was.
It'll come back. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'll see you soon.
And then you'll yell it.
I will. Don't worry. I'm ready. Whirly Scrat.
Whirly Scrat. There we go. Boom. Nailed it.
Yeah. Just any of those targets. Get it with the Daka whenever you can, because you're not going to have a great target anyway, so just take the value.
I think Nerzl's in control of this.
That's only 120 damage with that Daka, because only 3 units were out. This match just seems like Ficus wanted to face something entirely different, and that Nerzl was ready to... Like, look at this deck. Nerzl was without a doubt ready to face Meziljie again. Like, you've got Cannon Roller and Razor Squadron in here. He definitely was ready to face Meziljie. But either way, it's like Ficus got a matchup he didn't want, and Nerzl can win this pretty cleanly.
Yeah, he's solidly ahead now. It's an elite swarmer. Yeah, it's something. Not going to be enough though. Ficus is going to start taking face hits from Stormbringer. Did he stop playing? No, still here.
Grenadier hit as well.
And we've seen that Soul Stealer really hasn't got any sort of stacks available on it at all.
The only way I see it getting stacks is if he gets like 4 stacks from Razor Squadron, from the Plasma Marines and the Razor Squadron, and maybe building off of that, but...
It's got 3 now, but it's almost dead and slowed. But apart from that, absolutely crushing it.
Yeah. That's just gonna get annihilated by Grenadier, and again, I don't know. Why?
Didn't really do anything.
Like, if he waited a second, he maybe could have gotten a bit of damage.
There's the beam, or...
Very good beam. Now he just needs... And these are gonna reach tower, it's over. Yeah.
Gen's not gonna do enough here. Whirly Scrat! Nerzl takes the second game, 2-0. Nerzl seemed always in control of that one.
Yeah. I wonder what Ficus was expecting to face. Definitely not that, because that did not go too well. But Nerzl was absolutely prepared for Meziljie, and then I think that versus a lot of aggro, that Stormbringer would have done well.
Okay, so there we have
Okay,
two
I don't
games to
think
nil.
Ficus was ready for Meziljie because Ficus banned Meziljie.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah, yeah, true.
Okay, so Nerzl got almost 2 feet in the grand final. Best of 5, first of 3, so all to play for here. Nerzl can close it out with the next one. Remember, we do have the second semi-final waiting to go after this, which is going to be set against Jules. But first, we need to get through this one.
What do you guys think of Jolo? Do you think he's too strong right now?
Probably a little bit. I think that, in all honesty, if we removed his Scrat synergy, where he get Frenzy, he would probably still be good.
Yeah.
He's probably, if anyone's thinking what legendary should I build, should I craft, it's probably Jolo.
Oh, sorry,
He is definitely one of the most flexible legendaries there are.
Can go in almost any deck. Trades incredibly well.
See, you used to be able to say these things about Screaming Scrap. Remember those days? Remember that? When I was asked what legendary to get, and it was like Screaming Scrap. Good times. Okay, here we have it. The Meziljie is returning.
That
Nerzl
noise
does
is
it.
freaking me out.
It wasn't me. Probably the cat, if I had to take a guess.
Jesus.
No, that was me telling you to not talk about things that are not to be talked about.
Screams. Okay, sure.
Okay, moving swiftly along. It's game number 3, Nerzl against Ficus. Nerzl got a 2-0 lead. What do we have? King Puff, we have Meziljie. But it's not Halloween.
That was one spitting right there.
Once bitten, twice.
Very interesting. So, I haven't seen that used in a tournament since its nerf. Maybe it's maybe I'm wrong there, but what does he have in his build? Like, besides one spitting, what other showcases in there?
An ATG drone. Both sides have that. Wolf doing a great job there. Unholy Ground helping it out against the ATG drone, of course.
So Nerzl's probably going to want to try and take out the Tension Throwers with one spitting with Resident Blast Crystal. That'll be a very good trade for him.
Yeah, they can shut that down before they trigger. Perfect.
There he goes again,
There we
and
go. Oh, boom. Shuts it down. Nicely done. No wolves.
that XP lead is just growing and growing.
Yeah,
Very-
not having those wolves, he loses so much push potential.
And he doesn't seem to have much AoE. That Skeleton Horde is going to be a problem, and I imagine that if we reach perk 3, which we probably will, those Night Puffs will be vicious.
Mm-hmm. The ATG drone's going to clear this up, but here we see again Jolo just being a pain, staying alive longer than you really expect it to. Didn't to grab the top bridge, maybe?
So that is also a big factor in this match, the fact that Ficus has Unholy Ground, and it's ATG versus ATG, but Nerzl does not. So that makes it quite a bit easier for Ficus. It might not matter, though. I mean, I think that perk 3-wise, Nerzl has an advantage. We'll see. No, man, those wolves are going to get shredded.
Yeah, there's a lot of DPS coming out from those air units.
Okay, well, one gets to get to tower and do some damage.
Strong XP lead as well. Right.
Okay. Well, I mean, what does he have for Curse Ascension? Is that just Unholy Ground?
Looks like it, yeah.
I don't know. I don't see a win con for him here, to be honest. I think he's kind of outmatched, but we'll see. He can theoretically get a lot of pressure if he builds his pushes correctly. Oh, double hit on the ATG.
It's nice, but there's no insta counter for the wolves after that.
It's true. Although he can swap and maybe kill them then.
Yep.
Are we gonna...
Does have-
no.
No, decides not to. Okay. We know that King Puff perk 3 is very strong.
Yeah, very powerful. Ton of damage. Speaking of damage, Nerzl is losing some HP here. And there will be a point when Ficus can just start throwing missiles at face. That's my least favorite thing about Meziljie. Yep, there we go. Look at him. He's doing it right now at 1,800 HP, just charging that face. That doesn't anger me at all. Don't worry about it. All right.
There we go, perk 3. Here come the Night Puffs.
Second bridge swap. Watch this. He's gonna do it again.
Boom. That's one of the things with the relatively new King Puff is that you can do those back-to-back bridge swaps, get huge Night Puffs. Night Puffs triggering Night Puffs. And here you see how the perk 3 changes the game completely.
As soon as he hit perk 3, it's just game over.
He was in control, but then it just... It was absolutely GG. Like a GG switch in that situation. If you don't have the AoE to clear it, wow. And there we saw the power of King Puff perk 3. Just turns the game... Doesn't turn it on its head, but suddenly it went from being in control to just insta-winning.
And that's why we have seen some bans for King Puff today.
And yeah, I just kind of feel bad for Ficus about that one because he had like essentially 0 AoE in his build, and you really want AoE versus King Puff because King Puff almost always has Horde. Like you want Horde for your perk 3, and your perk 3 basically is Horde. And then this build that Ficus was running, the closest thing to AoE he had was an ATG, and that's just not going to make the cut.
Okay, so Nerzl is our first grand finalist, but who is Nerzl going to play? It's going to be either Jules, it's going to be either Set.
And we already have bans because these players are ready to go. Guess what?
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Can you guess something about these bans, FDM?
Meziljie is misspelled.
Hey, exactly.
You're a
So we've got
monster.
Melloween.
New master leaked.
Yeah. it's
Why
just
do
gonna-
people keep misspelling Meziljie?
The third sister.
And they
Alright.
keep doing it sort of the same way, with where the I becomes an E, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, maybe that's just who knows. I think that's how
Is
it
this
sounds.
is this a joke in the community or something?
I don't
Am
think
I
so.
missing a meme?
Oh, it looks like Seth's repeating his bans from earlier. Wait, no, he's copying Ficus's ban. Okay, words. He's copying Ficus's bans. They both banned Melloween, Rapid Prowler, and Spirit Infusion.
No. Ficus banned Meziljie and
Oh.
Seth banned Melloween.
Good
Big
point.
difference.
Very important detail there. My bad.
Don't
And then
be
Jules.
mean.
Jules went for some heavy bans. He bans Mountain
Oh, yeah.
Shaper and Ritual, and then bans Diona. Hurts me a little bit on the inside, and I say it's a good ban versus Seth.
And I would say that Mount Shaper and Diona, I mean, those together is incredibly tough, but either one alone is just so good for a control deck.
I very much agree with the Mountain Shaper ban since we've been seeing that from Seth
Oh,
basically
yeah.
all the time.
And I mean, I did mention the win rate earlier,
Mhm.
so that just makes me go like, yeah, someone has been listening. Good job.
Good job. You get a gold star, Jules. Don't worry.
I mean, in Minion Masters, everyone gets a gold star. Or 4.
Okay, congratulations to Ash. You won a big dwarf pack. 300 rubies.
And a
15
gold
power
star.
tokens. And a gold star. That means absolutely nothing.
Well, never heard of
Fishy.
sentimental value, fish?
Yes.
I don't think so. That without later response.
Like later tonight, Fishy is gonna go on the internet. What is sentimental
And
value?
you spell it with an E probably instead of an I.
Nice joke. Right, we're ready. Are they ready? I don't know.
I mean, hey, they've
not-
had a lot of time to be ready.
We're not in a
You guys
game,
ready?
so I guess not. Okay, did I update this? Player name? Yes. Score.
I mean, they might
0.
just be waiting on us to be ready.
I'm ready. I think I told them I'm ready. You ready? Are you
I'm
ready?
No.
Let's get ready to rumble!
I thought we were gonna watch Minion Masters.
No, I mean, no, we're gonna watch my wrestling characters of Minion Masters. That's what we're-
Ooh, nice. Are they gonna play Minion Masters or are they just gonna be wrestling?
I mean, if they started playing Minion Masters, I think they'd be pretty advanced. I'd like to see that. I mean, is it okay if I hire Betadwarf to get that set up? You know.
I mean, if you have the money.
Jeff in the chat says Jules and Set will be spicy. Correct. Which one of them's going to bring the spice? It's find out. Jules, is Jules online for you guys?
Nope.
Okay. Malowoon.
That just hurts. Why do you people do this to me?
I think Jules went AFK for a bit. Let's find out.
That's
he would-
illegal.
You better not be AFK anymore. I mean, you can't. You don't get to eat for how long was that? Let me see here. Where is it?
In one of the previous events where Dragon just missed one of his games, just lost it, just quit, so he could go eat.
Yeah, it was like because he already qualified for top 8, right?
Yeah. Halloween.
We do not appreciate that behavior. Play your games. Don't eat.
Listen, Merlin, if Jules has been listening to our commentary, which I'm sure he has, I mean, who wouldn't? Like, just listen to it while
I
you
definitely would not be listening to this voice.
play. Okay.
Wait, your voice or his voice?
My voice.
Okay. We agree on something.
Listen,
Fuck you.
just yeah, I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say anymore. It doesn't matter.
Good. Good. Sure, it was going to be irrelevant anyway.
Oh, Jesus. No joke.
Cool.
Okay,
He's
so
a little bit of a mean person.
never. Nerzl in the final is going to play Set or Jules. We're awaiting Jules' thing to come back. Maybe back. Maybe taking a bathroom break. Not sure.
I mean, bathroom breaks are important.
Correct.
Do not be yourself while playing Minion Masters. Activate the AFK bot and take a piss.
How are we feeling about the AFK bot?
Well,
Right.
don't trust it to win your games, but if the doorbell rings, activate it and go to the doorbell, but be quick because it sucks.
You'll
But
lose
it's better
less.
than nothing. Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things where we have for next patch we have one that will take over when you disconnect as well. It's not entirely perfect yet. It doesn't catch all the disconnects. There are some series of disconnects that can make it fail. We are working on it, but I mean, if everyone disconnects from a game, we don't care anymore, you know. But we do think that it will be a lot better experience if you disconnect and then reconnect in a 2v2 game. You know, the game is not just completely gone to oblivion.
Yeah. Okay. It'd be good to see. One of the things I wonder about is one of the points of the AFK bot is to stop people trolling. But obviously they can play around that, like the fact you can disable it.
I mean, yeah, but the thing is that what this does is it makes sure that if you are AFK, you know, for like the doorbell rings or the toilet goes and you flood, the AI takes over. If that doesn't, that means that one way or another you have actively blocked it from that happening, meaning you're actively grieving, meaning we can be way more aggressive on bans on those kind of things.
Okay, nice.
Because you don't have the excuse of the doorbell ring. Well, activate the bot and then go to the door.
Yeah.
You know? Or, you know, don't disable the bot. That's the other
Just
option.
don't be a shithead.
Yeah. And then that's kind of a big part of the point of this. Like, of course, you can still basically grieve by, you know, not playing. Sure, that will be a possibility. And the bot will be bad. But it's better than not playing and, you know, nothing happening.
Yeah.
At least that's the hope.
Well, I remember Jules having internet issues back when he was hosting the Challengers League, so at least we know that he's had these problems for literal years.
It's not like he has had time to fix it or something, buy a new router, get a better ISP, move.
Alright, the question that no one's been asking you, FDM. When is Dragon Warp going to be playable again?
It's playable right now.
What are you talking about?
In draft.
Yeah, it's true. It used to be one of the cards that you'd see everywhere, and now it's sitting in its corner. I still like Flightless Dragons, though. they're still champions.
Especially with that Voidborn wound.
Oh yeah. I kind of like that Flightless Dragons and Dragon Pack have the same effect. Because they're sort of a Dragon Pack and a Flightless Dragon Pack, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
The real question is when we are gonna release that 2-mana Flightless Dragon.
So I guess Jules is here now, because it's starting, and it's going.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
You
it
guess
has
that-
begun. APAP versus Morelia. We're seeing the standard set deck, so there's not too much to be said about that. You know, it's the Salad, Rocket Scrat, Grenadier, and
But
Lead
what if we're
Swarmer.
facing Mountain Shaper?
I'm here!
I don't know,
Okay,
but Fishy is here.
I'm here. FDM's with me, I think, on this one. Or at least
Oh,
he is
look
now.
at that glorious sliding WoW attack from Salad. I love it. Beam! That's the answer.
Makes sense.
Ooh, that smite. I don't know if I like that smite. Was that smite worth it?
So,
Don't even know what it
Morelia against APAP.
Yeah, fairly equal at this point. I feel like so far Jules' deck seems a little bit more flexible with some cool stuff and definitely some value cards. I saw a blind date, that means that Jules is gonna reduce the cost of that to get some extra value. Boomer,
Boomer.
really good against Shen. Shen is not
Maybe
good
a
against
perk 1
Boomer.
Boomer. That's a great pull
That
if it
is
is.
quite possible. That it definitely is. Also, this is gonna be quite a lot of face damage.
Beam. Okay.
Nice beam. That is a lot of face damage.
Berserker Rage, one more hit? Nope. Denied.
That beam sort of tells me that Set at least wants the threat of killing Jules,
Yeah, that's a very
despite
aggressive
playing a
beam.
control deck.
I also want to point out how
Ew.
good that Defensive players, because you're playing it into freeze, and Defensive's ability is still active when frozen.
Yeah, so that's a really good play. And then the smite on a frozen thing was kind of bad.
Not too much coming out, but there we see Boom only gets one attack out because it had already lost its shield. Or doesn't want to go into that Boomer, but it does! Just survives.
That's gonna be jump.
Okay, that's the shield. A slight XP lead for Set. Rammer puts on a bit of pressure on the face, but not really going to worry about that too much. Of course, he has the shield, has plenty of HP at the moment. There we heard the spell reduction. So he's got... What spells does he have? Smite, check. Oh, he's got the Walking Blind Day and the Blind Day. So the Blind Day is a spell,
Yeah.
can be reduced. Walking Blind Day is a minion, cannot.
That Soul Stealer might be nasty. Set does not have too many anti-air cards, and he did just use the Spear Throw, which is a really strange
Oh, and it's
choice.
not on... The Musketeer picked
I-
up the aggro as well.
Can someone explain the choice of using the Spear Throwers there?
No.
Okay. Fair.
Jules can.
Jules, please explain.
Okay, so XP lead for Set at the moment.
Despite those Spear Throwers. Jules not falling behind too much further. I feel like this has been like this for a while, and actually I really don't know if that smite is not good, right?
I mean, it's okay, it's reduced, so it's not too expensive. Not killing that
but
much.
it is a smite on the spear throwers that have already used their spear.
Yeah. And he wasn't able to, like, clear them and then immediately get on the bridge either.
Yeah, like the bridge is still theirs. I don't understand that play. Guess yeah,
Play.
sure. Oh, that was a cross.
Yeah, Jules dropping behind. As always, though, how much is the dragon going to impact the game?
Oh, that's definitely an important one. That smite's better because at least it's used some of your stuff. Oh, the wall you bring.
Boomer, my goodness. Okay, perk
That
3.
Boomer is such a good pick.
So remember, Nearby the Fallen with the Queen's Dragon is a spell. You can see it has been reduced from 10 mana down to 8 mana. Now, he does spawn
he
it in
gonna
the
beam
pocket
that?
defensively, but he's going to lose so much XP because of that positioning.
And Set keeps his beam, probably wisely so. Even plays into that lane, probably to keep the dragon away from the bridge for a while.
Yeah, I thought he could have taken that bridge there with the Walking Blind Date. It's played a little bit more
Ooh, that beam
aggressively.
is worth it.
All this
That
time,
one-
Sets...
Jules is just so far behind.
Yeah, all this time,
I
Sets
don't
just
understand
controlling.
why Jules didn't try to go for the XP with the dragon. That defensive play is not the play you can make when you're that far behind.
Yeah, with the XP at the moment, Jules needs to kill him here. It's going to be difficult. Totem, not
It's
like it
not
used
gonna
to
happen. Like,
Yeah.
there's a Shen.
be. Shen's just
And
going to
Shen basically
DPS that
perma
down.
stuns.
Yeah.
And that stun does not get close enough. Yeah, it's just over.
Okay, looks like Jules is going to be beaten in this first game. Set looking to take a 1-0 lead. Is at Mana Frenzy.
Yeah, I mean, yes. So
Should be able to close this
nothing
out.
really matters. It's a little bit surprising to me that that the dragon was played that far behind, but at the other hand, the boomer was such a nice pick, did so much work, and Set was
Yeah.
already that far ahead that I think Jules would have lost either way, because that dragon just got dealt with so efficiently.
They're just cycling like crazy at the end there. Okay, Set takes the first game, but of course that's an APEP victory. APEP can no longer be played, so APEP
Bye
for
bye,
Set
APEP.
cannot be played. Diona was banned, so Set cannot play that either. So those are the two control masters that we've seen him prefer, and he will not be
Last
able to
time we
play
saw-
those.
In the set versus Memfisto, we saw that after he lost the ability to play APEP and Diona, it kind of looked like you started falling apart. Like you just playing
He
this
went with
control
for
on
Florian.
Florian. Yeah, and that was.
Would be interesting to see if he does that again.
Mm-hmm.
Because I agree with you. I think R3 KT would be a better mix combination with it anyways. Better fit, that's the word. But Florian, yeah, I don't understand because Florian is definitely not a control master.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And
that's the-
Jules.
Yeah.
I think Jules could also be played the same deck and it wouldn't go too badly. But I think his smite play was really weird. Especially because, like, again, he was using it on spear throwers, like you said. And one of his uses was on the Boomer and the Musketeer. And that's literally just using it on free cards. Like,
Yeah.
that's what Set was getting for his perks. So I think that was kind of awkward.
And let's not forget that that's also half a perk that Jules is using there each time. Well, a full
Well,
perk basically.
Yeah, if you're going to count the fact that it's like a double perk book.
Yeah. So that using a full perk and smite to kill already used up, washed up old spear throwers.
Washed
Not
up
the
old,
play I would.
pathetic, useless spear throwers.
How many more can we add to that?
Okay, hold on.
Well,
We're
we'll
going to-
see because there are new spear throwers in this match, and
Okay,
he
we're
has
going in.
indeed gone for Florian.
I heard some pinging.
I heard some crying from DeathShoott.
Gax is backs.
Gax is Gax. What?
Kind of works. Leave
Is
it,
Jules
move
playing
on.
Gax?
Jules
What
is
the
playing
hell?
Gax.
My excuse? Is
What-
it this
what?
deck again?
Yes.
What is happening?
Okay.
APEP.
Why would you start
Gax.
with a Daggerfall? What's the point of that Daggerfall?
Awkward hand.
Maybe just an awkward hand. Yeah, Rammer coming in. We notice he's going to be
Oh my
aggro, but
God.
can he
But
get
that
the
Cleaver's
value out of
gonna
it?
do nothing. No, he won't. He
So
absolutely
bad.
won't.
Here's the Gax.
Is he gonna keep the bridge? He keeps
Yes,
the bridge.
okay, nicely done.
That's a fake
Well-
cleaver, I'm sure.
It is fake, yep, correct.
He has
But-
basically already won. He used a fake cleaver and a Gax.
Alright, here we go. This is it.
But this is gonna do nothing.
No, this will work. This is gonna do stuff.
Rammer's going to
Okay,
get a hit on
here's-
face.
here. I was actually kind of surprised Seth didn't play the set way earlier because you know the first
He was
one
not
is
a mana.
always the rammer.
He was like at 4
Again's
mana
a
when
problem.
I was
Saving
okay.
up for the Doom Cleaver here.
He doesn't get the slay.
Doesn't get the slay, doesn't get the mana.
He's
Frustrating.
angry at
Once
that.
again, doesn't get the kill. Oh, doesn't get the kill.
Will now gets one. Doesn't want it to die.
Ooh,
Okay, at
yeah.
least he's going to get a bridge out of this.
If there was some way to put a cleaver.
Wait,
for
why?
that,
Oh, okay.
That's a real
That's a
cleaver.
real one, right?
Correct.
Yeah, he
yes.
was trying to fake it. Or
Rocket
sneak it
cut,
across.
rocket cut. Yeah.
Okay, that cleaver gets shut down. Rammer coming in. Set hasn't really taken that
Oh,
much face damage.
Shen-
Isn't too far
Shen
behind.
should probably have been played a little bit high. That could have potentially prevented the entire damage, but
This is so.
is it
brutal.
working?
He's done a lot of damage. He does have his shield now as well to protect himself against those gags. Probably play gags here. No, decides picks up the aggro with the illusory. Okay.
I can't
Yes.
figure out if this is working. No, that's
Oh, that's the
why
wrong
would you play that
timing.
Too
He
early
didn't-
and
he
the
didn't-
beam.
Didn't get the reduction.
If
Okay.
you're playing this, at least play it correctly. Get the kill with the Kakul people.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Gags
there
denied!
goes- Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that is GG. But I mean, with how these Kakus, he played 2 Kakus that did 4 attacks and 0 kills.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That's just, yeah. That's all I have to say about it. Yeah. I don't understand why you would play this. This is not gonna work against the player of the caliber of Set. I don't understand the choice. I mean, I enjoyed watching nonsense happening, but I don't
Something a
understand the
bit
choice.
different.
Yeah, but I
Well,
mean,
I-
you're not gonna win against someone that's as good at defending as Set is. The
I wanna
whole
share
thing that
something with you
Set's
guys real
deck
quick.
does is defending and taking bridges. How the hell are you gonna do that with cleavers?
Okay. So Jules has played that deck a couple of times. Hasn't, from what we've seen, hasn't had much
Oh,
success
we're
with it.
already going into the next one.
You guys actually tricked them.
Are you serious?
We tricked him? What?
Oh, a Tantalizer and fish.
What the hell?
Jesus, guys.
Angelizer, high five. The troll is complete.
That's sadness. Oh, we see
Or
a
is-
Mordor from
Is he
Jules.
reverse trolling us? I don't know.
Whoa, that was just okay. Bye.
This is looks like it's gonna be another interesting match, guys.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say. Bounce time instantly got beamed. It's Mordor for some reason by Jules. I'm not sure if Jules is just here to have some fun.
I don't want Set to win this, and that's because he's been
He
playing
is.
the same deck
Yeah,
every
but he
single
will.
match, and no one's countering it. Guys, come on, please.
I mean, Jules is just here for some fun, I think.
That's true.
I don't feel like this is just going through serious.
Okay, Rock
Not after
Rivals.
that last deck.
Tombstone charging. That golem's not going to last
Set
very
is-
long.
No,
It's likely
not-
to need a stun here. It's likely to need a stun here! Ah!
There's
Remember
the
we
stun.
talked about Rock Rivals going wrong there?
That's done.
Oh no! Squire Puff.
Oh,
Not the
no.
res of
Okay,
choice.
Is Duke just already gonna die here, or what's gonna happen? Is he just gonna beat that? Ah, he won't get the mana down. No.
Okay.
Oh no, why is he playing this?
It's frustrating.
That's just the stint's gonna cap the top bridge. Yeah.
Not getting that golem res. I feel like he could have forced it with the stun. Chose not to. Probably would have just spawned and got destroyed anyway.
Yeah, but I mean,
It's the beam.
Oh,
Just on
like this is
face.
the worst thing. Either he hasn't been paying attention or he hasn't realized that hasn't been listening, because Seth is using the same deck every single time. Why would you
Yes.
play this Mordor against someone that's playing Beam? And the rest.
Puff res again.
I mean, if Jules win this game, he is the god among gods. I'm just saying. Because this is so insanely lost.
Bounty Sniper's not going to be getting any hits. Right. We need a resurrection here.
I mean, honestly, Seth, just beam the tombstone. Just beam it.
Good dude.
Oh,
Or just beam everything.
but just in time. Okay.
Holy.
I feel like I would have just done that phase because you get the phase damage and you're sure there won't be a res and that column was kind of already dying. But hey, it worked out, so.
Dragon coming for set as well.
Why is he flooding? People flood a surprisingly large amount of mana. Also, actually a surprising amount of damage there. Not that I think Jules can win this, but still.
A couple of good reses could change things. He needs to get them. No more puff reses, please. Bounty Sniper's going to get a few hits as well. That's going to start helping catch up that
he
deficit.
can probably spear forward.
Okay, that's nice.
Oh, okay. that dragon is just, yeah, you don't get to see this. Thank you.
Oh, I don't know about those. One of those is going to res. Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I really don't like that. Just beam it, beam it, beam it. Oh, okay, beam that, sure, works as well. Not what I would have beamed, but hey!
That's a mighty push
Ooh,
at the
that's
top.
top push though, Jesus.
But a fairly mighty
Jules
push
might
at the
actually
bottom.
be able to win it, and
Yeah,
you know what I said? If he wins this, he is the god among gods, or whatever the hell I said.
He just needs to hold up the bottom push long enough to try to kill set with this top push. Shen doing what he can, but there's too many targets for Shen to deal with.
Is Jules gonna win this? What
He's
the
huge.
fuck?
Huge.
I can't believe it. Jules is a god.
Oh my god.
I'm out of here. I'm out. Oh, that's a cat. I'm out of here. How? I do not
Wow.
understand. Someone explain this. How? How
That's-
did Seth not beam the blue golem? Why would he beam the bounty sniper and face there? I know that I'm all about face beaming, but there was a tranquil shield, a blue golem, and the jade flingers together, and he beams the bounty sniper. That's just asking for a big push against you.
Alright. That was, yeah, wild.
Wow. Set appeared in control until suddenly there was that big push at the top, and he had enough to just delay the dragon and the Shen at the bottom whilst those golems were just munching on Set's face.
I don't understand what I just saw.
Okay.
Can't believe Jules won that. After 2 Shroom races, he manages to win.
That's it. He just got
I'm
that
not
one
that
big push
triggered,
that he
Merlin.
needed.
I sound angrier than I am.
I'm not
just, you
that
know,
triggered, Merlin.
I'm not that angry.
I mean,
You
you
know.
should be angry after that choice of what he beamed.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just think that you shouldn't be able to go this far in the tournament with one deck every single time and no one does anything about it. That's all. That's all.
Hey, perhaps Jules will do something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. You're right. You're right. You're right. So last time we had, not last time, but we once had Florian shave his beard if Jules wins. When are you guys gonna shave? You gonna shave that beard, FDM?
Oh,
If
hell no.
Jules wins the headset. You never know.
And I'm not shaving my cat cider.
Good. Okay, so Jules comes back into contention. Can he bring this back to 2 games all? Is Set going to be a little ruffled after that?
I mean, honestly, Zed should be a little bit ashamed after that game.
You're right.
I don't understand.
If you hear that, chat? Oh, you hear that, set? You better be ashamed.
I just saw it on the stream happening.
Yeah. Same.
Why? It's so painful. Look what he could have been there.
Goodness
It would have
me.
made such a big difference.
Oh, I mean, he's not even in deck building. I wonder if he's just playing it again. Please don't, set. Please don't. Something else. Anything.
I mean, he could play literally the same thing again. It's
He
Jules that has
could.
to change. I can't. wait.
Okay, looks like the game just finished. Chat going crazy. Jules back from the brink. Now is Set going to change it, or is he just going to go again?
I like how in the middle of all this chat excitement, you get a clip from Fortnite. It's very nice.
Yes. Of course. Another nice snipe, insinuating that it's not the only one.
This is the second one out of a 2-year career. Don't worry.
It's a mistake. Set yells, it's a mistake. Okay, mistakes were made. Now he just needs to...
I mean, it definitely was a mistake, son.
You're here. Good.
Well then.
And you upset me a lot with it, clearly.
Okay. Jules got angry. Now he's trying to get even. Wrecked.
I mean, right now, Seth is just trying to show that he can also do things correctly.
And it's the same deck
With
from
the
Set.
same deck.
Meziljie
Of
again.
course.
Thelic.
Wait, Thelic is in there? Oh.
Thelic is in there.
Wait, what?
That's just
Is
a
this
beam.
Nerzl?
This
target
is a
right there.
beam.
Oh no!
Beam.
What are you doing, Joe?
We've been over this last game. You know that he has beam.
No. What is this? Is supposed to be a semi-finals, guy. I mean, it's honestly not over, but like,
No,
this
but
is
that was
gotta
definitely a better
be-
beam than the last beam.
yeah.
I didn't see if that golem was was from Ritual, but this has got to be a Ritual.
Yeah, this is ritual. It was ritual.
The golem was from Ritual. I mean, that explains why he got the 10 minutes so fast. It's
Okay.
not
Also, out of all the rituals, we have yet to see even a single Colossus. So I think it's pretty crazy.
What
It's
are the
just all the
chances?
Protect-
golems.
For a second I got confused. I was like, wasn't Ritual banned? But no, Set did not ban Ritual, that was Jules.
Okay, Shen shuts down the Incubus. Stixie going to work on the Defenso. XP level. Ooh.
I mean, that's kind of nice for Jules that Set does not have the greatest answer for something like a Stixie.
Yeah, there's no easy, cost-effective removal for it.
Especially not once it goes a little bit away from the base. Ooh,
Well,
that...
I don't think he can
that's
save
not-
that, though, can he? No.
No,
Oh my
Wait.
god!
that did it go
Right.
invisible again? What
Stixie
the hell?
survives.
Can't touch this.
Could be huge. That's
This
going to be
is
locked on face
painful.
now, and that's doing 100 damage
Oh,
every
that-
time. If he can defend it, that can do a lot of face damage. There's the fireball. There we go.
that-
The Dragon Ball to
Dragon
defend
Ball.
it. We've got a
And if he
60.
quickly grabs top bridge, he
Oh, no.
puts...
Okay, Shen might put an end to this.
He has no mana right now. Set has no mana.
That's so much face damage then. And if he quickly grabs top bridge, does he have
Jules
more
is
work?
burning a lot! Jules is burning a lot! Oh, the Grenadier, that's awkward!
And this way you don't base Thelic people.
Oh, Thelic, that's... He burned a lot of mana and then didn't really trade very efficiently with it. Still alive. Well, okay. Nice heal.
mean- Still alive, but definitely in danger. Struggles.
Set down to 590 HP. And when he's low like that, that's where the One Punch Blast can come in as a finishing tool.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, that beam.
He just wants to get any little
So
bit of
both
damage he
players have
can.
beam. Now he really wishes he had
Healing.
That,
Double heal. Very nice. Okay, that's
that
gonna...
is very good for
that
that.
really
gives
helps.
him that buffer that he really needs.
Okay, see if we get another ever-living Stixie. Okay, there's the
Nope.
beam.
That was a short-lived Stixie, I would say.
Yep, compared to the last one, but it's still a decent trade.
So the set has the
Jules.
dragon now, but this is a big push.
It's a big push and a split push. So does he have to put the dragon right in the middle?
And
Yes, he
will
does.
he 1-punch blast face?
Healing, trying to heal. Oh, there goes the 1-punch
Yeah.
blast.
Oh,
Gets one heal off.
And Dragon Ball, Dragon
Dragon
Ball,
Ball.
Dragon Ball.
He
Oh,
can't
nice.
Oh, good catch, good catch.
Good catch.
But
180
this does mean
HP.
that now it's one cycle for Jules, so Seth needs to heal to make sure he doesn't die to the Dragon Ball.
Yep, should get his spellbook. Remember, the spellbook is a timed perk, so you don't have to cycle to it. He does
And
need
of
to...
course he has to be careful
There it
for
is.
RTKT getting to face.
There's the heal.
Cool.
Double heal coming. There it is. Okay. Dragon getting fairly slaughtered at the top, just outside of face range, master range. Kind of annoying. He's... Oh, the breath though. Is the breath going to get it? Beam. Okay, beam shuts that down. This is very close still. XP in Set's favour. Very low HP. Jules can tank this on Fates for a decent while. He's got a lot of HP. Dixie clears it. One archer survives to take a break.
Dixie, but here he can heal
Another
again.
heal.
That will be Wop.
Doesn't kill the
Back
Stixie, but then finishes it off.
Good counter against APG. Or not. Okay, never mind. I said nothing. I don't know what you were talking about.
Yep. ETG still alive.
Actually doing a lot of work.
That's
setup
almost
is
at Mana
dangerous,
Frenzy.
Oh, sorry. Where did that come from? Was that literally?
Punch Blast got blocked. Double heal. That could be enough to give him the buffer to keep him
The
alive.
heals have done
Fireball
so much.
comes in.
That's unbelievable.
We need to be careful
Don't
though.
forget that
That's...
Jules...
Succubus is raged.
Does Jules have Beam in hand?
Beam is in hand.
So one attack of Succubus would have been enough to give him lethal. That is insane.
That is how close this is.
Because he doesn't have Dragon Ball, right? That is still quite a bit.
Yep. I'm going to get another heal though, so Set's probably weathered the storm here.
And here you see that the nerf we're doing to Meziljie would have changed this quite a bit. Because it would have been more damage, so Stixie would have died, but the
Yep.
healing would have been significantly less.
Yep.
And Set would have died if it was just the healing nerf. A good example of what that nerf will do. Because
It
now
changed
it's
everything.
almost certain Set will win.
Yeah, he got so low HP, but he's healed, and he's healing again here. Gets the double heal.
Again,
Just
double. That is
Add insult
mean-
to injury.
really good job on consistently getting the double heal.
Yep.
And way better beams this time.
Oh, I think he just
Yeah,
threw that.
yeah, no.
Jules. Looks like Set's booking his place in the final.
Yeah.
Jules bringing his
Well played.
own flavour of decks today. We've seen some very different decks from him. Some very different cards that we don't see, which of course is appreciated. But ultimately, Set was able to just hold on against those heavy pushes, heal over and over again the power of Meziljie and her spellbook. And ultimately, whilst keeping himself alive, he was still able to keep that XP lead
Oh yeah.
and get himself into the grand final. Okay, so Set against Nerzl will be our grand final. That was
Those
a
moments
very-
where Set repeatedly got down to like one cycle away
Yeah.
from death. I think that, and now this is extremely hard to do, but what Jules needed to do was bait a heal where he like manages to get something weak in front that'll die before the heal goes off. That's how you got to win those scenarios, is you sacrifice a unit, but that's extremely hard to do, and especially
With that deck
Nerzl
especially.
Servitude. Like the only way to really do that is with like Legionnaires or the Wrecked Clones or maybe Razor Squadron.
I honestly don't think that's a realistic thing to ask in that
Yeah.
scenario.
Yeah.
If anything, what he should have done is perhaps see if he can get a push off on a different lane or something, but it's so difficult with the Ritual Servitude deck. You don't really control the match, you know?
Yeah, you see it's just all about how the opponent responds, really.
And it was also very small things. Like I said, one single attack of the Succubus and a beam would have been lethal.
Or like when doing like one of those pushes when the Dragon Ball is still on tower, Set barely caught the Dragon
Yeah.
Ball Fleet Swarmer in time.
It's those really small moments. Like any small moment in that entire game could have swung it by just making that one beam lethal.
And at that point, you just literally don't play any more minions, so that Set can't heal, and then you just save up mana.
But yeah, good match. Honestly, an exciting match. but how close it was at the end. Good job, both players. A lot better than previous match.
Yep, very
Yeah.
well played.
Thing.
Nerzl did sorry, not Nerzl. Set did a great job making sure he didn't miss any of those heals.
Mm-hmm.
If he missed one or two of those, it could have changed things a lot.
Oh yeah. I don't
With
think
all those-
either player made an obvious misplay, with the exception of Jules completely at the start, opening up for that beam.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was.
Like, that would have swung this game.
If Thelic went down the other lane, like that would have
Yeah.
made a big difference.
Okay, so we give the players some time to get ready for our grand final.
You and
What?
your butt bot.
Our saviour, Jules,
So
but
stupid.
got him. Okay, so let's
For
get.
Jules' butt. So stupid.
Glad you
I'm gonna
appreciate it.
quickly use this moment to give the cat wet food, because otherwise she's gonna be loud.
Okay, Nerzl against Set. Is a loud cat. Right, grand final.
yeah.
Best of 5. Nerzl Set. It's fun seeing that Stixie just survived going invisible against
Oh
the
yeah, twice.
last second invisibility. Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
I love the fact that people see something go invisible right in front of them and don't decide to just swing their weapon, or they just walk away.
Just disappear. What if when something goes invisible like that, the unit just like the zealot just takes like an almost random attack, has like a 10% chance to hit it or something. Just like just blind.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Nice
More
idea.
random RNG.
You know, every single time we do anything random, we have like 20,000 people angry with us. So, no!
Okay. Okay, so we'll pay attention to the bands. So Nerzl's got to be noticing that Set's playing this deck over and over again, right? And he's got to either
Really?
I mean,
shh.
Co-
He's got to,
cons-
yep. Yeah, I was just gonna
no,
say.
I
he's
don't
gonna-
think he would have noticed it. Definitely not.
You know, I think it's just one of those things you can't really tell, you know? Like when you play the same 9, 10 cards over and over again, sometimes you just can't pay attention to that sort of minute detail, you know? Can't ask players to always keep that in mind.
Yeah, and why would you listen to people, you know, talking about what someone else does? Just keep
Exactly.
the stream on mute, focus on your second screen, you know. Have your game on your third screen and the stream on your first screen. You don't need to look at the game, you don't need to look at the stream, just, you know, play blackjack or something.
My point was, if you let me finish, is he gonna try to ban around this deck, or is he gonna try and tech around this deck?
Well, that's probably gonna determine who's gonna win the tournament now, isn't it?
I mean, in my head, when I know all this information, where he plays the same deck, I don't know, the entire tournament and finals with, I wouldn't try and ban it because I think it is beatable. I absolutely think it's beatable. I think
Yeah,
you need to play some boring, plain vanilla control and crush him with. That's what I think you need.
What if Set changes things up now in the final?
And then good for him. I'm waiting for it.
What do we think the chances of that? I'm not sure. The prediction's
Look,
open.
I
I
don't
can't
think
tell
it's
what it
gonna do
is. It's either who's going to win or is Set going to play the same deck. I'm not sure.
Because I mean, here's my thought process. If you play like boring, like cheap control, Mountain Shaper is going to be basically useless. Defensor shouldn't have much use. Gen's not going to have much use, and that's because Set's playing a control deck that's not light. He's playing a control deck that's ready to counter heavier decks, and don't give him things to counter. That's what I'm thinking. Just don't give him things to counter. Make it so his cards are awkward. That's
That's
how
a
I
fair
would feel
point.
about this.
But we don't use logic here.
Of course, my bad.
Why? Oh, Jesus. So I just read Sinobii telling us that Setsu versus Nerzl is girlfriend.
Is what?
Girlfriend.
That is Nerzl's
Yeah.
girlfriend.
No,
No.
Set versus Nerzl.
When
No.
someone writes GF, I don't think grand final, I think girlfriend.
Right. That's particularly weird.
Yeah. I didn't know that Set and girlfriend fighting each other is a girlfriend.
When someone says
Very strange
GLHF,
thing.
what do you think that means?
What?
When someone says GLHF at the start of a game, what do you think that means?
No one says that.
What do you mean?
Fortunately, Fish is the kind of person who does that.
No. That's not the Minion Masters community. No one says that in Minion
I do that at the start of every game. Thank you. And if I did that against
So-
you, what would you think it stands for?
Good luck, have fun, but that's
Ah, see, I thought you had like a different variant of what all
Fish,
of
you
these
asked
stood
for like
for.
a 4-word variant. Like, you think he's gonna come up
Yeah.
out of the top of his head? Like, what are you
He's like,
expecting in this
good,
joke?
great, lizards.
It's 9 p.m. I haven't
holds.
eaten dinner yet. Don't ask me to do brainy shit.
Farts.
Really, that's what you come with, farts.
Just what comes to mind.
Go home. No, wait, it was an L, right?
Good luck. I know you've never said this at the start of
No.
a game, but it's good luck, have fun.
Go, loser, have food.
Nice. Okay, Set versus Nerzl is the grand final. Confirmed.
Wait, guys, breaking news. Set is deck building.
What? I thought
He's
that was
probably just changing the master.
I thought that was disabled in his
no,
client.
he's putting back in Mountain Shaper. He's putting Mountain
Oh, yeah. Amy from Mountain Shaper is banned.
Shaper.
Okay.
He has to go to deck build to put beam in again.
Do an announcement in the
Don't
Discord.
worry,
that's
Nerzl, we love you.
grand final
In a
time.
very platonic way.
Speak for yourself.
Okay. I just did.
Okay, thank you. People in your region cannot predict with hats. That's sad.
With hats.
Fish
Why would you
hats.
predict with a hat? With hat? What?
It's
Oh.
the channel.
It might
point.
just accept it.
Okay, yeah, I accept it.
Grand
What did I
final
just accept?
time. Right, who do we think's gonna win?
I think Nerzl should win, but I think Set's gonna win.
I mean, Set has been performing quite well, despite
Yeah.
that, some of his beams are questionable.
I just think that he's stoppable. That's all.
Yeah, but then someone needs to think. I feel like that's too much to ask.
Okay,
we
ban
have
information.
bans.
Boom! Hot off the press.
What the hell? These are not the bans I was expecting.
I think the King Puff ban makes sense versus Nerzl.
These are
Yeah,
not the
but
bands
both
you're
of them
looking
banning
for.
King Puff, Dragon Nest.
That is true. Very interesting.
And
And
why
then-
Nerzl banned Zeppelin against Set? Was he expecting him to pull out
Yeah.
the Memfisto deck? But anyways, so that other people at home actually know what the bans are. Set banned King Puff, Spirit Infusion, and Dragon Nest, and Nerzl banned APAP, Dragon Nest, and Zeppelin. Don't understand those bans.
Yeah, I mean, Nerzl definitely is not banning versus Set's deck. He banned APEP, but
No.
I mean, you you can just ban APEP in any scenario.
Yeah,
I
I'm just
don't know.
surprised to see 2 Dragon Nest decks, because in this entire tournament so far we've seen like one other
Mm-hmm.
Dragon Nest deck. I would like to see Dragon Nest to see why people are banning it.
Hmm. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right, we get to have some fun now.
I mean, are you saying that just when Fishy is not there, it's fun time?
I mean, Fish just doesn't like having fun. That's just
Fair. That's why he plays Minion Masters.
Yeah, that's why he says good luck.
I mean, that's why he plays Fortnite.
Or Forza. That's
Good save,
another
good
game.
save, good save.
Plays Forza all the time.
Shit game. I don't like racing games.
Yeah, I agree. I have to say, you know what, Fish, I'm sorry you're being caught up. I think of all the other games you could have chosen, like as a secondary game, a racing game is like one of the
Like,
least.
At least play like Mario Kart then, you know?
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
racing game.
It's just not much in it, not much context. I mean, that's all. Not much content.
In Fortnite sort of makes sense, I guess. But you should play Faye as your second game. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, wasn't there something about Faye that we had to say?
I don't know.
I think we have like a test day or something. So go play Faye after the tournament. And buy a
Let's see
plushie.
here.
I'm so good at promoting my own company's shit. I don't even know what we're doing.
The season it's already live, I think, right? Isn't the test already live?
But I think there is a test live, yeah, but people need to watch the finals first.
Yes. Okay.
Absolutely.
So,
Fishy, what was the thing with Faye?
what thing? There's
The Faye thing.
there's a prologue that's available this weekend. Prologue is like
Prologue, that's it.
it's like a playtest where you can earn rewards from playing, including a version of
Like
the
a-
game.
It's a fun game to play, so do try it out. And give feedback so that we can make it better.
There's a link in the chat there, Project F4E. Go to that link, get yourself a code, get involved in the playtest,
Can't
see what
wait
you
till we
think.
go to the final name.
It's an MMO co-op PvE game with MOBA controls. What's the final name going to be?
I don't know, but
Oh,
I can't
so-
wait till I do know.
So Faye's not the final name.
No, but
was-
I would love it when we start going with the final name, because then marketing will actually be permanent, you know?
Right. So this was originally Project Haven,
Haven.
and then it became
But
Project
then a game came
Faye.
out with the Haven. And Faye, I think, stands for either Forced Forever or Friends Forever. I don't know. I feel like it has to be Forced, because we always have Forced in names.
Okay, set against Nerzl.
Nerzl.
No.
Who is currently
Nen-
deck building.
Nerzl.
No.
Okay.
What the
Right,
hell
we
are
are
we
ready?
doing? But is the chat ready? We will know in 3 minutes.
Okay. We've got a giveaway running. Get involved in that if you want to. Minion Masters. Someone's going to win a big dwarf pack. 300 rubies, 15 power tokens. Could it be you? Maybe.
Cool, let's
Get involved.
participate.
Could be
Let's
me.
yeah, nice.
Let me just
Okay, we
Wait,
are ready.
you actually
so,
have to put the emoji in there.
yes,
Yes,
of
you do.
course.
Oh, that's
This Fish
horrible.
likes being,
Yes.
you know.
Just make it awkward.
You know.
Right.
Also, why did I actually
We're going.
participate?
Right, it's game number 1 of the grand
Right, and we switch
final.
commentators between each match, right?
Yeah, who's doing it first?
Which is I.
I'll shut up.
All right. Hey, Melloween, look at that. She's getting some showtime. Sorry, Melloween.
Millowing.
Mordor. Millo.
And what? Okay. Right now, he could immediately play Rock Rivals and do some serious damage. Let's see if he's full. Okay. Nah, I mean, fair enough. I get it. I understand.
Jules showed us
could've,
the
I
power
don't
of
know,
Mordor.
Could have backfired to just 2 Rock Rivals immediately.
Okay, so Zenchi based Mordor deck.
I sense a Brother of the Burning Fist in Set's build.
Brothers of Light.
Oh.
Right, here we go. Rock Rivals. First time you play it, your opponent gets the
that
statue.
Jolo?
Jolo.
Oh, those are-
Oh, Jolo all over that tombstone. That's kind of annoying. Might not change
Yeah.
anything though.
But he had to like kind of ruin this statue fight to save it, and he doesn't even revive.
Oh no!
Wow,
That's
Even pay
frustrating.
out. He will revive the Battle Monkey, but he was clearly trying to revive the Blue Golem. Right, Battle
What a
Monkey.
Oh, he gets nothing! Okay, that could be huge. It could have been a blue golem. It could have been a battle monkey. It was ultimately nothing. Now he's got nothing to defend this push with.
He's gotta
Apart
be
from
fighting.
mana and units
And units.
spells and a
Only mana
master.
and units.
That's all he's got. Apart from that, he's completely out of options.
Yeah, he now has Blue Golem back around, but these are some humongous brothers. These are
Yeah.
900 HP.
Big
somewhere around there.
spirit. Oh, Rammer
Oh,
comes
Rammer
out.
gets
Rammer
low.
on the blue
Wow.
golem. That is very unfortunate for
unlucky.
Nerzl. Nice freeze though. No res though.
My Battle
Ah!
Monkey. I would put Battle Monkey on the King Golem right now. But I mean, if he thinks he can take the damage.
Okay, Tombstone is there.
Tombstone is gone.
Tombstone is gone. This is frustrating.
I mean, to be honest, he's not that far behind for a mortar. Like, you're not usually an XP and mortar anyways. Life could be worse.
But it could have been a lot better.
Yeah. Nothing's gone right, to be honest.
I like the way you used the stint there because you think, oh, let me use the bounty sniper, but those bats are a real pain in the ass.
Yeah, they can. It's hard to tell when they're gonna like stay on tower or not.
Nice shock rock.
The
Spirits are
Spirit
annoying. Oof.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know. What? Are you serious?
Another rammer.
I would be so infuriated right now.
That's so frustrating.
Like, he's literally lost now. Pardon my pessimism, but like, I think he just lost from that double rammer pull. That is.
I mean, the rammer basically, the previous blue golem died too quickly because the rammer didn't get a res.
Wow. That is sickening. That is just.
Rammer adding insult to injury on face. Brother! Where art thou? 10 HP.
I think the odds of that's around like a 1 in 20. I think it's a bit more than that, somewhere around there.
I've
So that's
heard
like
whispers who people feel like once you get a card from the,
I'm
the
sure
box
FDM
like
would
that,
love to comment on that type of favorable RNG.
then you're more likely to get it over and over
thing.
again.
It's not.
I have
don't know.
tested it many times. It is not a thing. It's confirmation bias.
Can he save the tombstone?
Oh.
I mean, he can't win the match,
No.
but can he save the tombstone?
The answer is no,
And
because it dies by
GG!
itself.
Wow.
Oh, that was just sad.
That rammer
Definitely.
was insane. The second rammer
Which
was...
one?
Exactly. Wow. What are the chances? I mean, we could calculate it. That shot probably already has.
Yeah, not too much work. Fuck that.
But that is very unfortunate. Of course, the rammer will attack the blue golem. It does have the taunt, forcing that interaction, and it
It's like
absolutely
the
murders
best
the golem.
DPS pull we could have gotten. Maybe Assassin's better, but ridiculous.
Wow. Okay. Well, Nerzl just, sometimes these RNG things happen for you. Sometimes they happen against you. Sometimes you just have to just say, well, it happens.
There is a more important thing here, though. Set change deck.
Wow! He did. But the question is he going to go back to Old Faithful?
Probably. And I mean, it wasn't.
Good point.
I mean, it
guys.
was.
I was watching the replay and totally zoned out on the stream.
Nice.
So, I mean, hey, it worked out. Like, clearly RNG wanted him to change with the way
mean,
that went.
He should start a religion.
Nice, England.
Because he clearly is Iron Jesus. Nice, England.
He's been praying to someone.
Jeff just said that rammer in chat. Wait until you see the second one, buddy.
They don't even know.
Alright, you're on this one, FDM.
Here we go.
Whew.
Game
Look at
number
that.
2.
Leona versus another Mordor.
I think Nerzl feels like he got an unjust match.
I don't know why he would think that. Well, this is a walking blind date again, so let's see if another rammer comes out.
And lightning strike twice.
Well, yes, can it do it 3 times though? The answer is also yes. The whole thing about can't hit the same place twice is urban myth. So yeah, that's the thing.
Right. Let's see. He really did struggle early in the game, Nerzl, getting those resurrections. But
Yeah,
he can
and
do better
that's
this
not
time.
the first time that we've seen Mordor struggling with getting the resses. Because Jules also had a lot of trouble with that actually.
Yep, but ultimately Jules was able to fight back against that. Let's see. He wants to use the bounty sniper, needs to be
Nerzl
careful with the
can do that
bats.
as well.
Trap's going to be nice here.
Trap
Okay.
is so good against the bounty sniper, yeah.
That's good. 'cause that
Nerzl
bounty sniper
already
with
under so much pressure right
trap
now.
on face as well. That trap 800
And
damage in
emerging
his arm.
spirits will probably be following soon. Or is he waiting for the yeah, there we go.
Here they
A
come.
little bit late if you're gonna pay it anyways, I feel like, but
So
and
much
then the
extra
scats, The
HP.
scats.
Why is that?
There
beast
come
over
the
there?
scats.
Oh, he doesn't get the
and
golem
he got that
res!
Oh, that is so painful.
That's frustrating,
That's gonna
but
be
you got to say
hundreds of
you got to say
damage.
well played to Set for forcing
Yeah,
that.
yeah, definitely. But that is so painful.
You got to pick up on those opportunities. The DPS from that monkey's just not there right now.
No, not
the
against
trap.
a single target. And good. Ah, but he did get the re-aggro at least.
Yeah, he pulled it off of face. Okay, the monkey's going to clear up now, but Set's got a massive XP lead.
Oh! The monkey, even died.
Monkey dies.
And has
Can't
Nerzl,
take-
Nerzl has only rest a single Xingwang, right?
Looks like it.
I mean, he will get this rest.
Go, boy.
How did that die?
How did what die?
Was a single hit from a brother and then the two explosions really enough to kill the worthy? Yeah.
Doing his
is
best
this
with the
even efficient?
stuns. Well, the problem is
I
the
don't know if
freeze.
Yeah, but that all of that cost mana. I don't think even if he had killed the golem, the brother, I don't think it would have been efficient.
Trap on face. That's going to
All
close
of
it
this
out.
Going to face.
Set races
It's
into a
over.
2-game to 0 lead.
Damn. Like honestly, the Mordor is not doing anything. He's not getting the reses. Not even close. Outside, I mean, okay, that one that was well played. But yeah, just no chance. The one possible
GG.
res and that was properly counted by Set. Well played. Perhaps play something else than Mordor because it's clearly not working.
Well, he's in deck building, so I'd imagine he's had enough of that.
Yeah, the Mordor can get very strong in late game, but you got to get to late game.
I would easily play something that I think would be good against brothers in this
I mean-
scenario.
Memfisto just said changing deck is a sign of weakness, obviously, but I would say losing 2 games is also a sign of weakness, so
Well,
perhaps
I
change
mean,
deck.
so what I like to do is I like to play Impetus Blast and Beam if I want to like really make brothers have a bad time. That way you can't even split them. And I would
I
just
mean,
like to
honestly.
see a brothers counter here because I think that's what Set's doing. I think he's gone from all, you know, he's changed to using only this deck from whereas he was using only the other. I think this. So he's gonna probably play it on I think Wrecked or Apep's Band, right? Probably Wrecked is where I think he'd go.
Apep's banned for Set. Milo and Diona now have been won with, cannot be played. Nerzl has everything apart from KP.
I just love the fact that you start the sentence with, I would just play Impetus Blast and, as if that wasn't already enough that you would play Impetus Blast.
Then what? I mean, I don't think that. You know, I love. Do you think it's overpowered? Then do you think?
No, I just think you love Impetus Blast.
I do. Well, it's just it's a cheaper vortex in some scenarios. Like that's why you know
You're not
you
wrong.
used to do beam and vortex on brothers, but instead of that, you can just do Impetus Blast and vortex and beam for an even cheaper price.
You heard it here first. Why not? I don't care if it's first. Play Impetus Blast. It's fun.
Absolutely,
It's good, but only if you have skill.
it's Shockrock's competitor for deck building. Also, so some people are like, why is it doing tower damage? Defogo said that when it first got released, but I mean, it kind of has to do tower damage because I think if it's not on the same level as Shockrock, like people are just going to play Shockrock.
Does Impetus Blast suffer from the thing that Vortex used to, where some stuff gets stuck in the pocket and you can't get it out?
I think it gets, yeah, I mean, yeah, and also bridge corners, but I mean, Vortex didn't really have an issue with bridge corners because it was constantly polling, but I have an issue sometimes when using Impetus Blast because it's only just one shove. Things
Mhm.
can get stuck on corners and just not move.
I just have a problem.
Okay, do you want to talk about it?
I'm not
No,
sure.
no,
This,
no,
I'm not
no.
sure this is the place for that.
Oh, we're going in.
That's what he said.
I mean, my problem is called Minion Masters.
No.
Okay, Valko. I like Valko. Valko's cool.
It's hammer time.
He has a lot of air. Okay, 3 air units and a red golem. So Meziljie. It's probably again. I think he's just playing brothers. Like, I think that sets just changed to this deck.
Yeah, it
Red
looks like
golem
it.
Red golem is just a pretty solid counter, but he has to survive and then have it prepared. You know.
Interesting to see Volko being played in a grand final.
He needs to cycle the bridge burn ASAP. I think
the
he
bridge
took a bit
burn.
on there.
Remember, bridge burn does double damage if there's a single target on the bridge now. 200 damage. No, 400
Killed
damage.
bottom. Very nice. Oh wait. Oh shoot. That's a. Okay, I mean,
Okay.
still, this went very well.
Would you say?
Blood-ins, can they be punished?
Yeah, I would, but I'm not that cool. Okay, well there goes Cage Prowler, because he just spent mana on Marines and he can't. Well, nah, I'm just being pessimistic. He can save it.
I don't know.
It's
No,
dead. It's
That looked
dead.
like a lot of damage. Okay, that's frustrating.
Oh,
It's alive!
love being wrong. Alright, brothers coming out? No?
Okay, well that was nice. Did look like it took a lot of damage, but not... I know the figures on that did get tweaked recently. Should take... What is it, 130?
17.
No, that's been changed, right?
No? Wait, did they change it twice then? I'm pretty sure in the patch notes it said 117.
Yeah, but that was a mistake, I think.
Oh.
Boy,
alright.
that's how much it used to take.
cool.
Yeah, basically, what we calculated was how long it would take if when it comes out. We didn't realize that there was a 1.5 second delay after that. So that's why that's a bug fix thingy for next patch, where it will go to the correct numbers.
Okay.
So I think it's around
Alright, so-
130.
Some very good defense against these brothers. Bridge burn, it's very solid. Its buff is definitely being in play here.
Yeah, Nerzl's doing a great job, not only defending face, but getting an XP lead right now.
And completely ignoring Red Golem. It has not been needed.
Okay, so Prowler gets shut down, but of course that's a mana trade in Nerzl's favour.
Yeah.
3 for the Prowler, 5 for the Squirtillery, so not the end of the world.
Gets the bridge, so the bats don't matter too much. They were probably just a psycho, I'm guessing. Well, actually, I forgot they annoy Valko as well.
Yeah, Volko is helpless in that
I
situation.
also think it's pretty interesting that Set doesn't know about the Red Golem yet. So, Nerzl could totally punish those bottoms if it looks like it's a good time to do it. Just by getting like a raged blue Golem, and then boom, that could honestly end the match if that's how things go.
Okay, there's the bridge burn. 2 units on the bridge, so it just does
It
regular
is the
200
same amount of
damage.
damage as one brother, because it's
Yeah,
200
that's right.
times 2.
The maths do check out there.
I really like that Vulture Prime, because with its shield, it's pretty safe from like drain, and it's just a lot of that's safe for the 3 mana.
They're going to lose a
that
shield
nether
here,
bat,
maybe
the
not.
top.
Nope, gives up. Oh, they kill it though. Okay, that's frustrating, but lovely XP lead here for Nerzl.
Berserker Rage is very, very good here. It's gonna mean those area. If you just get like a Berserker Rage Propeller Horde, or his Propeller Squad, whatever it's called, you know,
Yeah.
they're
Nailed
just
it.
gonna do 80 or more than that.
Okay, Jolo holding that bridge neutralized at the bottom. Bridge burn absolutely murdering the one brother on there. Jolo goes down, but here come the spirits. Can they keep both? No. Okay, one brother goes down.
That's an angry bat.
But Nerzl doesn't need to freak out about taking any sort of face damage because he can heal up, and also if he does drop down, he does get the red golem activated. So he's in a strong position here.
I'm worried about this perfectly push from Set. Oh, also that Cage Prowler. Is it gonna
Oof.
survive? Probably.
Probably.
But yeah, I'm worried about this perfectly push from Set because since Nerzl's at like 2, it's kind of an awkward amount. But I'm thinking he might be in danger. We'll see.
Danger, Will Robinson.
Well, he might be able to, if he can just play Red Golem on the bridge, get Berserker Rage, and let's see if he goes for that. Okay,
Right,
well now
split
he's
push. Bridge burn
ignoring the dragon.
doing a great job at the top. Spirit's going to be dropping on this dragon. He tanks
He's
it on
just using the
face.
dragon. all he wants to do is get under 1,500, defend it with Red Golem. I'm pretty sure that's his plan.
He's still cycling some things though. Can't drop too
Yeah,
low.
I think he
Needs
should
some
be waiting.
DPS. He
needs
needs
save
to
that
kill
mana.
this,
Why did
or if he
spend
goes
so
up the
much
upper end
for
and
those cards?
wins.
Alright, he's gonna be there. Oh, the top bridge, you're right.
He's just
that's
going to go up
game.
the upper end and win. Okay. Sometimes the best way of defending is attacking.
That does work.
That was,
Okay.
yeah.
Nerzl fights back, 2-1. Volko showing the power. Volko maybe back on the map as a tournament master of choice. We saw that bridge burn doing so much work to those brothers.
Oh yeah.
And we do gotta keep in mind that Set can still switch back to the other deck at any time because none of the cards are banned. And the only thing he can't do is play APET. So that is also something to watch out for.
Yeah, it is.
And yeah, the Red Golem, I mean, it got played, but it didn't do anything in the match.
Did it really though?
So it was basically like just Nerzl and Volko doing some great defense against the brothers every single time. And not even winning on Mana Frenzy. With the blue, not even winning on Mana Frenzy, not even using the Red Golem, but just winning purely with counter pushing, basically.
Yep, Nerzl really did a good job of just being aware that his top push was going to kill Set, and he didn't really need to commit to defending the bottom. The dragon on face was looking scary. He did have the Red Golem ready to go, but he kept cycling other things on the top lane, and ultimately that was the correct choice.
That is doing deck building right now. So something's happening.
I mean, even if he'd played differently and killed the dragon, he already had an XP lead. Once the dragon had come and gone, he would have probably been able to
and then
just...
Red Golem was
Yeah.
ready to go.
He would have probably been able to win that way anyway. He went... Maybe he's in a rush. Maybe he's got a hot date this evening. I don't know.
As we all do.
Of course.
Wait, we do?
Wait,
Oh
what's
yeah,
that?
yeah, yeah. We have a hot date this evening.
Wait,
Yeah,
not
all of us.
not us together.
No. We just have 3 separate ones.
Good. Yeah, I need to blow mine up.
I mean, it's warm enough here that any date is gonna be hot.
Hey! Right, let's go! Cat Cam Grand Final.
Well, that does look like we're going back to. Wait, what? This is Ravager deck?
Right.
This is something new.
Yeah, but this is. Oh, with White. That's interesting. I don't know what to think of this right now. Nerzl is gonna have quite a bit of trouble pushing into this, I think.
Right, here comes the perk 1. Those stuns with Shen are going to be nice until Shen gets stunned, but... Xiao... No, Jing
Yeah,
is
but
going
it
to clear
does
that
mean
up.
that both. Yeah, and the sad thing of this is, if the bottom one had died a bit earlier, the top one might have actually dealt enough damage to Brutus, but I was just a little bit sad face.
Brutus almost destroyed. Needs to be careful here. Oh, this is... Nice stun, though.
Yeah, but still, that Herald might still do a lot of work.
It might.
frustrating. Oh no, he went for the hill and missed it.
Oh, that is so painful.
Herald reses as
And
well.
that is a good res. See, way easier than on Morda.
Nice. At least Ravager can. Ravager can hit the Herald, right?
Yeah, he gets close now. But still, that was a good amount of damage.
Okay. Nerzl.
We have seen this
with an
type
XP.
of deck before with Vortex combined with Herald.
Confirmed.
Ooh!
Okay. Wanted to try and get the XP, sorry, the mana there from Ruffles. Didn't. Berserker Rage. Don't think that monkey's going to live here. Ooh, he nearly
Just
did.
because of the Blood Imps.
Yeah, he nearly did. Okay.
But that Ruffles will probably get the value. And that just increased the XP difference, which is already pretty big. It's already like 20 XP. And that monkey is gonna run into a trap.
You have all these ground-based monkeys against the Herald Armoon. That's a
I
real
don't like
frustrating
that shock rock
interaction.
that he just did. That shock rock was such a waste.
Ruffles gets that heel under the monkey's nose. Herald still going. I don't think it's rezzed yet, so the res is available.
I don't remember it, to be honest.
It would be cool if there was like a graphical indication of whether it rezzed or not.
Yeah, I agree with that. But considering that a lot of slave was just played, I'm gonna assume you were right.
Yeah,
When that
all
shock rock
HP
actually
res.
missed,
Oh, this is so.
I mean, this is a rough thing to fight.
Yeah, this
Because
looks like
that thing
Nerzl.
is just gonna get slaughtered. I don't even know why he played Vortex there.
Perk 3, there's going to be a trap available, putting on huge face damage here.
Yeah,
Is this going to be
this
Nerzl
might
leveling
just
up
be
at
the
2
end.
games all? That is going to be it!
Well played, well played. I mean, it just could not deal with the heralds, not at all.
Yeah, had a
And
lot
for
of
a Ravage
ground-based
attack,
melee
it wasn't
units.
quite aggressive enough, I feel. You know, the monkeys are fairly slow in their aggression.
2
That was
games
interesting.
all.
The fact that Nerzl was playing Herald meant that even if Set was running Brothers still, I think that Herald is pretty good against Brothers. And he would have had a solid matchup there as well. And then Set was instead going for the monkey aggro, and it's just like kind of
Yeah.
similar thing, where Herald nonetheless is going to smash them.
Oh yeah, like monkeys are not good against herald.
And he didn't have much of any anti-air at
No,
all. I mean,
just-
he's not Ravager, which is kind of good versus Herald, but still. That's
Yeah, but
that
not
great.
if you lose 20 mana worth of monkeys before that and miss your healing fireball.
Okay. 2 games all
Not
set.
that missed healing fireball would have done much, honestly. Not with the herald.
No.
Yeah.
Set running away with a 2-0 lead, but Nerzl fighting back. Volko and Diona bringing it to 2 games all. We're going into a decider here. This is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 16. GGtoor, Team Honor Frenzy, Betadwarf presenting. Who is the finalist going to be? We know the finalist. Who's going to be Nice Dab? Who is going to be the champion? Set is a
Well, at this rate,
previous...
Nerzl is doing a good job at a reverse sweep.
Set is a previous champion. Nerzl a previous runner-up.
Do we think that Nerzl will go back to the original one?
Mordor?
No, his deck that he's been playing the entire deck.
You mean Set?
Oh,
Yeah,
Set.
what did I say?
Yeah. You said
Nerzl.
Nerzl. I think that is possible Set would do that. I'd put it on the table.
I mean, he's had
Yeah,
such
I feel like
success with it.
that is the logical reaction here, right?
Does he still have Diona he can play?
Was Diona not banned?
No,
Yes.
Apep was banned.
Yeah.
Pepper Band, but he has
Wait.
played Diona. He did play
He's
Diona
played-
earlier.
Yeah, but he just.
Did he win though?
Wait,
he
are we
played
talking with
on the
Nerzl, or are we
Meziljie.
talking about... Wait, hold on.
We're talking about Set.
Set has won with Miloine
Yeah.
and Diona. And Apep is
Okay.
banned.
So we'd have to go to he'd have to play one of his more awkward masters if he wanted to get out the deck. Like I mean Vect I think would be fine. But he hasn't been doing that. He'd probably go to Valorian if he goes for that same deck again.
Okay. This one is going down to the wire. Best of 5, 2 games all. Winner of the next game will take the championship. Is Set going to become a multi-time winner, or is Nerzl going to become a first-time winner? We'll find out very soon. Set did win number 9. Set has been the runner-up on 2 or 3 occasions, I think. Did you play Set in some finals, Disu?
I think so. I used him to take out Dragon.
Nice.
I wanted him to be on the other side of the bracket so he could kill Dragon for me, and then we'd meet in the finals and go from there. He really was doing good against Dragon. Dragon, I think, is just taking a break from the game right now, and
Yep.
I've actually been Westland streamed it kind of recently, but he's just not around too much either.
Would be good to see those guys back, especially in the tournament. Cat as well.
No, we don't need
Legends. We do need Cat.
Oh, here we go.
Right. Here we go. This is the final match of the final game of the final round of the final something.
Whatever you just said.
Alright, so Set is running Valorian. Is he running the deck that he played the entire tournament? I'm guessing. But he could be running Brothers with it as well, because that would... Let's see here. Oh no, Nerzl's playing Razor Squadron, so we're going to have the same...
Yep, it's Brothers.
Right.
Valorian Brothers. They're going to get slowed, also going to trigger their shield as well. Can help if you've got some board to play against them. Here come the spirits.
And Roller, very nice. Push off the bridge for the Swarmer, and there we go. And the bats ruined the Spirit Infusion. That was kind of strange. Stormbringer not doing a good job there. He just can't handle that.
No. Does need support. Here comes the Razor Squadron. There is a Scritillary available, but I'm not really sure. Okay, there it goes. Didn't seem the best Scritillary.
And the Professor
enough.
Minton helped that off. I mean, that wasn't really a good first push, but it wasn't too bad.
The thing with Scritillary, it makes you consider whether you want to counter it with a spell or not, is that you know they're going to die eventually themselves.
Yeah. He took off exactly 1/5 of Nerzl's HP, which is okay. You can go from there and see what happens. Spiritmans are just not very valuable here.
Yeah, Stormbringer takes it out. Okay. Here we go again. Rinse and repeat.
Nerzl does have a beam, but he's not running Impetus Blast, so the Split Brothers think that no beam is being used.
If those brothers ever push together, they're going to get beamed into oblivion.
Is this slow enough to keep it away from the cannon roller?
No. Okay. I mean, he's softened up both of those pretty savagely. One's going to go down. Jolo can tank the next one. Jolo can tank the next one. There we go. Okay. Nerzl's controlling this pretty well. Just every time it takes him, a little bit longer than he'd like to clear it, means he's giving XP to Set, but he is ahead on XP at the moment.
He just lost basically another 5th of his HP. Like, he lost 600 HP in both pushes, so he has to be careful.
Can't keep doing that over and over again. Oh, no Jolo luck at the top. Oh, brothers together! Here comes the beam! Okay.
That's so worth it.
Gets one of them.
That went very well, and now Set's going to be much more careful about that, but still.
Can he kill it before the spirit? If the spirit doesn't drop on the brother, it will die! It's going to die anyway from the looks of it! Cannon Roller comes in. Okay. See, this time he dealt with it. He's not going to take that face damage like we saw before.
Yeah, so that's very nice. That means he's basically one cycle he gets a break, and that means a lot.
Yep.
Those bridges, though, like, he should be... This is where he really wants to gain that XP lead even more, but they were red for a while. Jolo bottom should be good, unless he wants to save it for brothers. Like, oh well.
I mean, he's got to be careful, though, because if those brothers do get to face, they're
here we
going
go.
to murder him pretty quickly. Brothers again together, but that's not a good beam.
It's good.
Oh, he didn't kill either of them. Oh, that's a misplay. Oh, no.
He was too eager to hit face with it, because he just wanted all the value, but...
Got a little bit greedy. You just got to prioritize the brothers there. That's...
And here comes Searing Light. Like, he's ready for that.
Got nothing to tank it either. Needs to be careful here. That one mistake with the beam could cost him hugely here. What's he going to do?
I mean, that's Stormbringer. Not good at defending.
That's going to be game. That one misplaced beam. We saw Set.
The beam didn't work. It's about the fact that it wasn't good enough mana value. You have to defend that very efficiently if you want to actually win the match. And
Set's the champion.
It's also that it's the only big unit counter ready there.
Yeah, well, and I mean, I think he was doing a great job handling it with Jolo and Cannon Roller and range units in general. But the fact that he just messing up one defense was too much.
We saw in an earlier match, Set misplayed a beam when he didn't beam against Jules and he lost that game. And then we saw in this final game here, Nerzl just not getting the accuracy with the beam, not clearing what he needed to. And of course, that brother was down to hardly any HP at all, but the spirit dropped on it. And that was just enough to keep it alive. And Set able to close out. Set is the champion. Nerzl is the runner-up. really well played to both those guys. The final going down to the wire. Nerzl not quite able to complete that reverse sweep, but getting very, very close to doing so. And Nerzl seemed like he was in control of that last game. It seemed like he was going to be able to close it out, but just the beam, not getting the beam value that he needed, and then just not having any mana really available to shut that down.
Lead, and he had a second opportunity to beam the brothers, and that would have been huge. But instead, it was the exact opposite, because like he just went for the natural placement, which is hit tower, hit both the brothers. But if he just placed it further top, and slightly like further top, slightly more towards his own tower, that would have definitely taken him out.
Wow, very well played to both players. So brothers seem to be pretty strong. Was I right in thinking that there was a proposed nerf to those? What did I see in the Brothers of Light? Did I see that?
Yeah. We lowered their damage, I believe.
130, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Very well played to Set. He is our champion, a 2x champion. He's done a great job there. He didn't rely on the deck that he played over and over again.
In the finals, he actually played different decks.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea as well, because you got to catch him off guard at some point, right?
He got some luck in that first game of the final with those 2 rammers coming out of the Walking Blind Date.
I forgot about that.
Against the blue golem.
But I mean, it is a little bit sad that Nerzl went for the Mortar twice. That twice just did not work at all.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if Nerzl did not play Mortar and just went for the other Masters. We might have had... I mean, he might have just won the tournament, honestly.
I think he was able to win that first match. It's just that the
rammers
at the beginning didn't work out, and then the rammers both times. It's just so evil. So unfortunate.
Okay. I don't know if we can have an interview with Set. I'm not sure what his spoken English is like. We may get a translator, I don't know.
I mean, he writes fine English, so...
Yeah.
I mean, if we have to compare it to your English, his is probably better, so...
Well, from my experience, people who say... Foreign, non-native English-speaking people who say my English sucks are liars. Their English is normally almost perfect.
They'll say my English sucks, and then they write in fucking PhD English.
Yeah. I'm sorry for my English, and you're like, what? What do you mean?
And then they spell Melloween, and you go like, ah, there it is.
Okay, we'll see what Set says about that, but very well played. Of course, thanks to GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf for supporting this event. FDM and DeathShoott, thanks for being here. Sinobii and team, thanks for being behind the scenes. Okay, Set says yes for an interview. Are we gonna have a translator? Maybe, we'll see.
Yeah, I speak Russian. I mean Ukrainian. I'll help out.
Wrong slip.
Don't worry about it.
Awkward.
No, not awkward. Funny. Funny.
I mean, if he doesn't speak English, then he won't know.
Yikes. Okay, looks like we can have Set and a translator. Anoa Rinkas. It's going to translate for us.
That is nice.
Okay, don't forget about the public PTR that's going on right now. Get involved and test the proposed changes, as well as the 2 new cards that are coming in the next Minion Masters patch 1.39, I think it's going to be. I'll put a link in the chat for the MM Discord. Go to the PTR section on the left, follow the instructions, get involved, give your feedback. Also, don't forget Project F4E, the other game that Minion Masters developer Betadwarf are working on. Check out that link in the chat.
They have their prologue stuff at the moment.
Yeah, Prologue is on, which is the playtest where you can earn rewards. Check that out. Go buy a Mana
Buy
Puff.
a plushie.
Buy a plushie, yeah. I'll put a link in the chat for that as well. Eek,
The eyes
the
are
real
really
angry...
big.
Eek the Real Angry Snail says, what is Mr. FDM's takeaway for balance after watching the tournament? Is there anything that stood out for you, FDM, today?
I mean,
The big.
Is there a master we didn't see?
Who did we
Yeah,
not see?
we didn't see any. Did we see any Setsu? We did see Setsu, right?
Yes, but
Yeah,
not
we
too
did see a
much.
Setsu. We didn't see Redbow. Redbow clearly needs a buff.
Saw once. There
No,
was
we saw Redbow, yeah.
once.
Yeah, I just didn't cast that one, so I forgot about it.
Technically, every
Well,
master.
all
saw-
the masters are played, so clearly balance is perfect.
Nice. Okay, well, that's okay. We're going to see if we can get Set in here. Let's see if he is available. And we need a translator as well.
Sorry for bad England.
We saw a lot of different decks today. The control decks. We also saw the big heavy unit decks with the support spells and minions.
We
we
didn't
saw
see
some-
much Swarm.
No,
We
saw
have
some
been
some crazy aggro decks from Jules.
actively nerfing Swarm.
Okay, so Anno is here. Anno, thanks for joining us.
No problem.
And Set is here.
So
Set,
how is it?
Hello.
congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
So tell us, how was the tournament for you today?
Спрашивают, как для тебя прошел турнир.
Очень хорошо, я хочу поблагодарить DeathShoott, FDM, Betfisha и, конечно же, Sinobii за то, что они организовали турнир. И ну вот, за это.
So the tournament was very good for Set, and he would like to thank Betadwarf, DeathShoott, FDM, and of course Sinobii for organizing the tournament.
All
Our
right.
pleasure. Anyone got any good questions? I would like to ask Set, what does he think his hardest match was, his hardest competitor today?
Так, какой матч, по-твоему, был самым сложным?
Ну, конечно,
кого?
конечно, против Nerzl, потому что это было очень сложно. Я был уверен, что я проиграю. Но братики были мой последний шанс.
Yeah, so the most difficult match was against Nerzl. Set was sure he was going to lose. The brothers were his last chance.
So
What
That's
about?
actually...
Yep.
That's it, you go?
So do you think that hold on, let me word this correctly so it can go through translation. Otherwise, I'll just sound like a duck. What did you think of playing pretty much only one deck throughout most of the tournament? Do you think you were had people's number?
People's number, that's hard to translate.
Don't worry about that. Just ignore that
No,
part.
I'm fine. Так, что думаешь насчет того, что ты практически весь турнир играл только одну колоду? То есть,
Не знаю, я просто наугад брал, что у меня стояло, потому что, ну, я даже не знаю, как сказать. У меня очень много колод, я мог играть от любой. Я не думаю, что результат бы изменился.
Okay, so Seth says he has more or less randomly chosen one of his decks, and he could have played any of them, but he doesn't think that would change the outcome.
Oh, really? So that was just interesting. That's interesting to know.
Is that also why that was not a deck that you went back on when you were having trouble against Nerzl? That it was just a
И-
random deck?
И поэтому не было какой-то колоды, которую ты выбрал, когда начал проигрывать Nerzl, потому что это была просто рандомная колода. Да?
Не понял еще раз. А это про разрушителя?
Ну, так, про то, что ты играл одну колоду почти весь турнир, и спрашивает, в общем, потому ли, что ты выбрал ее рандомно, то ты не выбрал какую-то другую колоду, когда Nerzl начал выигрывать.
Да я не знал. Я знал, что я другой колоды точно ему проиграю, потому что, ну, он сильнее просто меня. И, я не знаю, только вот этой колодой я мог его выиграть. Я знал, что другими точно проиграю.
Okay. Okay, Seth says that he kept using this deck because, well, he thought he knew it was his only chance against Nerzl. He is confident that with no other deck would be able to beat Nerzl.
All right.
Big
And
compliments to Nerzl there.
do you think APEP is still too strong?
Считаешь ли ты, что Апеп еще слишком сильный?
Нет, я думаю, его с одной стороны даже убили, он стал слабее. И им очень тяжело играть, очень тяжело.
No, he does not think that Apep is too strong. In fact, he thinks the Apep has more or less been killed and is very difficult to play now.
Oh wow, interesting.
Interesting, because we look at the leaderboard and we see a lot of APEP decks.
No,
So
no
that's,
longer Apep.
I wonder if that means APEP's more of a skill-based master now, using the totem correctly.
Oh, are you saying that Seth doesn't have skill?
No, no. Here's a question for Set. How did he feel when he got those 2 rammers in that first game against the Rock Rivals?
Да. Как себя чувствовал, когда тебе попались те 2 раммера в первой игре против этого Rock Rivals?
Nerzl. Да, я
Да.
очень обрадовался сильно. Я понял, что этот матч я точно уже выиграл.
Yeah, it says he was very happy. That was the moment that he knew that he would win the game.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Any other questions we have for Set? No? Okay. Well, once again, a big congratulations to Set. Very well played. Thanks for letting us watch your matches, and thanks for coming on and talking to us.
А мне можно сказать, Анна?
Да,
Я хотел бы поблагодарить Nerzl за все, потому что если бы не он, я бы не выиграл бы этот турнир. Он очень сильно мне помог стать сильнее в этой игре.
Okay, and yeah, as last thing, Seth would like to thank Nerzl for pushing him to become better in the game and helping him win the tournament in that way.
Very nice.
All right,
Okay.
cool.
Good stuff. Anno, thanks so much for your translation.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Hmm.
Good to hear from Set. Move these people out. Oh, he's gone down
Just
there
kick
somewhere.
those people out.
Sorry. Okay. Right. That is it. That's GGtoor's Night's Duel number 16 completed. We've got Set as our champion, Nerzl as our runner-up, and then our semi-final losers were Jules and
Jesus.
Ficus.
No chill.
So, very well played from everybody. Thanks for everyone that took part. Some great matches we saw today. Thanks, of course, to the sponsors providing this event. Thanks to FDM and DeathShoott for being here in the caster booth with me. And of
Wait,
course...
I would like to clarify, we're not in the same booth.
No, we're not
That
in
is
it.
true.
Shut up!
I would hate to share a booth with you guys.
Oh my god. DeathShoot's in his own air-conditioned booth.
Yeah. Well,
Mine is
that's
air
good.
conditioning. Your guys' are hot to the touch.
Right,
We
still
definitely
30
have a fishy
degrees.
smell right now.
God damn it. 9 p.m., 30 degrees in here.
It's
Right.
10 p.m. Quite warm in here. I don't know how warm.
We're going to raid another tournament that's going on. Sponsored by GGtoor. Let's get that set up. Do we have another giveaway? I think we did a giveaway. Let's close that. Pick winner. Congratulations to Hinky.
Yay!
Woo! Okay, let me do that quickly so we get that done, and then we'll get the awkward wave set up, and then we will get
Oh,
out of
Jesus.
here.
That's it again.
Your favorite part.
I'll grab the Pokemon.
Oh, nearly put that in the chat. That would have been awkward.
When we have mana buffs, we can do this with mana buffs.
Yes.
Yeah, when we all get those. All right.
Yeah, buy
Yes.
mana buff plushie.
Yep. Make sure you get it. As soon as we've got it, we'll show it, but by then it'll be too late. So
Too
we're at
late.
80%
Get
funded.
it now.
81%.
Now.
Somebody bought one during the
Yay.
stream.
Fuck yeah. More
Let's
people need to buy
go.
it.
We need to sell 200. We're at 162. 19 days left. If you haven't seen...
38 to go, so if you know a grandma with 38 grandchildren,
Yeah,
get her
don't
to
forget,
buy plushies.
Ash is going to buy 2.
Oh yeah, 36 grandchildren.
See if we can show this here quickly. Yeah, hopefully we can get this funded, and maybe this will be the first in many. Not promised. There we go. There's the Mana Puff plushie in all its glory. Go check it out. The website's in the chat somewhere, I think. Yes.
Somewhere.
It's there again. Boom.
Whee!
Right.
I know, all I know to do is make random sounds when you do this stuff, because I don't know what they're seeing.
Yay! Excitement! Wow, Vic.
We're all so impressed.
Wait, what? What are you mocking me about?
Just that we have no idea what you're showing them, so we're just wee.
Oh yeah, just be excited. It's the Mana Puff.
Yay!
Yay!
Mana Puff.
That one's
Okay.
my favorite.
I always prefer the other one.
Oh, well, that's kind of awkward.
Sorry, Jules. I didn't mean
Yeah.
to call you losers in that sense of the word. Yes. Best of the rest.
Wow, way to rub it in, Fish. Come on.
Sorry. Okay, we're going to raid now. Let's get our raid message. Come with us. We're going to raid another tournament that's happening. A GGtoor sponsored event. This is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel event. Let's go and share some love with them.
Now we need to do the duel thing.
Duel. Okay, Awkward Wave has begun here. DeathShoott, I assume you are waving as well.
Definitely.
Then I'll do the Pokemon huddle.
Nice.
I will do something equally as cringe.
Yep, thanks for everyone for tuning
Okay.
in. Thanks, Tangelizer.
If we all just do our own little cringe thing.
Yep, it's like a cringe
I mean,
off.
DeathShoott's one is a little bit sad because no one can see it, but...
Don't worry, it's there.
Okay, just
Lie.
imagine DeathShoott being cringe. I mean, you don't really have to imagine, because it's happening.
Oh, man.
What? You are
Well,
supposed to
also-
do something cringe. I wasn't even
Yeah.
insulting you.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just thought you were gonna be like, oh no, it's actually really cool, good one. But I guess that's just my bad. It's my
Nothing
bad.
at this part of the stream is cool. We're just a bunch of idiots trying to wait, 3 minutes or something until this thing can finally go away.
Okay, don't forget this video will be up on YouTube soon, tomorrow probably. If you want
90% of Fishy's workout is literally just a goodbye wave.
Yeah, I got one massive arm from waving.
Yeah, from waving.
Kappa. Okay,
So,
still going. What? Any final words?
Seth getting those repeated rammers reminded me of that one stick versus me.
Seth wanted to say goodbye. Unfortunately, I booted him out of the voice before he could do it, but he says goodbye, everybody. Thanks so much for
Awesome.
tuning in today. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for being part of the Minion Masters community. We'll see you again soon for the next one. Stay tuned. Come back for the stream. Take part. Remember, of course, this is available for all players of any ability. So even DeathShoott can play.
Yay.
Oh, DeathShoott with the sub. Let's go. Boom. 33 months.
So where's my dwarf pack?
You got any primers in the chat? Wait, what? Winnings for the fish hats. What do you mean? Amelia. Okay, come on. We started. It's paid out. Yes, it should be paid out. The prediction should be paid out. Oh, my arm's aching. Come on.
Oh, how sad.
I bet yours is
You
too.
know, 3 minutes is surprisingly
Well,
long.
I
when you
haven't
have
done
to do
anything
something
this
for someone.
entire time. I've just been sitting here lying to you guys. So
We know.
Yeah, we're not surprised. That's what. That's the cringe thing. that you bothered lying about it.
Just disappointed. Okay. There's the wave. Let's get the raid on. This channel has follower or subscriber only chat. Brilliant.
Well, that's rude, but we'll survive.
That is rude. Thanks so much for being here. Forced to duel.
Duel.
Okay, the wave. You can see us waving.
I mean, you keep changing arm now.
Yeah, it's because like I start having to type something or. Okay, here goes the raid. Boom.
Are we almost done
Wait,
yet?
wait. I clicked the button.
We're already
Wait.
gone.
Wait.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
already
okay,
gone.
it's gone.
Wait. Okay, we're
It's
raiding.
gone.
I'm gonna click stop streaming.
Oh,
Oh.
wait. I already
Did you kill
stopped.
your cam already? What the hell? Why'd your cam go black?
Oh, that's because Pikachu was laying on it.
They got
Lol.
follower only chat.